Ọmọ Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honor, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.
Ọbụnụ gịnị ka m na-achọzụnụ ịmana Chukwu akọziwo m o nyere m iwu nyelu ya ume. What am I looking for? See my God, he don't bless me, he give you me, give me you. Ọbụnụ ka ife nlachacha so, ọbụnụ ka ife mmechacha me. My baby, you know, say you go love for me. Hey, yeah. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, give me your love and I'll go run away. Show me your love and I'll go use you play. Carry me, go me, I go follow you away. Follow you, they go. Maka Munagi, me and you. Okwa Munagi, my baby and me and you. Me and you, Aqua Monagi, my baby. Obuzi kife la chasha so, Obuniki la chasha me. My baby, you know, say you go love me. I do go. I could go. When I call your name, Shakara for me. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You go be my Julie. Yeah, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Julia. Oh, Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet. Roma, I will be your Romeo. You will be my Juliet.
Okay now.
To person between my bed.
I see.
I see what the wedding forget me.
Okay.
Papa, you look at him. I'm not Ikea. Mama, say, I want me to go. I got no mamma Jelumba. Oh, where would he get? I got you to put it on one.
ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi nìyẹn kí n gbọ́ àkànbí ewé ayò ewé tún méje ìtún ló ní ọtún ẹ ṣe ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ mọ́ra àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́ orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀ akọni ìmọ̀ tú ìmọ̀ ọjọ́ ìmọ̀ èmi ni wọn kì í dálẹ̀ wọ́n bá lọ mẹ́lẹ́mọ́ wọ́n á fi jóye ẹlẹ́mọ́ akọni wọ́n bá lọ gbé fèrè wọ́n á fi jóye ẹrùkù bọ́ọ̀wọ̀ wọn bá tẹ̀lé wọ́n á fi jóye aláre àwọn mẹ́tẹ̀ẹ̀ta parapọ̀ wọ́n wá jọ ń pẹ́ mọ́ ẹ̀ẹ́mọ́ olóko jẹ wọ́n pa Akíntọ́lá ọmọ Ògún wọ́n pàdé ìyọ̀dà ọmọ àtàràbọ̀bà àkọ́bí wọ́n pàdé ṣàtàdàdẹ ọmọ bá Ìjẹ̀bú mèrè aṣíwájú odò gbólùkẹrẹ ajagun lólòdì ọ̀run tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ tó bá ṣe pé tìyẹ náà bá ń darí jọ wí àpérò ní kún gbọ́wọ́ ọ̀bọ ti ṣìgìdì máa gbé àgétì ló máa ń gbé àyàn ti ìlàyàn ewúrẹ́ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ kó má gbàgbé ọ̀rọ̀ tẹ́ aṣíwájú ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ àkọ́bí ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀ ọkọ̀ olúrẹ̀lẹ̀ ọlọ́run dákun má padà lẹ́yìn ẹ̀.
And there it is right there. Pardon me. You know that cough that I do as soon as my face appears on the screen? It's nerves. I tell you all the time, it's nervous energy. So maybe a bit of water will... So yes. So let's start it all over again. And by the way, I'm an uncultured guy, as you can see. I'm not using a cup, I'm drinking directly. I am an Oyo man, as I often tell you, but there it is. All those years in the United Kingdom, still not civilized, but there it is. There it is. Good day to you, good to be in your company, and how are you? So we do it again. Of course, we do it again. We always do it. So we do it again. Another day, another session. The usual protocol, click on the like button just as soon as you're coming in. Subscribe if you haven't done that already. And then if you want to be an active combatant in the joust and parry. Do you know what joust and parry means? I'm sure a lot of you do. If you want to be an active combatant in the joust and parry, I'll tell you what joust and parry means in a moment. But if you want to be an active combatant in the joust and parry, that is the one man went to more experience, then click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So joust and parry is a fencing metaphor, not fencing stolen goods or the sport of fencing. You know that when they play with the fake sword or whatever, and they say on guard. So this is a joust when you thrust, and when the other guy flicks your thrust away, that's a parry. So joust and parry. So that's what that. It's a learning experience as well, isn't it? Joust and parry. So there it is. All those nice and funky stuff from this bald-headed Oyo man that speaks in a peculiar voice. So yes, click on like, click on subscribe, click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard if you want to be an active combatant. And then, of course, the $ at the bottom of the screen, that is highly recommended. We anticipate 5 minimum super chats in the course of, it's not capped at 5, but what we anticipate a minimum of 5 super chats in the course of any session. And Olatubosun or Shunleti has set us off on our way. So 4 more of either equal measure or greater value. So that's what we like to see. So like, share, subscribe. click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard to come and be an active combatant, and click on the dollar sign at the bottom of the screen to super chat towards the session. So there it is. That is your participation, and this is my contribution. There's still a lot of spillover from the narratives of yesterday. So they still follow through because yesterday, of course, was a big day within the Nigerian space. So there's still a lot of follow through from yesterday. So we'll discuss that follow through, and then we'll discuss what's come in the news cycle as well. So a whole mixed bag of everything. So grab your coffee, grab your popcorn, tuck yourself nicely into that duvet, and make sure that your headset is firmly positioned. So do all those things and settle down to the one man went to more experience. So settle down into the one man went to more experience. Let me just kick it off. Enough of the rambling, I'm hearing you say. So enough of the rambling. Let's kick it off. Yes, let's kick it off. Yes, I will do that, but I'll bring this up as well. So let's do that, but kick it off with this. Like I said, there's a lot of follow through from yesterday's news. Let me see, where is that other one? Right, yes. There's a lot of follow through from yesterday's news. So the first three pieces is going to be about that follow through. And you can see, as early as yesterday's session, we were asking the question then, if certain parastatals should be ring-fenced, you know, to be prevented from any sort of a strike action for reasons of their importance to the sustainability of the state. And we were saying, of course, places like hospitals, the national grid, maybe even schools, especially when they're sitting exams, maybe those sort of spaces should be ring-fenced, prevented from any form of industrial action. So it looks as though the Senate of Nigeria somewhat concurs. Senate expresses worry over national grid shut down by Labour. So is the Labour Union not the Labour Party in contention this time around? So to it, the Senate has expressed worry over the implication of the shutdown of the national grid and disruption of Hajj flights, among other actions taken by the organized labor during the nationwide strike for a minimum wage. So I was with them up to the disruption of the Hajj flights. That's where we part company somewhat. I have no objection to disruptions of Hajj flights, because I don't object to people going on pilgrimage, but of course, like probably you as well, I object to the state having to pay for that. The Senate has expressed worry over the implications of the shutdown of the national grid and disruption of Hajj flights, among other actions taken by the organized labor during the nationwide strike for a minimum wage. The president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, indicated this during the commencement of plenary on Tuesday as he halted a robust debate by lawmakers on the industrial action, saying that the shutdown of the national grid is tantamount to economic sabotage rather than an agitation. So yes, there's some veracity, some validity, some logic to that, because essentially shutting down the national grid, there's so much attached to shutting down the national grid. So people piped into life-sustaining machines in hospitals. They're at risk, all manners of, even the security of the state itself, when the whole place is plunged into darkness, that's a risk. So there's all manners of risk to this thing. And of course, it's not only, I think actually, Godswill Akpabio is being somewhat a bit tepid in wordings, saying it's economic. I think it's tantamount actually to an act of treason, not the industrial action itself. I support industrial actions for better pay, but shutting down the national grid, I would go as far as to say that it's tantamount to treason. The president of the Senate, Godswill Akpabio, indicated this during the commencement of plenary on Tuesday as he halted a robust debate by lawmakers on the industrial action, saying that shutting down the national grid is tantamount to economic sabotage rather than agitation. This came to the fore when some lawmakers advanced their opinions and suggestions following a motion moved by Senator Dicket Plank on the proposed minimum wage. Senator Plank it's Plank, that's an actual name of a person who Plank, P-L-A-N-G. So there it is right there. As we see our blessed one do his first super chart. So let's acknowledge that right there. So well done, blessed heart. Senator Plank had, in the motion before the suspension of the strike, requested the Senate to call on the federal government to expedite action on the minimum wage to halt industrial unrest. The president of the Senate commended the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC for calling off the strike to enable negotiation to continue. So there are. I'm not quite sure. I think the labor union is the preeminent workers' union within the Nigerian state, but subsected to that are organizations like the Nigeria Labour Congress, which I think is an affiliate but of less potency, and the Trade Union Congress, which is affiliated but of less potency too. So I think they are not fully on board with this strike action embarked upon by Joe Ajaero. The president of the Senate commended the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC for calling off the strike to enable negotiations to continue. He promised that the National Assembly would continue to do its best whilst awaiting the minimum wage bill for enactment for the benefit of all Nigerians. So there is that. So here is the labor union now. They are addressing then frontally that shutdown of the national grid. Why we shut down national grid, NLC? So this guy now, this is his most seminal moment and probably will be his most seminal moment in the history of his life. It's not too long, so let's right. The Nigeria Labour Congress NLC has fired back at the Transmission Company of Nigeria TNC over claims that labor union physically attacked TNC workers, leading to the national grid shutdown. Correspondents report that the two labor unions, NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC, and other affiliated organizations had directed workers under their aegis to down tools after the failure of the federal government to meet their demand for a new minimum wage. The strike, which began Monday, let's see, when is their actual, yes, the TNC had announced the complete shutdown of Nigeria's power grid in a statement issued on Monday by its spokesperson, Ndidi Mba. So it's a curious thing that all of the labor spaces are led by people of our southeastern extraction. I wonder if there's anything to be read into that. The TCN had announced the complete shutdown of Nigeria's power grid in a statement issued on Monday by its spokesperson, Ndidi Mba. The TNC alleged the action was deliberately done by workers. NLC President Joe Ajaero was reacting in a statement made available to journalists the same day, faulted the TCN over claims that the NLC's monitoring and compliance team attacked workers manning their facilities. So there's a back and forth somewhat going on there, but yes, let me bring you this and I'll play you a video clip. Strike. Senate condemns labor's excesses, vows to prevent repeat. So we must never see, we must always see union actions to agitate for better working conditions, but we must never see the national grid shut down again. The Senate on Tuesday expressed displeasure at some of the excesses by members of Nigeria Labour. Hold on. Pardon me. Let me play your music for a moment. Just give me 1 second. I need to take a call.
Ẹ̀jẹ̀ mi ni ẹ kí n gbọ́, àkànbí ewé ayò, ewé tún méje, ìtún ló ní ọ̀tún ẹ̀ ṣe, ìfà ló ní kan fà ẹ̀ mọ́ra, àìbínú gbogbo àtàrẹ, gbogbo méjì ọkà bàbà, gbogbo mẹ́ta ọkà wáṣẹ́, orí ló túmọ̀ ẹ̀dùn, gbogbo ọ̀nà ní túmọ̀ ẹsẹ̀.
Sorry about that. That was my niece. She just she traveled. I just phoned to say that she got there okay. All right. Where were we? So where were we? Yes. The Senate on Tuesday expressed displeasure at some of the excesses by members of the Nigeria Labour Congress NLC and the Trade Union Congress TUC during the nationwide strike for a new national minimum wage on Monday. The upper legislative chamber declared that the shutdown of the national grid. So I think it's similar to the one we just read. So that's still similar to the one we just read. But let's pick it up from here. See how it's been discussed in the studios. Up and down the media space. So let's pick it up from here.
Services. Let me read. No person, that is the Trade Union Act, Section 43(1)(a). No person shall subject any other person to any kind of constraint or restriction of his personal freedom in the course of persuasion. 1B says no trade union or registered federation of the trade unions or any member thereof shall in the course of any strike action compel any person who is not a member of his union to join any strike. Even that one, they breached that one. The Miscellaneous Offences Act. Tampering with electric plants, works, etc. Any person who unlawfully disconnects, removes, damages, tampers, meddles with, or in any way whatsoever interferes with any plant, works, cables, wire, or assembly of wires designed or used for transforming or converting electricity shall be guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to be sentenced to imprisonment for life. 10. Any person who unlawfully disconnects, removes, damages, tampers, meddles with, or in any way whatsoever interferes with any electric fittings, meters, or any appliances used for generating, transforming, converting, conveyancing, supplying, or selling electricity shall be guilty of an offense and liable on conviction to imprisonment for a term of not exceeding 21 years. There are other areas that they shouldn't have gone to that they went to. Essential services, even CBN staff. You can't compare CBN staff to join your strike. They are part of essential service. Those who work in security, printing and minting company, they are also deemed to be part of essential service, just like hospitals. But we have a situation in which people went switched off the national grid and recorded themselves. That is high treason. And again, I'm saying that, look, because we know the strike will not end, they will still find a way to go on strike. If they switch off the national grid again and no Ribadu is there, you can't call the security agents to secure our national asset. Then he knows that he's not up to his job. I do not expect this to happen again. Because it will now show that, oh, we have laws, but some people are bigger than our laws. Ajero, or anybody for that matter, is not bigger than the laws of our country. The laws of our country are meant to be obeyed. When they're on strike, there's no country in the world where they strike like South Africa. When they go on strike, they know that essential services must go on. And what they've designed is when there is dispute in respect of essential services in South Africa, they are dealt with by arbitration so that they can be speedily resolved, because they don't want a situation in which people on essential services will then go on strike. Mm-hmm. So whatever we have to do, there are lessons from this. And the lesson is nobody should be permitted allowed to get close to switching off the national grid. I'm not saying don't go on strike. Go on strike. I'm not saying don't ask for minimum wage that is far bigger than what you have now. I support it. But know your boundary, know your limitations. Because if we permit this sort of thing to happen, then we are a country, we are moving into the Obesian state of nature, where people can do what they like and get away with it. We can't run a country in that manner, where government will fold its arms and watch people do things that the law says they should not do. No, we can't have that. We can't have that. People can't behave just the way they like because they are unionists. So we keep our national grid, we now put it in the hands of unionists who can come at any time and switch off because they got away with it under President Buhari. We saw Oshomole do strikes in this country. I've known Oshomole as a union leader in Arewa Tex in Kaduna, where I started my career. Oshomole rose to become the president of the NLC. Yes. He fought Obasanjo on some occasions. You can accuse him that he was chumming with them later on.
All right, that's Babajide Otitoju. I cannot abide that guy under every other circumstance apart from this circumstance. So I think in all of the history of as long as I've been aware of that guy, this is the very first time I would say I'm in lockstep with his opinion. I agree with everything he said in totality. I agree with everything that he said in totality. I too align with the right of workers to strike for better conditions, better pay. Who of a right mind would not agree with that? So I agree with the right of workers to strike for better pay, better conditions, better everything. I agree with all of that. But there are certain parastatals, certain agencies, certain organizations that should be ring-fenced, for reasons of national survival, that strike must never be allowed to take place in those spaces. And to extend that, those organizations, by law, staff of those organizations should never be allowed to be members of any unions. Members are staff of organizations like the National Grid or the health services. They should never ever, and it should be embedded in their contract of employment. They should never be allowed to be members of any sort of trade union. So for the first time, and hopefully for the last ever time, I agree with what Babajide said in totality. So agree with Babajide in total. So this one somewhat viral. Almost 10 people sent this in to be addressed. Tinubu names Abuja Highway after Wole Soyinka. So I'm a bit reticent to bring this because I don't want the session to deviate into another Peter Obi sort of a thing. But just as soon as I saw the headline, you already know, at least I knew the direction of travel of what is in play here. This is essentially an acknowledgement of the fight that Wole Soyinka is having with the obedient space, and essentially a dog whistle to onboard him to the Agbado ways, as people now call them. So this is politics. This is hijinks politics. I've not even read it, but just off the back of the headline, you already know what is in play here. Yes, you already know what is in play here, so let's get into it. Tinubu names Abuja Highway after Wole Soyinka. So, is it even worth the read? President, and by the way, as a standalone, Wole Soyinka's contribution to the Nigerian paradigm is worthy of any manners of. Even an airport should be named after Wole Soyinka. I think a train station already named after Wole Soyinka. So the whole country should be even named Wole Soyinka, just because it's the preeminent Nigerian in terms of the highest possible international acknowledgement. It's a Nobel laureate winner, and I don't think any other Nigerian has positively, globally, I don't even know the word I'm trying to use, but I don't think any other Nigerian has been more globally celebrated at a higher level than Wole Soyinka. So he's the highest global achieving Nigerian, so he should be acknowledged for that. But this, what is in play here is just politics. Tinubu names Abuja Highway after Wole Soyinka. President Bola Tinubu names the arterial road number 20 from Northern Parkway to Outer Northern Expressway in Abuja after playwright and Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka. Correspondents report that the highway's naming follows the recommendation of the Federal Capital Territory Administration led by the Minister of the FCT, Yemson Wike. So Yemson Wike has been playing a lot of politics. You remember he named the project after Tinubu himself. So he's been playing a lot of politics around the naming of all these things that is building after political. It's playing a political narrative with the naming of a lot of those things. Actually, let's take it from the top again and speed through. President Bola Tinubu has named the arterial road number 20 from Northern Parkway to Outer Northern Expressway in Abuja after playwright and Nobel laureate Wole Soyinka. Correspondents report that the highway's naming follows the recommendation of the Federal Capital Territory Administration led by the Minister of the FCT, Yemson Wike. In a post via his X handle on Tuesday, the Special Advisor to the President on Information and Strategy, Bayo Ononuga, said the highway will now be called Professor Wole Soyinka Highway. Remember when Buhari named a pivotal, an important highway in Abuja after some Niger Republic sort of guy. Tinubu, in naming the road after Soyinka, will... I think Soyinka actually marks his 90th birthday, so I think maybe I'm being a bit unkind with the politicals, but there's always politics in everything. Tinubu, in naming the road after Soyinka, who will be 90 on July the 13th, highlighted his contributions to literature and his role in elevating Nigeria's global cultural standing. The president also asserted that the novelist has brought honor and fame to Nigeria through his unparalleled contribution to literature and his unwavering commitment to human rights and social justice. So on and on. So I think we get the gist of that. So what's in play there? Let's go on to this. This may well be the last one. Extradite Simon Ekpa now. Ex-DSS Director Mike Ejiofor tells FG, gives reason. So it's not just extradite. Maybe they should leave him. Maybe they should leave him in Finland, but in a non-breathing state. You know, maybe they should just leave him 6 foot under in Finland rather than extradite him. We're still trying to untangle all the kerfuffle around the extradition of Nnamdi Kanu. IPOB extradite Simon Ekpa now. Ex-DSS Director Mike Ejiofor tells federal government gives reasons. Pardon me. Mike Ejiofor, a former director of the Department of State Services DSS, has called for the extradition of Simon Ekpa, a Finland-based factional leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB. Ejiofor, in a statement on Tuesday, June the 4th, criticized Ekpa's activities, describing them as worse than those of Nnamdi Kanu, and demanded that he should be returned to Nigeria to face trial. I wonder if the Nigerian government has actually put in a formal request for this cross-dressing element in Finland. Let me take it from top again. Mike Ejiofor, a former director of the Department of State Services (DSS), has called for the extradition of Simon Ekpa, a Finland-based factional leader of the Indigenous People of Biafra IPOB. Ejiofor, in a statement on Tuesday, June the 4th, criticized Ekpa's activities, describing them as worse than those of Nnamdi Kanu, and demanded that he should be returned to Nigeria to face trial. Ekpa, a self-declared a self-described prime minister of Biafra in exile, is also the mastermind behind attacks on security checkpoints and formations in the southeast by unknown gunmen. So this guy has actually, we laugh at him as somewhat of a comical figure, but he's actually been responsible for a lot of deaths. He's also the arrowhead behind the sit-at-home exercise carried out in eastern states on Mondays, which has led to brutal killings of civilians and security agents. Speaking on the matter, Ejiofor said, Ekpa is not a genuine representative of reasonable people, but rather an influencer of misguided elements. If he's serious, he should come back to Nigeria and direct people to commit crimes. He is a voice for misguided elements. He's not a voice for reasonable. I think everybody can agree with that. He's not a voice for reasonable people. I can't be listening to him. Most people cannot be listening to him. He urged the Nigerian government to begin negotiations with Finland authorities to facilitate Ekpa's repatriation. What he is doing in Finland is worse than what Nnamdi Kanu was doing. He should be repatriated for trial. The security expert's comment is coming days after unknown gunmen attacked a military checkpoint in Aba, Abia State, killing several soldiers. So I think the attribution of those soldiers' deaths will go squarely and firmly to Simon. I don't think anybody can, even the most ardent, obedient, the attribution for the killing of those soldiers goes firmly to Simon Ekpa. That's beyond equivocation. There's no refutation in that. Let me give you one more, and then we'll see if a conversation kicks off. Tinubu asked Edun to present minimum wage template in 2 days. So they're looking to cap this thing up. It's not going to be up to 70,000, but they'll just put some tertiary on the 60,000 and we call it quits. President Bola Tinubu on Tuesday directed the Minister of Finance, Wale Edun, to come up with cost implications on the new minimum wage and present an affordable, sustainable, and realistic figure within 2 days. Minister of Information and National Orientation, Mohammed Idris, made this known whilst fielding questions from newsmen at the State House Abuja after a closed-door meeting with the president, government representatives, and organized labor concerning the minimum wage negotiation. Idris also disclosed that President Tinubu directed the Minister of Finance to present the new minimum wage figures, which will form the basis of negotiation with organized labor. The president has just summoned a meeting of all those who negotiated on behalf of the federal government, led by the secretary to the government of the federation, the Minister of Finance. The Minister of Finance was there, the Minister of Budget and Planning, Minister of Information, the Minister of Budget and National Planning, and the Minister of Labor, etc., etc. We were all there to look at all issues, and the president has also directed the Minister of Finance to do the numbers and get back to him between today and tomorrow so that we can have figures ready for negotiations with labor. The Minister of Information expressed the preparedness of President Tinubu to accept the committee's resolutions with the organized labor, adding that the administration is committed to the welfare of Nigerians. He affirmed the government's concerns in ensuring a balance between its commitment and the realities of the country. And let me say that the president is determined to go with what the committee has said and is also looking at the welfare of Nigerians. So on and on I go. So the outtake from that essentially is that Wale Edun has been instructed then to come up with a figure. I'm taking that it cannot, almost certainly would not be above 70,000 naira, and I think that's plenty enough. Otherwise, anything that thresholds above that puts us in the realms of hyperinflation. So hyperinflation, the kegites, and then the conversation.
Only water, where they see my water. Hapa you don't come oh. Hapa oh night oh. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́dí àkẹ́kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wẹ́lá tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòde ojàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosonama ẹyẹ o ó dìlé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹyẹ rẹ̀ ó dìlé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. I'm inclined to play you one more music only because this was sent in. This came in at the opening phase, but I hear it again. This is the Owambe inflection. Please, people keep sending in Owambe inflections of the new national anthem, and we continue to play them.
Nigeria, we our own dear native land. Nigeria, we our own dear native land. Those tribes and tongues may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians all are proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace or battle honored, and this we count as gain. To and unto our children, Havana without stay. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed. And so with peace and plenty, Nigeria shall be blessed.
And there it is right there, Owambe national anthem. So joining us, the elegant Pansat, there is Pansat right there, a prince in the house. Adewale joins us. Good to see what you, Dewale, of course. Father of the bride, Ajan Lekoko, right there, and Baba makes up the list. Plenty of space. Anybody that wants to hop on, like a bunny rabbit hop. So like a bunny rabbit hop, we do it in this order. We go to Baba, come to Pansat, and then we move it around. Ajan Lekoko, Dewale. Baba, you're up first. Baba, can you hear me? Can anyone hear me?
Okay, Woodman, can you hear me?
No, we can now. Yes.
Okay, I thank you for the honor, and also the panelists. I thank you for the indulgence. Good evening to everyone, and comment section. I greet you all. Ayo, Olo Akmoeleo. And for our esteemed viewers, have you liked, share, and subscribe? Particularly, have you clicked the like button? Do so right now, please. You are watching a very formidable session of one-man show. You find it exhilarating every evening. So no doubt about that. Today wouldn't be different. To borrow Dr. Rudolph Okonkwo's word, the Woman Platform is a place of where opposing views and opinions fornicates. Apologies to him to enjoy. So, one man, where do we start? I think we should start from the wage issue because that is a burning thing we have on our hands right now.
Yes, it's a carryover from yesterday, but I think they are fast tracking towards some sort of a resolution. So they've agreed that the minimum wage has to be above 60,000 naira. But where does it land? I have the anticipation that it wouldn't land above 70,000 naira. The strict instructions to Wale Edun to come up with a reasonable figure within 2 days. So we're getting towards the tail end of all of this. But the Senate cautioning that shutting down the act, the national grid was an act of economic sabotage. So all of that, Baba.
Yeah, I think I will start from the presidency. Something is really amiss in the offices in Aso Rock Villa. Our president is not being served properly by people he appointed into offices in Aso Villa. It is so sad that Nigeria is blessed with highly qualified technocrats, renowned ones all over the world. To have this kind of people serving our president, I think it's not worth it because every other time, why must the president have to give ultimatum, call people to order in a place where we have a chief of staff, in a place where we have secretary to the government? What is playing out there? This wage thing need not have dragged into all of this if those people are competent. My own suspicion is that they are shielding the president. I won't call them a cabal. Maybe there is discordant view about how they want to go about their job, or there is conflict in the function of their offices.
But what about Renoma Chris? Just at the minimum wage still, you are saying it should never have escalated to where we find it now. What about Renoma Chris' commentaries that this is somewhat proxy politics carryover from February last year?
Well, I want to leave that in the realm of speculation, because if we go delve into that right away, I mean, it will be a different session entirely. So let us look at it from the proper mirror of administration. And I'm really annoyed with the secretary to the government, and I'm annoyed with also the chief of staff. And also, I think if they are doing this, because I've seen the president's son, she always hovering over the father. He looks like a mother hen over the father. It is him I'm appealing to right now, that if these people are not performing, can he just do their job, be a bridge that will work on time and inform the father of what exactly is going on? Even if he doesn't go to the other room in the night when the father retires, their mother is there. He should let the mother know. She's a good administrator. She's been a first lady before. She's been a senator, I think 3 times senator. So because they have to let the president, because with this action coming, giving ultimatum and solving problems within 48 hours shows that he is not really aware of the nitty gritty, the daily grind of what is really happening. They are not briefing him properly. Because this wage thing, for God's sake, it's been there since October. I'm not a lawyer, but I know this thing will expire in April. And if I know, I believe millions of Nigerians knows that by April, that law will be overdue. So why did they leave it to May?
Can
Why
I
did they leave it
get
to
more?
May? Yes, yes, sir. Yes, sir. Raja.
Kúrò lẹ́ńbẹ̀.
Shall I fear you? Iriel.
I think I disagree with you. You're trying to exonerate the president.
No, I'm not trying to exonerate him. I'm only just looking at what is happening there. Oh, carry on, please.
Yeah, I want to see that is the strike. They didn't expect that the strike can be very effective the way the labor carried it out. It really hit them hard. So I think it's the president that is not showing that political will on this. It's not deploying that political will on this minimum wage issue. If you may wish to recall, during his campaign, he was what did he say? He was
campaigning.
During the campaign, he was threatening the workers that I will remove petroleum subsidy. If you like, you can strike till that the kingdom come. So what that tells me is that he's a man that show no feeling for the workers' fight. So he have that nature not to, care for the workers' interests. That is the person he is. So this one saying that, people are not giving him feedback as to what is going on in the negotiation, and he doesn't know what is really going on. It's being shielded by some cabal or so. No, it's the job of number one person in the country to see the interests of workers as very important, particularly number one before other things. Because when you have the problem with workers solved, other problems can be easily solved, because it's this worker that you can put to work, to achieve result. So I believe that the strike that was so effective, that turned the country into a state of darkness. Yes, that is why he surrendered quick and started telling them, let us do this. We don't want this strike again. So I just want to chip in the point there.
Okay.
I disagree with you that he doesn't know he knew what is going on, but he is not a man that care for the interests of the workers. So, but if the workers defeated him this time, and he surrendered, and he quickly ordered his boys to get back to work, quick negotiation. Let us run this up because it's been defeated. So that's the way I see it.
Okay, Babaja. Point taken. Even though I respectfully disagree with your opinion. Everywhere in the world, as far as I know, or as much as I know, the presidency or the prime ministership office, or the his or her majesty's office, is a gilded cage. It's a gilded cage. We just assume the president is like, even incorporate office structure. The managing director's office is an entire space of its own. Not everybody can reach it. And from his gilded office, being a managing director, he may not even see the car park. He may not know what is going on there. But he expects his officers, his managers, his GMs, his directors to come tell him and let him know exactly what is going on. The presidency is not different all over the world. It's a lonely place to be, actually. That is why I'm using the word that they are, because it's not the first time he's calling out on them. You may, as a president, you may expect a file to be delivered 12 noon, and a lot of things could overtake that. And that is for the president. I hope somewhere, somehow, he has to restructure that place so he will be on top of his game. And for you saying that strike is successful, it's not successful. It's not the first time. If I can count properly, I think in the last 1 year, Joe Ajero's led NLC and Osifo's TUC have threatened strike about 8 to 11 times. And they've really actualized it for about 4 times already. And none of those 4 times lasted beyond 24, 36 hours. The thing with them is, look, in a boxing match, for you to use your devastating punch, you reserve it. You feign with your left if you're a rightist, but if you are what they call the people who use left hand now, you use the other one.
Southpaw.
If you're a southpaw, you use your right to feign until you line up the person, because that is going to be devastating. That's your last punch you have to throw. The strike is the last weapon in the arsenals of the Labour Congress. So you don't
treat it. Let me navigate you back to the strike, Baba. The Senate is describing the shutting down of the national grid as an act of treason. Economic sabotage. Yes, I agree. Yes,
it is, and that is why they call off the strike stylishly, because they told them and they quoted the right law for them. All over the world, it is not done. It is not done. In Babangida's time, I don't remember.
Not the reason why.
Let me finish, Baba Aja. Please, I will forget my points. See, in Babangida's time, there was a national strike. And I think, no, not national. I think it involves the airport staff. And they shut down the air control towers all over Nigeria, the functional airports then. What did he do? He ordered the Air Force personnel to take over those control towers and sacked all the controllers. And at the height of the strike, when they started begging, they asked these people to reapply. Anybody who have this memory can correct me or this thing. There are key things in a country that borders on the security, which you must not touch. Even in England, I remember many in the 70s, when they do their strike all the time, not all the railway lines or the tube are closed down. It takes a longer time. It's like they aggregated on day one. This blue line, this red line, this yellow line, all these are the ones you can use. You don't just shut down things and punish the people you want to help. Ajero and Osifo, is it juvenile? Is it exuberance? I don't know what their problem is. Because I've seen that, look, this flip-flop. Because to me now, I knew when this thing started, I knew it will not go beyond 36 hours. Because it has happened 1, 2, 3. This is about the 4th time. And they are very lucky. To me, they should have been behind bars. You don't touch the national grid. Don't touch the national grid. It's security issue. It's the heart of the nation. Everything that we are. The woman that sells ice water to survive. There are people in Nigeria today, even before this economic cycle, if they don't go out one day to sell ice water, their families will not eat. How did they get that ice water to the state?
Baba, if it is an act of economic sabotage, is there any reason then? What explains then why Nuhu Ribadu has not yet picked up Joe Ajero?
Even Nuhu Ribadu was caught napping on duty.
Yeah, bordering on.
He should be warned. It should be warned. Our national assets that keeps us safe in that country, whether they are working at optimum level or they are not working, should be guided jealously. Even as far as I'm concerned, according to what even Otito you said, those kind of the national, they should not be unionized. It's not everything about union. We are not, this is not, we are no more, the Leninist era is no more popular, the Stalinist era is no more popular. We know what they did to the nations where they ruled today. We know what they did there. So it's not a popular thing or a Luther is out of fashion. The world is about business. It's about administration. It's about democracy.
But
one man, could I interject, Baba, for a second? I have a question for him. Baba, how are you?
I'm very well, Pansat.
Okay, there is when you use our national assets, such as our grid, is that the only thing that we have? We also have our inflation, our foreign reserve. It should be guided the way you're talking about that national grid. The only thing that we hold in common is not our roads and our infrastructure. We have an inflation. We have an economy, right? We have freedoms. So when you come with dramatic...
are those not being guarded too?
Pardon?
Let him finish his narrative and then the question.
Yeah,
so
sorry, Baba.
Know exactly.
Are those not being guarded? It's thing is you are talking about all these national assets, but what about the greater national assets, which is the well-being, the economy that impacts on the people? Are they not being guarded too? Is my question now.
Okay, so I'll take that offline. It's my turn next, so I should be on my computer to assume my position, but I will listen into that answer. But please treat it seriously, all right? Thank you.
All right, back to you, Baba.
Okay, I don't like to go into history. Neither do I like to compare Nigeria with any other country, because every household is unique. No two marriages are alike. You understand? But we will go into history here, because we've had several contentious issues with labor in Nigeria. And how many of us even know that there's been a time when inflation in Nigeria was 70% and interest rate was about 78% in this our country, Nigeria. But it went down to single digits eventually with proper handling. Look, what is happening in this, I'm not this regime spokesman or this administration, I take the word regime back, this administration spokesman, I'm not APC, but I'm a Tinubu supporter. Can anybody just take over from me? Just 1 minute. There's someone at the gate.
All right. Yes, we heard the doorbell go. So do you want to step into the breach at Dande Koko? you were somewhat interjecting, Baba, then. But yes, you are for the workers. We know that. But hopefully, you are for the country greater than for the workers. Shutting down the national grid. This is something that the country insists must not repeat again. The right to strike, of course, we all defend that, but there has to be limits.
One man. Greetings to our listeners around the world. Click on the like button, share and subscribe if you haven't done so. Those workers are members of the union. And of course,
Let me take my turn, Joe.
oh, okay, okay.
Thank you. Yeah, one man, where was I?
All right.
Where was I? You okay? We're talking about this in our country. Look,
carry on.
Administration is.
So what year was that? 70% inflation.
I think 93, between 1993 and 1995.
Okay, during the Babangida time.
Yeah, Babangida Abacha time.
Oh, Abacha. Okay.
Yeah, check it out.
Yeah.
So governance is about administrative engineering. It's like a 20-story building. I don't know how far that is true, but I spoke to an engineer. What is carrying that 20-story building, you see, is about the piling, the concrete, the high tensile iron. Is about 5-story down. You don't see that. When that is being erected, and you are asking, where is this 20-story building? You will not see it. And when it's finished, you will even not see that 5-story that is carrying the 20. So what we are seeing now is a new foundation, as far as I'm concerned, because our country is now being turned around administratively 360 degrees. People talk about the oil thing, subsidy, because the first thing anybody will mount is subsidy. Look, we are a litigious people. That is litigious people. Nigeria is, I think by statistics, I'm not too sure where I picked that up, that Nigerians have the most cases in court, civil or otherwise, in the world, going by our population. If the president has left it beyond 29th, something they're now calling a committee, this committee that, people will go to court and get a Jankara injunction. As usual, they will disturb it. Didn't they disturb Jonathan? Yes, they did disturb Jonathan. People are holding it against Tinubu today. But my own take is that, because you slapped me, or because you slapped me, I didn't do anything. You want to come another day and try it again. You do, I will give you 2 times or 3 times, even more. So if they did it to Jonathan back away, that's his problem. It doesn't mean that the same people who did it to him, you can do it to them. You cannot do it to them. They will not accept it. So I'm also in support, because if they know the damage that subsidy has done, there is just no other way to do it other than shock the masses and shock also the economic environment of the country. And let's face it once and for all. Though there is a problem today because they are doing intervention, which some people are insisting is a form of subsidy. Fine, whatever they do it, but I won't call it subsidy, because when you call it subsidy, then where is the money for the intervention coming from? Because it's not budgeted. We have to situate things in their proper perspective, as it should be. So there is a complete re-engineering of our country. And of course, for me, 75,000 will be proper. But then one thing these people are not clever
as a
about.
minimum wage.
Listen to what I'm going to say.
Yeah.
You are not listening. There is a wage award of between 30 and 35,000. Please listen carefully. That wage award, it should be incorporated as a buffer. The NLC should take even 65. You understand? And make it a clause that, please, when it is necessary, this wage award, because already I think they did it 3 months, 6 months, that this wage award should come into being. What that will mean is that, look, the organized private sector.
Let me ask you this, Baba. If they give them 75,000 as a minimum wage, but still there. If they give them 75,000 as a minimum wage, if inflation is curbed, how does that then translate into the economy?
Well, because we shouldn't get carried away. I was listening to Professor Kila Otink over the weekend, and he made a very apt analogy. He said, look, as a labor organizer, you go into negotiation at the point of 30,000 minimum wage. The moment you reach an agreement of, let's say, 60 or 100, when you are going for that negotiation, you took a taxi. When you finish and it's announced that the minimum wage is now 100,000, you come out of that building and you hail a taxi. That taxi will not charge you the same thing they charge you when they took you there. Let's say they even charge 10 naira to get you there. They will be charging you 30 naira to take you back, because they are now aware, and that's where the inflation will come in. Because during Udoji time, where they did not, the minimum wage, I think, was almost how many percent? I can't remember now, but it's in their hundreds, and they even paid about 6 months arrears. We had what we call then runaway inflation, what they call hyperinflation today. Runaway inflation we had. And we didn't feel it because everything just tumbled. Volkswagen, then before that Udoji award, Volkswagen was selling for 800 pounds. That's about 1,600 naira. The 1,600. Volkswagen went straight to 3,000. Straight to 3,000. That's the kind of inflation, and that's what we have to avoid. Because when we talk about wage award, the implication is that your landlord is waiting for you. Your landlord is waiting for you. The transport down for you take to work, or the mall is the driver is waiting for you in the morning. So what the government gives you with rights, the landlord, the transporter will take it with the left from you.
But Baba,
so again, yes, sir.
The issue is that I know but the issue is that Nigeria is paying the senators more money than the workers paying less. That's not fair to the workers. I'm trying to say the truth.
One man, can you highlight what he's saying or amplify it? Hello,
yes, he said Nigeria is paying the workers more money than they are paying the senators more money than they are paying the workers, and that's not fair.
One man, I saw a wonder today. I saw wonder today. I will not mention the station, but those who listen to that station every day will realize what I'm talking about. They came up with a paper, I can't remember the headline there, that a senator earns 29 point something million every month. These are educated people. 4 of them sat down and we're laughing. And
but that cannot be right. There's no justification.
Wait, let me finish. They itemize it, and they started reading each of the items, and with their academic qualifications, their experience, they don't realize that is per annum. To the extent that they went down to say newspaper, by their own analysis, by the amount stated there, the senators take 42,000 to buy newspaper every month. That is for 1 year. They didn't realize that. Furniture allowance, car allowance, dress code, allowance, and stuff like that is all 1 year. But they calculated, tabulated it, and rounded it up that it is for every month they receive that kind of thing. And I asked myself, are they spreading propaganda deliberately, or they are ignorant? I couldn't answer. I don't know the answer.
But what's the basic pay of a Nigerian senator? Do you know?
The basic pay, I can't really remember now, but the basic is not high. It is the allowances that shoots it up. Various allowances that shoots it up. And I can tell you...
all right, hold on, Baba. I've got some figures right here. The basic pay, it says how much Nigerian senators officially earn that we know. So the basic pay monthly is 169,000 naira, and then vehicle fueling 126,000. Personal assistant 42,000. These are monthly. Domestic staff 126,000. Entertainment 50,000. Utility 50,000. Newspaper and periodicals 25,000. Wardrobe allowance 42,000. House maintenance 8,000. Constituency 422,000. So it's just over 1 million naira. This is what they are. It says other allowances.
What that station show today?
That for what year? I mean,
This was put out in March this year.
From where?
This is just a newspaper portal.
Get it from salary and this thing commission. That is where.
No, I've seen something similar like this. Oh. You understand? But compared to the 29 million, those people this morning.
Well, this is difficult to believe, though. It's saying their annual. We may have to abandon this, like Adanileko is suggesting. It's saying their annual salary is 2 million, which is a lie.
That is not true.
No, not annual. This is monthly.
No. It gives you two tabular scraps. One for the annual and then one for the monthly. But don't worry. I'll try and dig out just.
After I finish, I'll dig it out based on that department that's in charge and what even the department is acting for and on behalf of the legislators a few months back. You understand? But nothing near that 29 million a month they are talking about. That is not even the case. I'm not here to make any case for the legislators. They should carry their own can themselves. But the thing is, we should put things in their proper perspective. We should not spin things, because I keep on hearing people who should even know better than me still talking about, like, the presidency bought the 400 SUVs for National Assembly, which is not true.
I really hate the way they are presenting that. That is not within Tinubu's purview.
Do we have our own dictionary or lexicon? I don't understand exactly. I'm not defending them, but let's put things in the proper perspective, as it were. We can interrogate it therefrom. But
well, even if it's not within Tinubu purview, as one man is saying, are you saying they cannot look at the situation in the country and say, you know what, for interest of the country we want to sacrifice and not buy vehicle.
Should they get an official vehicle, the senators?
They have official vehicle already. They are using.
The new entrants, a new class of senators.
Hold
please
on.
allow me to chime in, please.
Hold on. Let me land. Someone
after
is
you land,
here.
that's okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead, land.
So they've seen the situation, the hardship, and they still, pushing for 200 million vehicle, bulletproof for that matter. That show a high level of insensitivity. So
it's not bulletproof. Bulletproof starts from 600 million.
All right, we can say it's not bulletproof, but the 200 million vehicle is just show they can sacrifice with other Nigerians as well. They are paid. They can get their own vehicle. They can say, you know what, we want to buy our own vehicle. Where do they
use
drive?
Their private vehicle for
hold on. Where do they drive to?
A senator that does
no, where do they drive
surgery.
to? Do they drive around the nation?
They drive within their constituency. They drive within Abuja.
No, hold on. Are you telling me that a senator in Lagos is leaving Abuja to Lagos if we go by road? Is that what happened?
They drive within their constituency as well.
No, hold on, one man.
It's a red herring somewhat. That question is a non sequitur. They drive on official duties a lot. So which vehicle should they use for
what
that?
do you mean a lot on official duty? Which official duty? Every official duty outside Abuja, they go by flight. Well, and they get hired vehicle that will take them from the airport to wherever they're going. They hire vehicles. So this exorbitant.
The vehicles do not necessarily need to be stationed in Abuja. It will be stationed where it has the most need. They get the one vehicle.
These people reside in Abuja, and they do most of the time they're in Abuja. They don't stay in their home state.
Of course, they spend time in their home state. One, they have constituency projects that they are doing that they monitor. Two, they are part of committees that monitor national projects. Three, they do all manners of things on behalf of the state. So how do they travel?
So they travel by road all over the country?
When the necessity needs. They fly everywhere. Do they not get into cars?
But we shouldn't be buying them vehicles.
Well, then what should they use for official duties?
They should go to the bank, get a bank loan. The federal government or the National Assembly will guarantee it. And they will be paid, taken from their salary.
To buy vehicles for official duties.
But the trick they are using, the trick they are using here is, you understand, the vehicle is for their office. But we all know at the end of their 4-year term, those who did not win the election, they will not drop that vehicle. They will opt to buy it. Something the government bought for 160 million. They may buy it at 6 million.
Well, yeah, that's the nature of the beast. That's the nature of the beast.
Baba, don't help us. Don't help us. Stay on your side. Stay on your side. Don't try to give us a little bit of criticizing them, right? We don't know how much they get paid. We have to search for it. That's not fair. Right now, we're trying to discuss how much the labor gets paid. So we know it's an amount, a finite amount that they get paid. All these guys, especially the senators and the House, the president, they work for us. We shouldn't be guessing how much they make. Now, the reason why I dialed in fast is that, look, it's torturous listening to you talk, right? You don't want to declare what side you're on. Declare your side and be on your side. I'm saying that with the argument you're making, People have brought the best evidence that we have. They searched and they found $29 million which you saw in a different platform, right? You don't have yours. You don't remember what it is, right? And then you're knocking them. The best evidence rule is what we have to go with. So now when they put that up, 29 million, they've met what's called a prima facie level. It's now up to them to show that it's not true, because they set themselves up to where we have to guess how much they make. So if our journalists, our patriots, our true patriots, search and find stuff and they publish it, and other patriots in platforms show it to Nigerian people, who will use?
The problem is that those figures vary sharply depending on which platform you are on.
Right. That's why Ajan Lokuko asked you for your source.
How much is National Assembly budget that each senator will receive 29 million every month times 106 or 8 they are, and then multiply by 400 that you have in the National Assembly? Do the math. You have a calculator.
I'm doing the math. Listen to me. Believe it or not, it's that ridiculous. It is that ridiculous. So
how much is that budget annually?
No, but listen to what I'm saying now, because budget stuff like that work in developed countries. These guys print money. They do all kinds of things.
Pansat, the fraud in the National Assembly is not in the wages or the allowances.
Exactly. You don't know something.
It's
in the committees. That's where they do their stealing.
Omnibus bill of a Nigerian. In essence, these guys, you are judging them by Western standards. Budget means nothing. They could print money. They could do anything. You have to know who we're dealing with. But
are these central bankers?
Let's not take it. No, but
no. I beg.
Keep it consistent with reason and logic, and let's not just go.
I'm gonna sit down, and I want us to have a real clean-cut debate on this.
Yeah, but let's not take it to ludicrous realms. Let's keep it within believability, not just some fanciful throwing words around.
Listen to me, one man. You cannot exaggerate what these guys can do. No matter what I say now, to the zenith of my imagination, right? They can do it.
Yeah, but that's just wilding, isn't it? If that doesn't cohere now, I mean, that's just wilding it up.
Okay, well, what I'll do, let me sit down and make a formal presentation. But what I'm saying is, how can you sit there?
I don't think anybody is far from you that these people, they are looting us hand over fist, and they're probably stealing more than we can imagine. But let's not get to the realms of the fanciful.
I'm saying you cannot. The only limitation.
So, one man, let him take his turn. Let me talk about the 65,000 and the.
Baba, hold on 1 minute. The only limitation they have is the impossible. If they cannot steal it, let's just say there's no. If it can be stolen, they are stealing it, all of it. So, but what I'm asking you though, you have low tolerance for my interjection because you think it's exaggerated. But you sit there and you're able to listen to Baba talk.
Yes, because look, I don't object to your interjections, but you are taking us to realms that is just beyond you know.
I will prove to you that it's not.
So let's stay within the realms of reason.
If you do that, you will never hear me calling to. As a matter of fact, I won't appear on your program. I've been listening. The only time I call in is when it's unbearable. For example, what Baba is doing here. Well, everything he said, it's just that he saw me, so he started to complain about the vehicles, right? But before that,
I saw you. What will your presence do to me?
It makes you give a little, right? But
me?
I don't want you giving.
I'm not a shrinking violet Pansats, okay?
Okay, I'll be listening, but I'm coming to poke holes. I'm gonna poke holes in everything you're saying because there's a spirit we have to have here, the spirit of patriotism. You cannot choose the government, and every time you talk, you are for the government. And
I'm not a comrade.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, it's obvious. If everybody's like me, I won't pay you any mind. But the problem is that.
But Pansa, don't go after him now. Speak to the issue and not Baba. Leave Baba. Let Baba talk.
I shouldn't have my own opinion.
Let him
not.
express his own opinion now.
So look, let me look you in the eye and tell you, I'm not going after Baba, right? But there's something.
You come after me, I come after you. Simple as that. It's manu to manu a manu.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Let them know you're not a pushover. Baba is not a pushover. He knows what I'm saying. This is all within response to what he said. Now, but the attitude of beating down our fellow citizens because of a government, now that has to stop. And I don't place that on Baba. I place it on one man. You play a lot. You have to rein him in when he goes after our citizens, making statements that are not true. He hasn't laid any foundation to discredit any publication. None. He doesn't have one himself. So if we sit here and then we're goons, when we spin things on their head, the things that are good for our country, we take it as bad. Credible people, we take them as bad. And then we take incredible people. I can't participate in anything like that without.
Those are subjective spaces, though, because no.
Okay.
Hold on, just hold on. Those are subjective spaces because somebody you find credible, I might find them incredible, and somebody I find incredible. Yeah.
Let me say this finally on this. That's a standard. You have the best source is a primary source, right? Then the second best is a credible source. That's why John Leke could ask you, what is your source? You cannot be quoting facts and figures that you don't disclose the source. So we know the bias, we know if it's even somebody reasonable that put that out.
Okay, bring your own source. So bring your facts.
The minimum should be a reasonable source. But if you're going to let Baba then tell us what is true or false, no matter, because the difference between everybody on that platform and Baba is that he looks back. We look forward. He thinks that reciting what Nigeria did in the 70s or the 60s.
Oh, the past defined the future. It defines today.
And that is true. So, but you have to do the math. It's a simple arithmetic.
Yeah, that's the challenge I gave to you. Do the maths. 29 million times 108 people.
Thank you for the courtesy of letting me interject because I couldn't take it, but I'll be home shortly, and then we can try to dig out the facts, find out what's good for us. If you're sitting there suggesting that this guy should pay $75,000, now that's not gonna be a civil discussion.
I've not finished that before I was interjected. I was going somewhere with that 75,000.
Yeah, please try to up the money before I get home because it's not gonna be civil. You're gonna have to say anything like that.
Get out of here. Now, one man, let's go back to the 65. How did I come about that? According to ILO, International Labour Organization, they said no man should live below $2 a day. That will be below the poverty line. So if we have to rise above the poverty line, maybe we take $2.5 or $3. If it's $3, it takes us to $90 a month. That takes us to about 100 and something. Okay, fine. But in all of this, we have to remember the organized private sector. They are the most important of that tripartite negotiation, because if we cripple them, they will downsize. So do we need more people in the workforce or do we need less people? So this is why I come up with the idea of maybe 65, 75, but I lean towards 70, 75 more, in the sense that, okay, there is also a wage of 35,000 the government has been paying. They paid, I think, for 6 months and they stopped, and they are just starting again. Let's put that as a kind of a buffer. Let the minimum wage be like 75. Then when inflation rises, maybe they bring in that wage award for maybe as an intervention for maybe another 5 months, 4 months, and things like that. So that should be coming in and out of the labor system, but it's not documented. It's not in what do I call? It's not in the basic of a worker, which is now will be situated as that about 75, plus all other add-ons like transport allowance, housing allowance, like we have in every organizations, including the civil service, because we cannot actually put our organized private sector in a straitjacket, because they also have an input. They are the people, in fact, they are the heartbeat of the nation, the economic well-being of the nation. If we cripple them, then the whole nation will be crippled. So we have to balance things up. And why I quarrel with NLC is this. In the last 3 years or so, when in 2019, rather, when this 30,000 has been in place, when 30,000 minimum wage is the law of the nation, only about 10 states has been paying that 30,000. 26, some pay 18, some even pay 12 in the north, 12,000 as we speak today. I expect NLC, the state branches, to have taken these governors to task. They did not take them to task. They didn't see anything other than just complain on the pages of newspaper. So if they demand, let's say, if we even come to 120 agreements, the governors will say, just shrug their shoulder. At the end of the day, the governors will be paying maybe 50,000. Is NLC ready to go after this governor? Are they ready? They will not.
Baba, it is
Yes,
not
sir.
NS. I want to agree with you that yes, NSC have responsibility to go after the governor to, go on strike and do everything. But we have seen the way the governor have molested some leaders of NFC, even put some of them in jail. We saw what happened in
Imo State.
But in the real sense of it, if Nigeria is a country where you have politicians that respect the law, the Attorney General is the one that should take up lawsuit against the governor that did not honor the minimum wage, because they all signed. It was signed into law, and everybody must respect the law. So the Attorney General, if they are really doing their job well for Nigerian people, Attorney General should take up lawsuit against governors that fail
Why
to
not
comply.
NLC, Aja?
No, hold on.
Taking them
By
to court.
law, hold on now. Hold on, Baba. The
Go.
custodian of our law is the Attorney General of the Federation. So when we have law that is being disregarded by the governors, particularly when it comes to minimum wage, that is jointly signed by federal, state, local government, and private sector, and then the governors are not honoring that law or obeying that law, it is the duty of Attorney General to take up lawsuit against that governor and ensure that yes, the law takes its course against that state that failed to honor that minimum wage.
So I will ask you, in the meantime, when it will take us about 24 months for that kind of litigation, what will the workers be doing?
Well, whether it's going to take 24 months or 20 months, it will be pursued to a logical conclusion that the governor have to pay. So
wouldn't a strike from NLC solve that within days?
Wouldn't what?
A strike in that state by NLC.
Oh yeah, I've
Stop
said
that.
it earlier that NSC have responsibility to go on strike on
Good.
that state, but we have seen in the past when NSC try to carry out action against the state, the way they were molested by the police, the way they were imprisoned or put to jail by the lawless governor and their agents. So, but what I'm saying is that by law, the custodian of our law, who is the Attorney General, is the one responsible to effect that law. He must effect it and ensure that every party that signed that every party that agreed to that law must comply and implement that law. So it's the government of Nigeria that doesn't work for the Nigerian people. Attorney General must take governors to court when they fail to pay that minimum wage. They sign to that law. They agreed to that minimum wage, and it was signed into law, and they should comply. So we shouldn't blame workers all the time. Even this now,
It's not about
look at
blaming
this.
the workers.
Workers took action now. You are blaming them again. When they don't take action, you blame them. What do you want them to do?
We're not blaming them for going on strike or anything, but I am saying, or I said, that strike should be the last weapon in their arsenal which they will deploy when things are really, really naughty. But leaving a meeting where you are negotiating, it's a very wrong strategy. I learned that lesson some 2 decades ago. It's even a legislator that said, look, he told me, we were in landlords association. I was angry at what was going on in that meeting, and I left. After the meeting, he came to see me and told me, look, he was a legislator. He said, look, don't ever leave any meeting. In fact, be the last person to leave when everybody is leaving. Because if you left, that decision you are against, they will vote and take that decision in your absence for and on your behalf, and there is nothing you can do. And that's exactly what happened in the case of this negotiation. While they were leaving the meeting, the government came up and offered and said, look, 60,000 is the limit. They threw it at them, that decision. So then they resorted to go on strike. They shouldn't. I believe what it's called negotiation, I've not checked the dictionary meaning formally myself, but I think it's a continuum. It's a continuum until you reach a firm decision. Jointly agreed. You don't just leave the meeting in annoyance.
All right, Baba.
Yes, woman, sorry.
Yes, I think maybe we'll move on to the next.
Okay, which is the next one? Or you can take it.
Tinubu names Abuja Highway after Wole Soyinka. So that space, there's a political undertone to it. Obviously, it's sort of like a pay off sort of, or an acknowledgement of his battles with the obedience space. That's my reading of that. Give us a brief commentary on that. We're going to Baba.
Well, if not for politics, this wouldn't have even been subjective. I said it here before. Every nation have their icons. Unique people God created in that space to accentuate our peculiarities. We have the Shoyinkas, Ashebes, Cyprian Quincy, we have Okigbo, we have even the Baba. A lot of them we are blessed with. And you see all these streets, monuments named after them. It is not unique or peculiar to us alone. All over the world. Even as we speak, isn't Mandela's statue in Westminster? In Great Britain, in Westminster, Mandela's statue is there. He was a black man, a South African lawyer, president for 5 years of South Africa. So, but I know what this will drive up about maybe it's been compromised, or maybe this is not the right time. This should have even been done since last year, since 10 years ago, and things like that. But when it's not right, every time is the right time. So this is now. This is the road.
Do you not read any political undertone to it?
No. There is no politics in this.
It's ongoing battle with the obedience, and
it is well deserved. Look, he is the first.
It's deserved. We know the credentials that qualify him to have a lot of things named, but the timing, the political landscape, his participation in all of that, and how the government is positioned. You don't think all of that played into it?
We shouldn't allow fear to rule us, or we shouldn't allow an opposing view or the disagreeability of some people to deter us from doing what is right at any moment. We shouldn't. You understand? So it is proper. Femi, it is proper. It is the time. I mean, he is the first Nobel laureate, black one in Africa. I think before him there was this. Was it an Egyptian or a South African white woman or Arab woman? I can't remember, but he is the first black one. So he should be celebrated among several accolades attributed to that name, Wole Soyinka. So to me, even that road is even too small. I see no reason why. Look at, you don't denigrate people like this. There are many all over. Every region, every political zone is blessed. I remember when President Trump denigrated the Arizona senator. What's his name now? How are you, darling? Welcome. The Arizona senator, what's his name now? The man who married into the fortune of the Heinz tomato woman.
All right, carry on anyway. Carry on.
Yeah, that senator, and the whole country, GOP Democrats, they rose up in unison and strike him down. That you don't talk to people like that anyhow. So we shouldn't politicize this at all. And I just hope I will not wake up tomorrow and start reading the newspaper and finding a kind of slant put onto this. It will make me sad the more, honestly. That's it. One man, look, I've taken enough time. Let other people join.
All right, brilliant. So also Ajale Koko, you're up next. Ajale Koko. All right. I think Ajale Koko may be indisposed.
Okay.
All right. All right. So yes. I'm not quite sure. Pardon the metaphor or the whatever it is. I'm not quite sure if we've not over-labored this labor narrative, but your take on that space, the way the government is positioned, Tinubu giving Wale Edun 48 hours to come up with a reasonable minimum wage, and the government somewhat via the Senate describing the shutting down of the national grid as somewhat treasonable.
You see, it just shows that politicians don't do their job until when they are pushed to do it, and you really have to push them hard. So what the Labour did yesterday, by by the way of going on strike and shutting down the whole country, it really sent a hard message to them that look, we are not joking with our demand. We really mean business, and the president seen it that for the economy is not good because economy recorded a very huge loss yesterday. A country that is, uh, begging, going around the world begging for foreign investors to come, shouldn't be a country that is not labor friendly. So I think it's time to retrace its step. He thought that the workers, he thought that he can override them. He can just treat them like nothing. But they fought back. They fought hard, and they really hit them hard. And what they did is a surrender. They came up with a communique yesterday that, oh, we're gonna whatever amount that they are going to put forward now is going to be above 6,000, 60,000. They're not going to go after any workers by molestation or punishing them for going on strike. And they're going to go back to negotiation, not a wayward one, a serious negotiation on everyday negotiation, 5 days, a week negotiation that will bring agreement. So they never done this before. They've never done this. According to the TUC chairman, he said that the governor, on the government side, they never come. They never come. They just. The number of them required to come to the meeting, they never at any meeting time, fulfill their numbers. They either maybe 2 or 3 of them, but to say that all of them in totality as appointed to come, they don't take the meeting serious. While on the side of the labor and the private sector, they will all be there in full number of their representative. So this time around, you see the Minister of Finance, the Labor Minister, the NMPC, MD, and the Secretary to the government, all of them have taken it serious now because the president has said this is not a good image for the country. The airport sealed off, the seaport turned to no-go area, and no business in the whole country. To foreign investors that want to come to a country that is struggling hard economically, that is sending a very wrong signal, a very bad signal to investor that this country is not a labor friendly country. I don't think I want to go and put my money there. So the implication blew hard on their face. They saw that this is not good. So the labor won. This round won. So the labor showed their strength and the government surrender. So on the way forward, let's see what is going to happen. The labor are all the time ready, for negotiation.
And the national grid that people are saying economic sabotage, treasonable. Are you somewhat? We know you're for the workers, but surely plunging the country into darkness is not. It might be a step too far.
One man, the workers walk away from their job. What do you think is going to happen? You think it's going to be the same? You think the system is going to run the same when the workers walk away from the job? Why do we have unionized workers managing the transmission line? So this is the fundamental question we must ask. Are they union workers? Yes, they are union workers. Do they have right to go on strike? Yes, they have right to go on strike because they are union members. If they are private sector, like you have the GEMSCO, the GEMSCO, those one are private organization. So there's nothing wrong with them. The disco is private, but the transmission, that's, we still have government workers working. They walk away from their job. So what do you expect to do? Those in the hospital, they are government workers. They are union members. They walk away from their job. Why are people going after them? Oh, they must be punished. They must put them in jail. They have to survive them. You are playing Babajide Otitoju, who is a political journalist, a man working in the newspaper house or television house of the president, a person that is hired by Tinubu to be how do I describe it? So be his voice, the image maker for him on his television station. What do you expect to hear from him? So, but what I'm saying, these workers are union members. In America here, they are privately owned. The electricity are privately owned, and all of them. So that is why you never see it happen here. But in our own case, it's a different ball game. So what do you expect them to do? They walk away from the job, and do you expect the jobs to be done in the same way as it is normally done? No. So don't look at them as if they are saboteur. But you have a system that give room for this to have the system. The people in charge of the system are the one that you should blame. This shouldn't have happened. This strike shouldn't have happened. These guys have given them so long time for negotiation to go deep into negotiation and agree on something meaningful for the workers. But they are playing. They were playing them, and until when they say, no, we can't take this no more, and they shut down the whole country. So the shutting down of what do you call it? The electricity, is no different from shutting down of hospitals or shutting down of seaport or the airports, because they all are members of the union. And the Constitution of Nigeria allows it that workers have the right to unionize. That is in the Constitution of your country. So don't blame them. They are lawful. They are doing the lawful thing to be member of the union. And when the union, embark on strike, they have to participate. So that's it, one man. So it's don't go after them as if they have done anything bad for the country. They are just fighting for a better life for themselves, for their fighting for their own interests, which we know it is the normal thing that when workers are fighting for their interests, push home their demand, strike is one of the weapons that they use it. So they have not done anything wrong as far as I'm concerned. It's sad that it has to be like that, but I mean, it's not. They are workers, and they are union members, and they have to do what they are called upon to do by the union. So that's the way I see it. So I think the way it is now, I hope that government will be serious. Government will be able to negotiate. Government will be able to put figures before them. And, and I believe if government is really serious and show them the figures, how the figures look like, I think they'd be more considerable as well to meet at the middle with the government, as long as the government can go up as well. So the issue of 60,000 is out of it completely. So the government has seen it clearly that the workers is really standing up for their right, and it is good for the government to meet halfway with them and then let the country move forward. When the workers are happy, the country will be happy. When the workers are not happy, it will affect the economic activities in the country, because the purchasing power will not be there. And the video we were watching yesterday, it showed clearly how the purchasing power of Nigerian worker has been crushed over time, from the 80s to the 90s and down to where we are today. It's been going downward. The value of our currency in what do you call it, in 1980 or 1981, the minimum wage was 125 naira, which I think would be around maybe, how much would that be in dollars? Maybe like 150 or something like that, or because our currency was even stronger than the dollar back then. So, and look at the way the trend, the downward trend since then. You see the dollar gaining strength against naira been going down in value. And today, what used to be in dollar term, maybe around 150 or 160 that time, is now $21. Look at the disparity between the two. Look at the losses being recorded for years on the side of the worker. Look at what Nigerian workers are lost in terms of what should have been a gain for, their in terms of their salary, what should have been a gain for them has been a serious loss for Nigerian workers. What used to be $150 in the 80s is now $21. Are you telling me that Nigerian workers are doing well? They are living in poverty. We should be crying for Nigerian workers. They are living the most hardship life in this world. They are living workers must not live in poverty, for God's sake. It shouldn't happen in a country. If the government official, your politician, doesn't live in poverty, there's no way the workers should live in poverty. I'm not saying that we want to be as rich as them, but we should be, people that work in the government service should live a meaningful life. They should be able to buy food and eat. They should be able to pay their rent. They should be able to send their children, buy some essential and their children education and stuff. They should be able to do that at, conveniently. I'm not saying, I'm not saying that, sometimes there can be some hardship, but this is extreme. This is poverty.
Is that what obtains where you are?
Is that obtained where I am? Government workers, I can tell you here.
Like people that live on the minimum. No, hold on. You heard the question. People that live on a minimum wage, do they live a life of? Does it give them a life that dignifies?
Let me tell you this. If you live, as a matter of fact, there are no states. That minimum wage that is said in the United States that is $8.75, there's no job that pay that. They pay way above that. Okay, that is number one. Now I want you to know that it's $8, maybe 72 cents.
But is that the government minimum wage?
Yes, that's the government minimum wage.
Okay, why are people paying more than that?
hold on. Oh yeah, people pay that is to tell you that, you know, depending on where you live, the employers of labor put into consideration the cost of living in that city, and that determines the minimum wage.
Yeah, so that can obtain in Nigerian too. They call it in this country, they call it waiting.
Yes.
So they say London waiting. So that's in weight WEE. Yeah. So the point I'm making essentially is that the minimum wage is the most stringent sort of pay. It is not there to give a life of comfort, you know, and that's why a lot of people augment it. I'm not aware of sorry Dewale, I'm not aware of anybody on minimum wage that doesn't augment it with something or the other. You know, so I'm not quite sure what all this
wait, woman. What I'm telling you is
I have a question.
Sorry, let Dewale come in. Yeah.
Yes, I do.
I just want to ask you a question, and I didn't mean to take your time. What you know how much Lagos State is paying its worker? You know
I think it's about 70K, isn't it?
And besides that, they work only 4 times in a week now.
How much? I want to establish how much is the state government paying them now?
It's about 70, the wage award and also the 30,000. So 60, 70.
Okay. So, Papa Legogo, don't you think that Lagos State has set the standard and that should be the yardstick? And if
paid 70 in the last 2 months.
You can't use the standard of Lagos State as the universal standard because the hold on. The cost of living in Lagos State is 3 times the nearest state that is expensive. So, yeah.
I mean, going by the situation in Nigeria now, and if 60,000 is not enough for the NLC, don't you think that at least arriving at 70, let's even say 65 to 70, should be the standard, or should I say the yardstick for other states to follow?
Now him be say you go there for darkness for the rest of your life now. Make you go pay them 60,000. You go
No. Listen, Bansard, no.
There be no electricity. There be no
flights. Don't come across that way. I asked the question. Lagos State increased the salary to a certain amount, correct? And you guys said 70,000. And that is for one of the richest states in Nigeria. That is the amount of money that they could afford at this time around. So, in consideration of that, to other states as well that are poor and poorer, like Osun or Ekiti, right? So, if Lagos State could afford to pay 70,000, so that means poorer states like Osun or Ekiti will not be able to pay that. But I just say, for a fair deal with NLC, let's just assume 70,000 is a great deal. To set between
can I give my own idea too? Since you gave your own idea, let me give my own suggestion what they should do. Now, for the first time on this platform, I'm giving my own opinion. I believe that.
Are you saying for the first time on this platform? What are you trying to say?
What I'm trying to say, usually I just
give
facts.
The first time.
I give facts. But this time, let me give you an idea. My own opinion is not from anybody else, but from
Ever given opinion on this platform before? This is your first time.
I have.
Let's hear your opinion.
Here's my opinion on what they should do here. Labor unions are there to help their fellow countrymen and themselves make a decent wage and reduce the gap between rich and poor. That's very important to understand that rule. So, critics, capitalists such as myself, business people, have said that, look, there are some businesses that cannot afford this and it would cause difficulty, even reduce employment. And that's a point there. So what I say is it should be bifurcated. Because of the kind of country we have, the government has a lot of power, a lot of money. There's a lot of money in the government. There should be 2 strata. One is the minimum wage for the government. It should be ascertained how much our highest paid government officials make, right? By the way, before I go on to complete, there's just going to be a couple of more sentences. You already know that it's going to be a two-tier, one for the government and then one for the private sector. I have a question for Baba. Baba, this is just a couple of snappy questions. Just give me the answer. Don't try to evade it or, have you ever employed anybody in your life?
What a question.
No, just yes or no. Have you?
I've lived an eventful life.
All right, let's not deviate from.
No. But this is very important. It has nothing to do with your personal life. I'm saying if you had employees.
When I will not come here and then talk about my net worth.
No, I'm not talking about that.
Media.
Have you?
You understand? But I'm telling you, I've lived an eventful life.
Baba is richer than you.
Even my children are employers of labor. Let me put it that way.
I don't want it to be that kind of thing. Let's just. Here's the point.
He's richer than you.
That's not what I'm saying.
My children own houses in Abuja, though I don't have one there. That's enough for you, okay?
One man. If I'm surrendering, I'm throwing a white flag. I don't want it to be argumentative. But honestly, this is as a tool to get us to what I'm talking about. What I was asking him, if he had said yes, I have employed some people before, then my follow-up would have been, how many of those got paid without you knowing how much they get paid? How many have you ever employed in your life?
Okay, are you taking us back to the senator's pay?
Exactly, because
all right. Just hold that.
I have statistics of that already for the senators and House of Reps.
Let's do it in an orderly fashion. So Ajale Koko, bring home that labor union space, because I think we've over-labored it somewhat.
I had a suggestion that I was making to counter Dewale. I think mine is better, where the government we'll take a look at how much the senators or even the president they get paid, right? Then we make a percentage of that the minimum pay for government, right? So they say they have about 1 million employees or whatever. So those at least have that as a minimum pay. That is, we, the people, pay them. They work for us. It shouldn't be done in a clandestine way where we don't know how much they're getting paid. We should know how much they're getting paid and then tag along a percentage of that. It shouldn't be the same for minimum wage. True, but it should be at least 10%, 20%, depending on what it is. That's the minimum wage for the government workers at every level of government, right? So now we have to now come to this private sector. I believe that 495 is good. All right, so maybe they discount it a little, maybe go down to like 450. That's my opinion. That's like 300,000 naira. Now I would elucidate at my own time the benefits of that. That has a lot of benefits to it. We're the giant of Africa, right? So if you take a look at other countries around South Africa and some others that I could, if I have the figures to give you how much they pay, none of them is anywhere what they're talking about here. Some of them are like 300,000 naira.
Yeah, we had those figures yesterday. Ajale Koko brought them forward, but let Ajale Koko.
But those figures are not. I mean, you shouldn't. You understand, because the rent a month for one room or what other room and parlor in Cote d'Ivoire, in Ghana, in Gambia, you won't believe it. How much they pay and how much they pay for power.
So in Nigeria, so the rent is very cheap.
Oh, not just cheap. Is it cheap in Nigeria? I can compare.
I go on and on while I cannot go on. Right? He's talked for almost an hour.
I'm wanting to get back to. Oh, guy, please don't do this, ma'am. I just cannot abide it today. Ajale Koko, bring home that labor thing, and then we go on to Wole Soyinka.
Well, so Nigerian workers, like I said, are the most poorly paid people amongst they are contemporary in Africa. She brought it yesterday, particularly oil-producing countries. Nigeria workers are below in their pay. You see, even Cote d'Ivoire, they pay their workers better than even Ghana. Ghana minimum wage is 38,000 naira. So, Chad, one of these countries that Nigeria feed, their minimum wage is 115 naira. You know, it's just shameful. And some of you that don't see the importance of this, that the workers, this time when the economy is so bad, and you look, Nigeria is turning to sachet economy, where you see everything is being packaged in sachet, not in can, not in the milk is in sachet. All this got a lot of things. Even some wine, they've been trying to package it in sachet. How on earth it could be? Because people cannot buy. There's no money. They can't buy things the way they used to buy.
All right. Adalekoko, let's move on from that labor space. I think we've been there long enough.
Hold on now. Baba spoke for how many minutes?
No, you still have the floor, but we're 2 hours.
Are you jealous? The number one person that speaks every day, speaks for 1 hour every day here. Is the normal thing.
Is it because we are opposition to what you stand for? Is that
no? Now,
Aja. Come on.
Hold on, Baba, hold on, please.
When people that are pro-government are speaking
extensively on it already. But carry on.
When people that are pro-government speak that you agree with, when we that are opposition speak, let us speak too.
He
we are opposition.
His platform for saying the same thing.
So let us speak. But let us move to Wadishoinka. I don't want to take your time. You don't want to. You've had enough. You've had enough from me.
Finish your thoughts. Finish your thoughts. But
let's move on.
You spoke extensively on it, though. So that's the.
Let him and let her jump and start carry on. You will be interjecting.
You know where I stand.
For peace.
You know I'm for workers, and I will speak for the workers. So we that are speaking for the workers should be allowed to speak, strongly and on what we passionately believe in. People that want to defend the government, let them speak their own too. But I am not happy of the state and the condition of Nigerian workers today. We all need to be crying for Nigerian workers. They are living dead people. I know when I was working, I know what I used to own, I know what I used to earn. In the 80s, we are paid lunch subsidy at work. Lunch allowance. I get it every day. What has the country turned to?
Those were simpler times.
The country we cannot take our children to. We can't take our children to that country to go and live in that country. Are we happy? Do you think we are happy? Do you know how much I've sent out today to help people on weekly basis? It is sad that the politicians are treating workers this way. It's very, very bad. They are hopeless people. They don't know what to do. And when they fight, and when they don't fight, you said, oh, they are toothless dog. They can only bark, they cannot bite. And then when they bite, you say, oh, they are reckless. For God, let's move on. Let's move to Wole Soyinka or wherever you want me to move to. Take me to another place.
All right, Adalekoko, don't let me stifle your voice. If you still want to,
I don't like some of the things that some of us are trying to do here. You want to blame the workers every time, as if that should be blamed, or you should blame your reckless, irresponsible leaders.
No, I think you're getting it wrong there. Nobody is
You
blaming
don't
the
want to see
workers.
anything wrong in them.
Nobody is blaming why would anybody in his right mind blame workers for demanding something that will uplift their life? The thing we are saying is that in our present condition, let us sit down and reason together. That's all.
As the politicians show that level of reasoning with the people,
Then we
have they
question them.
demonstrated
We
it at
put
all?
all. It will be on the
But
table.
let him land now. Let
It
him
should
land.
be on the table too.
Have they
But let him
demonstrated
land.
in their habit, in their conduct, in their way of life, that reasonability? Have they shown it at all? Have they shown that they are reasonable people?
It should be part of what we put on the table and talk about, reason about.
Look, Nigerian people, they are just helpless people. They turn them to people that, these politicians have completely messed up the psyche of Nigerian people. It's not going to be like this forever. At a point, people are going to fight. It is a matter of time. You can't continue to rule the country, rule the people in this manner, in pushing them into poverty. And you think that it's going to be like that forever? It's not
It
going to be
can
like
be,
that
nothing
forever.
lasts forever, because at a point in this same country we are, people earn less than $20. I have it. I can tell you the period people earn less than $20. Things come and it will change, but let us discuss it as we are discussing now. That is it. There is time for everything.
Look at the trend of, the downward trend of Nigerian workers' pay from the 80s to where we are now. It's going down. It's not going down.
It's not going down.
It's going down. It's going down. If you measure it by dollar, it by dollar, it's going down.
No, it's going up.
It's not going up.
Are they reducing their pay? They're increasing their pay.
Hold on. Okay, what of the value? What of the value of your money?
That's a different thing, isn't it?
Oh no, that is
the point. Their pay is not going down.
That is the point.
That's really sneaky.
When you have so much pay but it's valueless, what does that mean?
Well, but the pay is going up. The pay is going up.
No,
the value, the purchasing power is not the strength it used to be.
The value of that money was to nothing, even though it looked high, but it was to nothing. That is the key.
But that's a global malaise, though.
When we were paid minimum wage in 80s of 125 naira, people living well, workers living well, cleaners live good life, messengers live clerk, they live quality life with 125 naira. I mean, what can they do today? $150 is now $23 today.
And that's the same globally. How much a dollar 10 years ago is now 50 cents, is now 40 cents now.
Look, in 1981, when we are talking, in 1981, we earned 150 naira, which was $245 then.
Oh man, he didn't hold on when you say hold on.
$245.
Okay.
150 in 1981.
In 1981.
So we've even gone very high before. No doubt.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Why can't we have that pay? When the value of your naira is going down, losing value, when your currency loses value, the purchasing power of the workers is killed. And they have lost value, at a very fast speed. that we never seen before in the history of that country.
It's a global phenomenon.
It is not global.
It is
the reckless and useless policy that he adopted that killed the value of the naira. We know
Okay,
where.
Aja, let me shock you with this
Hold on, Baba.
statistics.
No, Baba. Let him round up that space. I want us to.
No, we are talking figures now because in 1998, Abdul Salam period. You understand? We're still earning that 450 naira a month. Oh, but do you know what that 450 naira translate to? $5. $5. 450. 1998. Check it out. So this thing, it varies. Yeah.
$5. Okay, go and look at it.
Understand what I'm trying to say.
Baba, let's round off.
Look at what it is in 2015. It was $91 when it was 18,000 minimum wage. What 80,000 can buy then, 100,000 cannot buy it today. And yet you are paying 30,000 to the worker. So what do you think is going to happen to workers' purchasing power? It's dead. So what we are saying is that, workers have not been fairly treated in that country. Politicians have treated themselves good. They have, they enjoy the commonwealth of all of us. They should look out for the workers too. When workers are well taken care of, propel, productivity high put will definitely increases when they are well paid. If our great politician, our founding father, like Chief Obafemi Awolowo in the 50s, can see that workers' interests come first and pay them more than even the federal worker. He was beating his chest. I used to beat his chest that on his watch, workers will never go on strike. When federal workers were going on strike, when workers in the East were going on strike, the West workers did not go on strike because he paid them right. And the productivity that we gained then, we saw what he did with it. So that is the way to treat workers.
What? There's a reason for that.
No, Baba. Let me mute you.
One man, they interject.
We have to move on. Apologies.
Please. I just came to ask Baba Janle Koko some few questions.
All right.
I want us to his turn, though. I mean,
yes. Maybe we should, because people are waiting, and I want us to move fairly quickly through people.
Just a minute question, and I'll sign out, please.
No. Apologies. Let's move on. Ajande Koko, move us to. Let me play you a clip on the way to this Simon Ekpa narrative, just to what you were speaking about just now.
It's going to get nowhere. One that comes on my street is either £1 a p or £2. Like, he's going to get nowhere with that.
No, he ain't, is it?
No, he ain't.
That's well bad, isn't it?
You should know.
She's so cute. She looks like a little Emma Watson, doesn't she?
That's it. Let him have it. For this young lady, the price of ice cream comes with 2 scoops of disgust.
Yes.
That is Marnie, who's going viral, not just in the UK, everywhere. She's protesting.
I believe it's going to get nowhere.
I believe Tinubu will have.
All right. That's just to tell you that's a girl complaining about how the price of ice cream had gone up by 400%, where she is. But like I said, that's just the purchasing power. Adale Koko, give us just a snapshot view on this one. Extradite Simon Ekpa now. Ex-DSS Director Mike Ejiofor tells federal government gives reason. So yes, to that.
Well, people can say whatever they like against the agitators. They can call on them to be extradited, but the country where they live, don't see it like that. They are lawful country. They believe they are fighting.
Are we aware if a formal request has been made to Finland for the extradition of Simon Ekpa?
I don't know if they have done it. I think during the Buhari time, I think there was speculation out there that Nigerian filed extradition, petition against him or something like that. I don't know if it was thrown into the garbage, because we know those countries, they are not lawless country. Like they are democratically run country that give freedom of speech and freedom, for people, as long as they are doing it within the confine of the law of their land and international law. They're not going to do anything to them. So Nigeria, I believe they have not found anything, in terms of concrete evidence against him. And maybe that is why they couldn't file. Because if you want to file extradition order or petition against somebody or whatsoever against somebody, you must go through, the court process in your country, and that extradition petition must be backed by the law of your country with concrete evidence to, the foreign country you want to send that application to, or request, extradition request rather. Yeah, let's put it request. Before the country you want to send that request to, you must be able to prove that yes, this is what this person have done, and this is the reason why we are requesting for his extradition. And another thing is that you must sign.
You don't think they should send assassins after him also?
One man, Ekpa doesn't. It's not water trouble. They should just let him be.
So, when you don't have a treaty of extradition treaty with any country that you are sending requests to, they might not honor it. Does Nigeria have extradition treaty with Finland? I don't know. Maybe we have, but not that I know of. But what I'm saying is that, look, people that are agitating for, you see, the killing of the military men in the Southeast. What evidence do we have that is Samuel Ekpa that is behind it, behind the killing of those people? Do we have any evidence?
All the indicators indicated will be he is the orchestrator. He's the the maestro with a little stick.
Do we have evidence to prove that?
What are all the indicators? He's called for the sit at home. He declared the Biafra Day. He always agitates for violence against state actors. And now we are seeing that manifest. So what does that tell us?
What's the proof that we have?
All the things I've just listed.
Look,
who else does it indicate? Who else does it indicate towards?
Commemoration of Biafra Declaration. Is it illegal?
It is illegal. It's not. No. It is illegal. It is not a pronouncement of the state.
Okay.
It's a pronouncement of a proscribed organization.
No. One man. Okay.
The IPOB called for the commemoration. They declared a terrorist organization within the Nigerian country.
Well, I think yes, that is right. That is IPOB.
Yes, and they are the ones that called for the Biafra Day. It wasn't in any serious space.
Look, the IPOB is one organization. There are some other organizations too.
No, it was a more powerful IPOB that declared the Biafra Day.
So the people that went after the military, or are they IPOB?
Who else would they be?
Okay, so you have concluded that it's IPOB that killed those people.
No, all the indicators conclude, not me, all the indicators.
You see,
they preach violence. They preach they preach violent enforcement. They rail against state actors. They tell their adherents, their followers, to savage and ravage anybody that represents the Nigerian state. They declare a day illegally, which they said they are going to enforce with force, and that force then manifests in the loss of our 5 soldiers' lives. So who else will be responsible?
See, what is important is that, you see, Nigerian states should show capacity of, going after criminals in that country.
And Simon Ekpa is not a criminal?
No, what I'm saying, because Simon Ekpa is not in Nigeria. I'm talking about criminals among us in that country that live, that kill. Look at since when that incident happened, they've not been able to fish out these guys. Nigerian states should be able to, protect life and property. How can military officer be killed in an open place and the people that killed them disappeared? Up to today, no one knows them. You see, when you have a state that shows that lack of capacity, to protect the citizen, let us go after the government. RPOB on their side, what capacity have we developed to fight this criminality in our midst and put them and subdue them completely? We haven't shown any capacity, but the little capacity we have to protect have been diverted to the protection of the politician across the country. That is what we workers, the workers, are fighting against. So you people in power cannot have so much security around you, so much luxury around you, everything good, but the people are left with nothing. So it is Nigerian state. Let us blame Nigeria for those security men that are killed, and yet the people that are responsible for this are yet to be fished out. It's a lack of capacity by the state, and it shouldn't happen where we have government running. Wherever you have government running, the government must run well, particularly in the areas of security of life and property. So it is not safe for the people living in that country. The same thing happened all over the north. Killing everywhere. What are we talking about? Let us blame these ridiculous, incompetent people in the position of power. Those are the ones. Samuel Ekpa is nothing. Samuel Ekpa is just talking on the radio or just talking on internet. Do we have evidence to prove that Samuel Ekpa is supplying arms to some people to carry out this killing in the East? Do we have evidence to prove that?
So you're saying we don't have it. You're saying it's not instigating the violence in the Southeast.
What I'm saying, when this guy
are you saying he's not instigating the violence in the Southeast? Is he instigating the violence? Answer that question. Is he instigating the violence in the Southeast?
Okay, okay. Let me agree with you.
All right. So there it is. And if he wasn't instigating the violence, would those violence take place?
Hold on, one man. On what authority does Samuel Ekpa stand to talk, and what he says is affected against the interests of the state, and yet the state lacks the capacity to control the situation. What does that tell you? Does that tell you that that state is not a failed state? Samuel Ekpa, all the way in Finland, talking. Go and do this. And people listen. And you have government on the ground. Government cannot do something against what Samuel Ekpa is. Some all the way in Finland is talking. And whatever he says is holding ground in Nigeria. Oh my God, Nigeria has lost it. We have lost it. But we want to go after Ekpa. Where is that? Who is that?
It is the prime.
Okay.
Yeah.
Somebody. But we want to Ekpa. Ekpa is instigating. What are you doing on the ground to stop the mayhem that the people in that east, the mayhem, the criminal are affecting on the what are you doing to stop it? That is the question we must have our people, our government in that part of the country. What are they doing? And particularly the federal government that own the security of the state. What are they doing? So they failed us. Do they have evidence that Ekpa sent arm to them to carry out this barbaric killing of the people? Did they have evidence to prove that? You see, when you see people that are lazy people in government, their failure, they want to blame other people for their own failure. So they're blaming Ekpa for their own failure to protect the people in the east.
Hello, Baba Janle Koko. Hello, Baba Janle Koko.
That is what I am saying.
Let me say something to you, please. In Finland, if by the words of your mouth you cause harm to someone else, you are liable for it. So, if the Nigerian government knows the right way to go, Finland has previously been accused of harboring terrorists. That was what delayed the joining of NATO for Finland. So if the government knows the right routes to go, the Finnish government is going to give Samuel Ekpa a serious warning, and all this will stop. It's a very straightforward stuff. You take Finland to EU court, and from there it will flow down, and Samuel Ekpa will get the memo. It's going to stop.
You see, I am not supporting the killing of those soldiers. The people that killed those soldiers should be fished out and should be punished with the ultimate punishment is what I consider that should be meted on them. But what I'm saying, how can we have government in place and you see such criminality going on unabated? It is a failure on the side of the government. It is a failure on the side of the government. Samuel Ekpa is doing its own, talking. He's just talking, ordering people. Go and do this. If the state has shown capacity that this cannot happen, what is preaching, and they've been able to pick all these criminals and all these terrorists in their midst, I mean, everywhere would have been peaceful, and it will have turned to just a dog that is just barking for nothing. But Samuel Ekpa is talking, and the whole state respond positively to what he said. I mean, it's a lack of capacity on the side of the government. Let us look inward. What problem do we have inward before we start blaming the person outside? So, to me, Samuel Ekpa is just doing what he believes in, that they must have Biafran state. Is it a wrong thing for him to agitate for Biafran state? No, it is not. It is a wrong thing to agitate for Yoruba land and for Odua Republic or Yoruba nation. No, it is not. But when they are carrying out this thing with violence, the state must show capacity to push back, stop their rascality, and then put an end to that. What do you call it? The insecurity they're trying to they're trying to effect on the state. The state must show capacity to stop it. Let us blame the federal government and the state government all in the east for not showing capacity to protect the life and property of their people. That is what I see there. I don't see Ekpa as a problem at all. Me, I don't see that guy just talking, man. He's just talking. He didn't say no harm. He didn't say nothing. He's just talking. Talking. Rousing people up. Agitating hard. Shaking the country.
And sending them money to buy the arms. Can you add?
Do they have evidence? Have they arrested anybody that you send money to? Have they prosecuted any? Look, when you see people that are failure in government representing you, trying to blame their failure on the others, let us point it to them that you are the failure. They are the failure, it's not Ekpa. Ekpa doesn't have no capacity to protect any Nigerian people or anybody in Igbo land. It is the government and the federal government, and they fail to protect the people in Igbo land. It's not Ekpa. Ekpa is just agitating and is doing what he believes in accordance to international law. Nigerians signed to that law that in a particular country, if any part of that country is agitating for their own separate state, they can do it as long as it is peaceful. So it's what he's doing is legal. And that is why Finland have not arrested him, because he has not contravened any international law, nor the law of Finland. So that's my take, one man. Thank you.
All right, excellent. All right, thank you, Ajale Koko. So thank you, Ajale Koko. So gentlemen, I'm going to do 8-minute whiz round, starting with Pansat. If we minimize the interjections, then we get to voices quicker. Pansat, it's only because the length that has passed so far, so many voices not spoken. But let me play a clip to just as a clap back to Ajale Koko's commentary. It's only a minute, and then you pick it up after the clip. And watch this.
Why is everything so damn expensive? 4 years ago, my rent was $1,200 a month at a luxury apartment complex. It is now $2,100, not even including utilities. I went to the grocery store yesterday, right, and got 3 bags of chips, some ground turkey, and some vegetables, and it was $67! What? My car insurance from 4 years ago until now, with no tickets, no wrecks, no nothing on my driver's record, has gone from $130 to $240 per month. 3 years ago, my electric bill was averaging $45. Now it's averaging $125. You go and get a tank of gas once a week, and you're dropping $70. I mean, a guy can't even buy a can of dip for less than $8. $8 for a can of dip? What the fuck is going on?
So there it is right there. Apart
He told you he's living in a luxury apartment. What's he talking about?
I'm not sure that was a she. I'm not sure that was a she.
I'm not either. It's not she.
I suspect it might not be, but Pansat.
Yeah, you know, it looks like Pansat girlfriend. Looks like Pansat girlfriend.
Let me say hello to everybody that's participating here, even just listening. They won't know. Let me also say to Ajale Koko, God bless you today and always. May God bless you. and keep you safe.
Until tomorrow, I mean, amen today, but until tomorrow, I say you start to flog him again. 8 minutes concerned.
All right, thank you very much. Now, one man, like that propaganda you played right there, and we laugh. We're supposed to just laugh. We know it's either Kulata send that to you, but most especially Baba. They keep feeding you those kind of things to help you along. We'll try to help you along here.
The
It's
enemy
our channel.
Now, what for you? So I'm living rent free now in your head.
You know, comparing
Rent free in your head. You know well.
One man, you say 8 minutes. You really do have to guard defense on this one. Look, we can come here and we'll talk all day. But sometimes one man try to describe to his listeners about liberal, conservative, ideology. That's what it comes down to. So the people I'm going to flog at some point tonight are going to be those people who I don't find in one camp or the other, because it's good to have an ideology and nobody should knock anybody for that. But if you are not in it, for example, as a liberal, you believe in, when I talk about liberal, I'm talking about American politics, which is similar to what we have, because we copied our constitution, ipsissima verba, from the United States. So you have to believe in equality and individual liberty. There are voices here. There are people who one man puts all the way to the top, close to him in position here, and they talk for sometimes hours. They should know that we're going to have to smoke out all the scandals. We believe in equality and individual liberty. Bear that in mind. We support private property and individual rights in that country. We want a limited constitutional government. We don't want a big government. We want pluralism, toleration, autonomy, integrity, and consent. That's what we're dealing with in that country. So anytime somebody comes here and they're mouthing off about a big government, soldiers, if you don't do this, we should charge him with treason. Treason is a crime. It's an important crime. It's a serious crime. One of the worst. For example, if you're attacking a state authority, instead of having allegiance to that state, participating in a war against your native country or attempting to overthrow it, that's treason. Treason is nothing to go arresting people like Showore, who's saying, in the colloquial sense, we want a revolution. Or Nnamdi Kanu, or Ajero, or whatever his name is, the Labour guy. When people come here under the guise of a big government, they want to arrest our citizens. Every little thing, they want to go charging somebody with treason. No imagination to come up with something new. Now, they could do it outside of this platform. They cannot come here, find comfort, and turn everything into the citizens against their government. And we're just supposed to laugh. Now, some of the ones who commit this egregious act here, it's kind of amorphous, right? You really just can't say, okay, this is who's doing it. It's formless. They try to use tribalism, pinpointing an area. Every discussion comes down to that. Whenever there's progress demanded by the people, trying to advance the country, accelerate things, develop it, evolve the country, increase the country. When there's intensity, they come here and they try to get on top, close to the moderator. They're against growth. They look back, they want to talk about what we did in the 60s, 40s, without any correlation to the present, where we're trying to amplify and increase the country. And they make suggestions that are anti the people. Now, I have no problems or qualms if they define their mission without being vague. I would want one man, and this is a suggestion, let me make it here and now. The person who first starts a program, because it will not be fair to say that that corporate I was describing earlier, it's one man's favorite. I've started the program here, and the very first person goes on forever and ever. So
sorry, I did say no interjection, but let me address a little bit. When the program starts, the panelists come in drips. So if the panelists about 3-4, then for the elongation of it, they get a longer period to speak, and then as the room starts to fill in, for the benefit of not holding people to hostage for too long, we start to shorten the time. So that's what happened there. And in terms of favorite, everybody knows that you are my favorite, but carry on.
Thank you very much. I was going there. You read my mind, so I'll cut that area short, except to then add my suggestion, which is that some people here, or all of us, should swear and affirm that what we come here to say is true to the best of our knowledge. And perhaps I suggest we use Amadioha for it. Swear that we're here to tell the truth without purpose of evasion. That we affirm that everything we're going to be saying that we know so to be true. So help us God. So now, on the issue that has been well dealt with, Ajan Lekoko dealt with it with the spirit that it should be dealt with. So, and you said you didn't want to move on, and I'll go ahead and accept that, because I was driving to come here.
4 minutes gone, one man. 4 minutes gone.
Yeah, you can make your contributions to that as well. I just wanted to break that labor space, but it's still
okay.
All conversations still open, so I'm not restricting anybody. Carry on.
Thank you. Let me just say that the minimum wage is the lowest permitted by law, right? Special agreement with the labor union. It's a minimum wage. Look at all, even like when you're talking about Finland, do you know, for example, somebody's here trying to tell Finland what to do. Do you know what their population is? About 5 or 6 million people, right? They fought and got their independence in the early 1900s, probably 1916, 1918 or something like that. Guess what their GDP is and their per capita? Almost $60,000. Almost 60,000 per capita. Now, Nigeria's is what, 1,000 something? Who are you to tell Finland what to do? They're more developed and more civilized than you are. You could even dream to be any day. These are people who fought the Russians to get their independence. They're a member of the EU. You're going to go telling Finland that somebody is a terrorist in there, where you are a terrorist state. Now, if you don't want, like me, I don't like calling my country terrorist state, but that's what you are. Everybody knows that. Now, who's going to harbor somebody like Simon Ekpa in their country saying the things that he says if it's not true? Who is the beast here and who is the human? Do you even have a shame? Is that because we haven't taken our country back? You're sitting in Nigeria with a bunch of terrorists ruling the country. Is there anybody here who doesn't know that? You over there at Mountain of Talent, Finland. These are people who have GDP per capita of $60,000. Because if you, let's say you just want to look them up and you see something like that, as a red-blooded Nigerian, you should be upset about that. Why should these people be getting all this kind of money and our people are just going to come, live, and die generation after generation? And you just distracting us with Simon Ekpa and then Nambikano or Showere. No, I mean, it's not on the government now. I want to make uncomfortable those who come here and they have no shame and they know who they are. Whenever there's a summoning of courage by our people to tell our government to do the right thing, and you take the government side, but you do it amorphously. So now that's what I'm confronting now. I don't care. You could have your own opinion, but don't play. Don't play. And one of the ones that is quite irritating is to charge our citizens with treason, no matter what they do. Treason is perfidious, seditious. Yeah, it's subversive. It's a rebellion. And it's a horrendous act. But it will be goons if you're gonna take our activists and then make them treasonous, and you hug these thieves who's kept our country the way it is. You think we'd like to come here? You could do it from far away. Don't come here and play games every day of the week as if we don't know you. Now, this platform probably is one that you could say, look, it's going to give you a little comfort. But one man is a very clever person. There's a lot of things he's doing when he's here. He's like water. Sometimes he's solid, like an ice cube. Sometimes he's like a vapor. Sometimes it's like a liquid. And I don't like it, but it goes with the media, trying to generate debate. But don't go hugging one man. I don't even know if he's a Nigerian, to be honest with you. I think it's somebody who probably has interest in Nigeria and adopt the Yorubas because the Yorubas, they're ubiquitous.
1 man is 10 minutes already.
Let me ask for unanimous consent that I speak with as much time as I may consume. Haven't heard no objection. What I want to say is that we really don't disagree on debate. We want to have, like I said in the beginning of my remarks, and I'll be ending it and wait for my turn again, ideology. Some are conservative, and there's nothing wrong with being a conservative politician. You don't want rapid changes. You want to hold on to your religion, and you do this and you do that. That's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. But when it comes to there are benefits to being conservative. The problem I have is that the same you, when it comes to the time that we should benefit from conservatism, then you switch. So overall, we get nothing from you but perfidy. You're going to have some respect for our citizens. You don't have to respect me. But when some groups, or even individuals, some groups say they're agitating for something, not only do they have the right, you ought to look into the merits of what they're talking about. Paying somebody $30,000, 30,000 naira, when a bag of gari is 80. And you have the audacity to come here. You have the audacity to come here. You have no empathy. You have no sympathy. But your vitriol is what you're pouring on these people. How is somebody who has a family of 2, 3, 4 going to live on a 30,000 naira
All right, start to bring it on.
Remuneration. No, because some things are just beyond the pale. There's no reason to argue issue by issue because I have other issues and I'm being needled by the moderator. I will spare you. I'm not going to mention who you are.
You are a coward if you can't mention the person's name. You are a bare-faced coward.
Could you please mute whoever it is that who is that? Please hold your peace. So what I'm saying is that next time I will go hard and tough.
Oh, go hard. If you can't use me to learn English, come out straight. You come for me, I come for you. You give me 10, I give you 100.
One man I didn't mention Baba. I beg meet and make I land my point. I'm almost.
No. I'm not exchanging violence. You understand?
No. Please hold on, please.
I'm a hard man. If you think you're hard, I'm harder. You think I'm a kid? You think I was born yesterday? You can run your mouth and have diarrhea of the mouth. Don't be a coward. Mention names.
You have to understand the complexities of Pansat sometimes. And
at times he goes overboard. At times tyrannical people like this has to be stopped in their tracks.
Hold on, Pansat. It's not actually tyranny. You have to understand the complexity of people like Pansat, and his complexity is usually reflected in his tone of voice. Sometimes it's trolling, sometimes it's serious, oftentimes it's just poking, and you can all hear that in the texture and the pitch of his voice. I think it was just pulling at you in a jocular manner. I don't think there was no malice in that, but I bring it on, Pansat.
Yeah, I detect malice in that.
All right, so
in the texture of his voice.
To just round that up there, I believe that the labor union, especially ours, now everybody said they faulted this group for folding so many times because it's just not in our nature to go all the way, pull the government down, have our people suffering for whatever it takes to bring about some changes. So they normally don't go this far. I prayed for them yesterday and I continue to pray for them, their well-being, those of the workers, their families, and their communities, as their demands, as far as it goes for fair wages. That's what they're supposed to do, help workers earn decent wage. And then, of course, like I said earlier, bring down the gap between the rich and poor in that society. They ought to aim for safe workplaces. Now, that one is like what a first world country should be looking into. We don't even deserve to have safe workplaces. You have Dangote lorries just running over people all over the country. I don't even know if he gets charged for any of those things, or if he pays to those families. Right? We need health care.
You know, that's a question I've often asked as well. Because it's trucks, they're like a killing machine on the and you never hear that he's been consequenced for or any compensation or anything at all.
At all.
He of course is above the law, that guy.
Yeah, the unions they need to ask for those things. Health care, right? Workers should have health care. If you work, we're not talking about people who do no work. We're not asking for welfare. These are Nigerians in the richest country in Africa, the giant of Africa, with over 200 million people. Hardened.
Oh, all right.
Let me just say we need that work-life balance there. Our people will deserve equal opportunity down there, and this collective bargaining must stay. No matter who comes on this platform, no matter how tough the person says they are, that collective bargaining is a pillar that we know they should not do with fear of retaliation as they are threatening here. They should not pay any mind to anybody on this platform that is threatening them with treason or whatever. Go all the way and do your thing. All right. Thank you very much on that topic. And I really do applaud you in the last half hour or so when Aja was talking. You've improved in your moderation. At least try to bring a thing here, fairness, and control.
It's always been a balanced space, Pansat. At least I've always aspired to make it so. So thank you, Pansat. Let's hear from Dewale if he's still there.
I did have. I wanted to make a little input on the other topic, one or two topics there that you showed earlier. Okay, I did say something about IPOB a little bit, but isn't there another topic there that I'm missing? I thought there was something else.
The topics were Tinubu asking the finance minister to come up with a minimum wage within 2 days. The naming of Abuja Highway after Wole Soyinka, which is somewhat a payoff for the whipping of the obedient space.
Let me just say a word on that, because
it has to be a word though. But
a word or two. I'm just gonna say it's nepotism at its worst, favoritism, preferential treatment, right? Keep it in the family.
Are you saying Wole Soyinka is not deserving?
Of course, he's not. Now, the kind of accolade, it's a demotion for Wole Soyinka because, of course, he brought it upon himself. Wole Soyinka should be the people's property. In essence, we're the ones who should be giving him awards, not the government. Wole Soyinka is not that kind of creature. But he's an elderly man now, and we respect our elders, and he's tried, even when he was against the government. Now he went overboard, and now he's a hypocrite because in his youth, he took a pistol like I demonstrated here, and went into a TV station, kidnapped the station, gave them a script to read. Like he's talking about this youth obedience, and he's abusing them, and they're abusing him back. But don't forget, the problem I have with him is that he's a hypocrite, right? In his own youth, he actually went into one of Nigeria's television stations as a terrorist, kidnapped the station, gave him a note to read, and things like that, right? So these younger people these days, they're not doing that. They're marching off on the social media, and I think that he should draw back. This kind of award, he's way above that. He's the first recipient of the Nobel Prize in Literature. Even now, I wouldn't say what I'm about to say about that, because he's not gone on the other side. Therefore, I could criticize him and say that all African authors at that time were on strike against the Nobel, and they rejected it, and they made a deal nobody should accept because they were being discriminatory against African writers. So they were on strike against the Nobel Prize, Nobel system, and Soyinka betrayed them and want to took that award, and that's not fair. So now we get to see before we could see the trunk, we could see the hoof, we see the big legs, but now we know it's an elephant, right? So we can, instead of us talking with pride, you know how we used to be very proud of Soyinka, but whatever it is, collecting accolades from the government, that's not really who we know him to be. So I hope he will step back on that. And thank you very much. I will listen.
All right, brilliant. So that's the excellent Pansat, the mighty man himself. So a man of equal might, Dewale, hopefully still there. Dewale?
I'm very much around one man.
Yeah, brilliant. Well done. So sorry about the long wait. Your monologue starts now. Launch at it at whichever point you'd like.
Oh, okay. Let me start with the NLC. Good evening, everyone, and all the listeners and the fan of One Man Show. Good evening, Baba. Great analysis. I enjoy your input tonight. As always, thank you, sir. I really appreciate it. At the NLC, I think the federal government are boxing themselves to the corner. I think they should have stay put with the negotiation and not allow NLC to embark on they can call it political expedition, but I think they shouldn't have allowed that to happen, because now they're boxing themselves to the corner. No matter how we look at it, labor will always agitate for the betterment of the welfare of the workers, and on that they have my support. However, the people at the end of the affair of the union itself, I have they have questionable character, and to me, they have not been transparent enough, and their demand is not just ridiculous, but something that is out of this world. I think the federal government shouldn't have allowed, to this sit down look or expecting them to be the one to kowtow back to them. They should have stayed in the ring and negotiate with them, not allowing them to allow it to linger up to this moment. And I think I support Baba when he said that the Tinubu's handler should have done something better other than just, president making this public declaration that this secretary to the government and the chief of staff done. I mean, sorry, minister of finance, you know, bring a template. I think the presidency itself cannot, by fiat, say this is how much we're going to pay the federal government workers. I think there's a commission that oversees the implementation and ratification of the federal workers' minimum wages. But that is going to be at the end of the negotiations, or between the government and the union. So federal government, to me, box themselves to the corner. Why the labor union is discussing with the federal government, I think they also need to take to account that even though this is not just about the federal workers only, states are also involved. Because the standard the federal set is what the state has to follow. So, and in that regard, there are some states that are not just poor. To me, they are moribund. Some of the governors are not even creative enough to even generate more income for the state. So, somebody posted earlier that some states still, paying 18,000 naira as the minimum wage. Remember, this is just a starting point, not necessarily the overall salary for the state, I mean, for the workers. So, to me, federal government should have done better. And I make reference to the Lagos state salary earlier. That may not be applicable to other states in the country because fingers are not equal. But at least it should have be a reference point for the federal government when it comes to the negotiation with the labor union. Because no matter how we look at it, people are going to side with the labor, whether federal government like it or not, whether there is a political motive, in their action. So, to me, federal government should do better. But shutting down the infrastructure or certain area of economy that will have much impact on the people, I think the labor union did not think through this. Shutting down national grid, telling the employees of the state government hospital, federal hospitals to shut down tools, to me, that is reckless. There are certain aspects of the economy that should not even be touched at all if the NLCs wanted to be fair. I think the last time I checked, I'm not so sure, the places like the seaport and the airport are exempted when it comes to picketing. So I do not expect, the union leaders direct their people to go to the airport to stop, flow of operation. To me, that is anarchy, and to me, that is reckless. And I think somebody needs to be made the example. I mean, we've seen labor union that are strong-willed, that have strong voice, and they are trustworthy in the past. And what they say is where we found them. And even though it is just for the make believe, but at least they've taken actions that are not injurious to the people they claim to be working for. So I don't see the reason why you should throw the entire country into darkness simply because you are agitating for the betterment of their lives. It doesn't make any sense. To me, it's completely irrational. So, but I think this time around, federal government does not have a choice than to continue to dialogue with them and then come to a round table and arrive at the point that both of them will be able to. Somebody has to yield the floor. That is just one thing I know. And for those who are saying that the demand for the NLC is reasonable, look, may you not ask for something that will be bigger than you, because that will be called for completely, I don't know what I'll call it. Zimbabwe will be a child play. I'm talking of inflation now. So that is that about that. And for the Wole Soyinka, you know, I know people are going to read a lot of meaning to this, but Wole Soyinka has made his name, he has earned his credit, and Nigeria should respect him. Whether you support the incumbent or not, this is someone that have paid his due for the country, that have made his mark in his industry, and he should be seen from that prison. And for him to have been named, for that infrastructure to have been named after him, shows that the government actually acknowledged. And I tell you, if the president actually is the Obi or Atiku and decided to, name this database, with the Soyinka's name, we won't be having all these uproar about being, whatever we want to call it. To me, for those who are dragging him, I think that man has paid his due. I think it's a challenge for you and I, or for every one of us on this platform, to actually make a mark wherever where we find ourselves. Nobody has ever accused him, I'm talking about Soyinka now, of corrupting himself while he's serving publicly. Perhaps it seems that him being a Yoruba is his only crime. But people these days see him as someone who shouldn't even have his own opinion. Forgetting that this is also in Nigeria. So, to me, I think it's worth what the federal government did is good. Naming him while he's still alive. I mean, someone who will be 19 in July, that is a great deal. What other thought? I wrote it down somewhere, woman, before, but as soon as I left office, I just put the paper somewhere. What is it?
Yes, we were talking about Simon Ekpa as well, and
okay.
a former director of the DSS insisted that he must be extradited to come and face justice in Nigeria.
Mm-hmm. I listened with the rapt attention earlier when Baba Jale Koko was saying that.
I disagree totally with everything that Jale Koko said. I was surprised actually. The guy, they should never mind extraditing him.
Baba Jale Koko was saying that he has not been found guilty, which is true, but he's a person of interest. Not just to the government, but should be a person of interest to every concerned Nigeria. You cannot be in that position you found yourself, or the acclaimed leader of a section high pop, and saying all those things on the social media, and you say you are not a culprit. No, I know the book, the law has not found him guilty, but is a person of interest, because even if he's not supplying the militant or the miscreant, those scoundrels of ammunition in the southeastern, the fact that he's openly supporting their cause and championing and celebrating whenever there is disaster, that involves a soldier being by and all that in the southeast, shows that he's someone that needed to answer some question. So for him to be hanging in Denmark, Finland, I'm not so sure if Nigeria did have, extraditions relationship with Finland, but I also call to question the reason the Finland government cannot pretend or deny that they haven't seen his activities online. But it's unfortunate that this coward will stay in that country and use that as a cover and wreak havoc in his fatherland. It's unfortunate. Well, only the bastard does that when you decided to wage war against your own homeland. And I think, someone said, I don't know, I'm not sure who said that Samaripa should not be the headache of the government by now. When your neighbor is eating cockroaches, and you pretended not to notice, when you started having the reaction in the midnight, you yourself will not be able to sleep, and that is very, very related to Osama Ekpa. I think federal government should pay close attention. One way or the other, they should find a way to keep this guy, at a close watch, because they can't tell me that this guy doesn't know much about what is going on with those militancy activities going on in that end. What the DSS man said, he knew more than we do on this platform. All of us combined. This is someone who has been in the helms of affair, who was privileged to intelligence that you and I never will. So for him to have openly declare that government should have gone after him means that he knew what we don't know. And I think it's high time federal government start doing something about him, because for those who support him, I question their sense of loyalty and the patriotism, even to some extent their rationality. Let me put it that way, if there's any word, because you cannot be a person of rational mind and you support such an evil perpetrator. To me, I don't see him as somebody that should be left unchecked. I think he needed to be called for action, because look, these people fester, they embolden simply because, number one, they believe that they have the support, perhaps maybe internationally, and two, because they are far away. Look, one misconception is because you are abroad, you can do things that you like. No, the world has gone global now, and anybody can be easily identified. Even me talking from my phone right now, anybody can track me. Well, I use VPN, so nobody can track me anyway. But you can still be bypassed and get tracked. But I think government should pay more close attention to him and get him to order. But Mandela Koko he's not on Twitter, so he doesn't really know what this guy is doing on Twitter and other social platforms. He wouldn't have said what he said earlier. Thank you, woman.
All right, brilliant. That's excellent. Let's see if Ekene is there. Unlike him to be so quiet, he's probably asleep. Ekene. All right. Let's see if Isaac is there. Isaac, hopefully you are there. All right. All right. Let me play this clip. This was the clip I was going to use to bring in Ekene. So let me play this clip, and then whoever wants to pick it up, pick it up.
I believe Tinubu have never failed for his own life. He entered Lagos State. You can see many people, both Igbo, Hausa, and everybody were in Lagos today, enjoying what the man have done in Lagos. Tinubu will do the same thing in Federal.
Okay, if he has succeeded, why is it that they are cancelling the celebration?
People will be shouting, brother. Even in Jerusalem today, some people still shout. In America, they shout. In Israel, they shout. Nigeria, we are very fond of shout because we are lazy.
What are the achievements do you think? Just mention one or two achievements.
Number one, you can be able to stop that subsidy without war.
Without war?
Without war. That subsidy, no lazy person that can stop that scam subsidy we are talking about.
It's not because Nigerians are lazy and they cannot stand for their rights.
We are very lazy. We know our rights because we can shout every hour. But we are lazy in type of agriculture. We cannot provide for ourselves. We are expecting.
Pepper is like 4.
Yes, because we did not plant it. Pepper is not dollar. Pepper can grow in Nigeria. Pepper can grow. Tomato can grow in Nigeria, but we fail to plant them. We fail to plant them.
Is it not the government?
It's not government. It's only Nigeria did not understand what they mean by government. As I am talking, I am a government, part of it. Government of people, by the people, and for the people. We are all one in the nation.
You are not democratic.
We are democratic.
You are not democratic.
You won't believe.
You were supporting Tinubu.
This is my brother. He's a brother man. He's a brother man. If you can look at his face, you can be able to fetch Ojukwu face on him. They won't like Nigeria government because they want freedom.
Did Tinubu win the election?
If he doesn't win the election, he will not be where he is today.
He did not win.
If he did not win,
he
will not be there.
On us.
Why can't we force him? Let us force him out. If it is true, let us force him. When he forces himself out, now only one person among the 200 million people. We say one person force us. No, which means we are lazy. We are very lazy. We are very lazy. If one person can control and mobilize and push away 200 million people, 250 million people, and install himself, it means we are lazy.
What are you going to tell Nigerians that have lost hope in this administration?
Number thing, Nigeria have to calm down.
Calm down.
Wait for Tinubu action in another 1 or 2 years.
Hunger, don't they buy people?
They should go farm if it is hunger. Hunger is the most smallest thing in the whole world. When we are not fighting war, why can't we go to farm?
Insecurity in the north. Insecurity in the north.
These are scams.
Farmers are not going to farm.
These are scams. They don't want to work. That's why they say somebody is pursuing them. Why can't you pursue those people that are pursuing them? If they are strong, that's why.
All right. So that's a different opinion from what we usually hear. Any commentaries on that, Baba?
You hear opinion. I heard wisdom. It may sound pedestrian, but it is wisdom. If you have a discerning brain, he said it all. Because even where you are, I mean, or let's say if you are taking a train ride from, let's say, Piccadilly to Portsmouth, for instance, all those stations you pass, all those houses, you see, okay, you yourself, you have that kind of, this thing, what do you call it, pantry, or the glass, this thing in your backyard there. You see other people to make conservatory. You see them planting things. What do we do in Nigeria? We all plant flowers. We all plant flowers. Pepper is very easy. It grows easily. Corn grows easily. Cassava, all those things. But you go to our houses, flower. We want to be more English than the English. Pepper is not dollar, like he said. It's something I can do for myself, something my neighbors can do for themselves. Because what is happening in our country, look, I always believe that adversity introduces a man to himself. Adversity has come. Let's roll up our sleeves and tackle it so that we can smile tomorrow. But doubling down and thumbing our nose and rebelling and things like that is not going to solve any problem. We can talk until we are blue in the face and jaw and things like that. No, we got to work. We have to feed ourselves. Even in the Bible, it says a man who cannot feed his family is worse than a villain. It's in the Bible. I don't wallow in self-pity and cry everything. I take on problem heads on. So it's a period of adversity. It has introduced us. Also, let us fight it, whatever it takes. And
but
also for me,
all of us cannot be farmer. The farmers are even willing to go to farm.
But in our backyard, I'm talking about those small things.
Be farmers. That's all of us should be farmers. All of us should have there's something in this country that they call allotments. Virtually everybody has one where you just go and plant vegetables, potatoes. People will tell you potato is a vegetable too, but there's no reason why everybody in Nigeria should not be at least a small-scale farmer.
It's even healthy, one man. It's even healthy. Like they say, let me just make this one. Like they say that 10, 20,000 cannot make a pot of soup. Pot of soup, people. So we are obese. I mean, not minus health reasons. You can, if my own mother cooks white okra for you here, without maggi, with yo-yo fish, or with that small crayfish, only for you, and you roll it with amala, oh, man. You will be lean and mean and healthy. But when we talk about 20,000 pot, look, you cut your coat according to your cloth. So this is it. So let me just go through that Senate, something we were saying before. You understand the budget for the Senate for salaries in 1 year in 2024 budget is 8.67 billion, and the House of Rep is 24.4 billion. So if the Senate, they are paying themselves 29 million a month times 109 of them, that will be 3.3 billion in a month. So in 12 months, that will be 39.2 billion as against 8.67 budget salary allocation.
Does it break down to individual pays? Do you have the data for?
We don't need to argue over this. Shehu Sani said it that an average of 30 million is what they take home every month. He said it on national TV.
Yeah, but what's the breakdown of it?
It's not let's forget about the breakdown. It's talking about 30 million a month. That is what Shehu Sani
But
said.
I remember in that thing, Shehu Sani was talking about, each of them, I think they are entitled to 4 staff in Abuja, and also they should have office in their constituency back home with also equal number of staff. So they pay them all that one. Do they put it in their pockets?
Yeah, that is what we are saying.
Should they have those staffs, Adan Lekoko?
30 million is what is their take-home pay every
No, not pay. It's the package, not pay.
Well, that package. Look.
I don't support the package.
The staff they have that work with the National Assembly in their offices, they don't pay them. Their regular staff that work is the staff that work in their constituency office is what they pay from their own from they get allowance for that too. So let me tell you,
how many staff complement? Sorry, Adan Lekoko. How many staff complement do you think is reasonable for a senator to have, or should they even have any staff at all?
They should pay their staff from their pocket. What's my business in paying their staff?
A staff that is working for you as a senator, should they have an assistant?
Yes, they do. They must have assistants that work with them.
And their constituency office.
Those ones, they don't pay them. It's the assembly that pay them.
And their constituency office, should they have a constituency office?
Oh, yes, they must have constituency office.
And should it be manned?
Oh, yes.
And who pays for that?
Oh yes, they pay them.
So that's the package.
No,
now.
Don't justify 30 million, 1 million. One man.
We all know Kosako.
Yes.
But if you do the breakdown of it,
it's not
unreasonable.
No, it's not unreasonable. That's the same breakdown that the Labours did to ask for 400 and something million. 1,000 naira. They did the breakdown. Go and take a look of the breakdown. If you don't totally agree, you will partially agree with them. That amount.
You mean are you saying the 29 million?
The workers breakdown for.
Okay. The workers. I thought you were talking about this.
Have you looked at that breakdown? So this thing you want to say, oh, the workers are asking too much, but then senator can go home with 30 million every day. Senator Sani said it on national TV. And it's a comrade, and that's why I did not fear. And it's so shameful that we cannot even get it. The salary of our senators and everything easily, because you search for it, you can't even get it easily. They are hiding it.
Aja, the democracy is not cheap. You understand? Because even
said it. It's because he's one of us.
No, I'm reluctant to always, I'm always reluctant to talk about US. They have similar scandal right now in the Congress. Similar for their rent in Washington and their feeding in Washington. It is ongoing right as we speak. So democracy is not cheap. The only thing is we don't even need 2 houses. We have to go to the root of our problems. What does Nigeria need? A Senate and a House of Rep for? No, we don't need it.
Yes, I agree with that. I agree with that.
And we don't need full-time legislators.
I agree with that as well. Yes.
These are the root of our problem.
Most of the time, they are just sleeping in that chamber. Anytime you
see, don't mean anything.
Half of them are asleep.
They just roam around Abuja.
So Senator Sani said it. We don't need to argue. It's 30 million. Whether they pay their staff and this thing is 30 million. So if you can say it is justifiable, because
13 or 30, 13 or 30,
13, 13.
Okay.
Yes,
every month.
but it's said that as a package, not a pay. That's the point I'm making.
What are you talking? What is package? What is pay? What are you talking? That is the total
that's
package.
not their
Fine.
that's not their
Fine.
salary now. That's the
No,
total
the
package.
total package
Which
is what
includes
forget about salary. Who depend on the salary is the total package that make up the totality of your money.
Yeah, but what is embedded in that package? What's embedded in it?
That is not what matter to us. It's the total
doesn't
amount.
matter. So
It's
you
the
don't want to
total
know the
amount
details.
is taking home that really matter to us. 30 million. But workers is asking for 400 and something thousand. And you say
in that 30 million is the salary of 4 staff.
Well, whether it's 4 staff, so what justifies how much does he pay the staff? Did they pay them 1 million each?
I don't know, but
okay.
In that 30 million is the salary of 4 staff.
What justify them to take home 30 million?
Yeah, they are not taking I tell you, Coco, you are missing.
I don't want to look.
They are not taking home 30 million.
There is nothing you want to Google. There is nothing you want to Google or this thing. I don't want to go by anything you want to Google. I'm going by Senator Sonny, who was a senator like them, and he said it when he was a senator on a live TV show. He said it. Every one of them was very angry with him, but because he's a comrade like us, he came out boldly to say it.
Like the Yorubas will say.
No, like the Yorubas will say.
Àti fi òjé bọ́ bàbá olóòṣà lọ́wọ́, ó kú bàbá ẹni tí ó bọ́. No. The thing I'm saying, listen to me. We can't fashion out a way to cut this thing, because if we have to go by the law, their salary, emoluments, everything is a function of the law. Who are the passers of the law? The same people. So the thing is to cancel out one of the legislative houses. Cancel it. I don't know what they are doing there. Why do we need Senate? House of Rep is more than enough. But how can we get them out of that place? That's, I think, what we should concern ourselves about at the moment.
You see, that's why I've always said that we're still one more republic away from where we need to be. I
agree.
We still need a military interaction or something.
No good there,
then how will we get another republic if we don't have a military interlude?
That's why people call it, I call it reform, because it's easier to handle. We understand if we say, but when we say restructure, that is a little bit tough. That is tough, because then we have to do a lot of debates. Well, but when we say reform, the executive can easily say, okay, somebody brings it up and let's say put it to referendum. And one weekend, we've all voted and it's all over. Senate gone. So that is the way to go. Because we have to reduce this spending. Like the car one they are talking about. Look, the reasonable thing is, who doesn't know that if you put meat in your mouth, it will disappear? That car they gave them, is for their office. They will leave it when they are going. Who has ever left his car behind?
Just on leaving the car behind, Baba, what usually happens is after they've had the car, then they scrap it, which essentially to say that they sell it.
That's what I mean by who doesn't know when they will leave it. So let everybody go to the bank. Let the National Assembly guarantee the loan. Let them go take loan and buy cars of their choice. If you are what?
Sorry, who pays for that loan?
It's the bank. You go to the bank. You want
who will be making the payments on that loan?
The legislators. The government can only guarantee it.
And what will that car be used for?
The car?
Yes.
They are the one who needs a car to. When they came to campaign to me, did they trek to campaign? They did not trek to campaign. So these are comfortable people.
So they should be using their personal cars to do constituency work.
Look, legislation is a public service. So why?
Yes, then the public pays for that service. Then the public should pay for that service.
At least something to kind of cushion you. It shouldn't be made. The office is too attractive. We have to demystify these offices.
Why not have even pool if you don't want to pay them like?
I agree with that. Yes.
Transport allowance. You have a pool of vehicle in charge of the assembly. I mean, the National Assembly, managed by the National Assembly. And at any time they want to travel, they just pick one of those vehicles and travel with that vehicle, and they return it whenever they finish their road assignment or whatsoever.
But they straddle two spaces though, both the center of power in Abuja and their constituency. So
no, their constituency they should take from their own money to buy their own vehicle that they use
to use for constituency work.
No, which constituency work? Then they can.
Okay, let's take a senator from the north whose constituency is.
This is the thing. If they use their own vehicle, they can claim mileage on it.
Claim mileage. What about wear and tear?
Yes, that mileage that they will claim will pay for the wear and tear of the vehicle.
Mileage is petrol now.
Well, whether petrol, whatever the mileage is paid, they will use it to repair the vehicle or pay the petrol or whatsoever. So that's better.
So they should serve the public
as a personal loss. Let me give you an example.
As a personal loss.
Ajay, let me give you an example of what happened in Botswana. I think maybe 2007 or so. I have a friend who is a technocrat. He works for World Bank, and he had this Botswana job to do. He went there. He went with two of the daughters and the wife. Gave them house, everything, and a driver and a car. Now the car takes them home, takes him back, take them home. But when he gets home, he can say, driver, take my wife to the salon or take my daughter to the mall. He did not realize that the driver was logging every movement. At the end of the day, when the contract was over and they were to give him his emolument, you know what they did? They removed all those services, petrol cost, everything. Itemize it, date, time, distance, petrol consumed. He was livid, and we're laughing at him. That you think it's your own part of Africa you come from. You think every country it will be as reckless. So these are
that is the way it should be.
That's the way it should be.
Even during the First Republic, there was a minister that always got into trouble for using official vehicle on the weekend. Is it Mark Jacob or who? He almost got into trouble. The permanent secretary have to write a query on him for using official vehicle on weekend. It's not allowed.
We don't use. Baba Glo has been known to pursue drivers using his Glo cars on weekend. Story has it. I don't know whether it's true or not. He pursued even one on a co-bridge on a Sunday.
So the vehicle we buy for them, that 200 million vehicle, is not only used for official. They use it for any way they like, for their personal, for this thing, for their wife, for this thing. Yet we sell this official vehicle for them.
Those are perks of the job now. Perks of the job.
No, they should be paid. They should be paid allowance. They should be paid transport allowance on monthly basis, and then go and buy their own vehicle.
We are not even a rich country. These
We are not.
rich
We are
people are
very,
talking.
very
I don't
poor.
understand where they get that arithmetic. Nigeria is not a rich country.
Nigeria is a rich country. Nigeria is
How
a
is
rich
it a rich country with income per capita of 1,100?
Nigeria is top 30 wealthiest country in the world.
No, one man, stop that. You know that
all
has
those
dropped now. You know
they
it has
forget
dropped.
that statistics. We
You
are
know
not
he has
rich.
dropped. He read it to us recently. Look at this one man. No,
Nigeria is not a giant of Africa.
He read it to us that our position, which was number 25 or number 30 in the world, has dropped down to number 48 now.
Giant with clay feet. What do we manufacture?
In Africa, we used to be number 1. We have dropped down to number 4.
Have you seen? Go and look at what South Africa is manufacturing. Their industrial military complex, both in Egypt, South Africa, Algeria. Go see what they are doing, and we say we are giant of Africa. I don't know where you see this. We use hyperbole too much. Everything we are the best, the biggest, we are the richest. Who told you that? Let's put pen to paper. And maybe that is at the root of our problem. But when you believe you are rich already, you don't want to even work or aspire more and make more. Maybe that is why we just laid back. We are becoming laid back. We are not a rich country. We are not by any stretch of the imagination. We are not a rich country. So we have to work hard.
The data tells us differently. We are one of the wealthiest countries on the planet.
Okay. Which data?
Wealthiest country on the planet, begging around the world, begging for loan, begging for investor, begging for everything all over the world. And
everybody else does it now.
Which other country?
The American. Do you know who owns most of the ports in America? It's the Arabs. The Arabs are buying up America like it's buy one get one free.
They know that their money is safe in America, and their money will yield. You know, it will yield a positive result. Positive return rather in America, hugely than any other, secured, and the return that they will make on their investment, they know that it's a return guarantee country.
Yeah, but you're talking about foreign investors. America benefits more than most foreign investors.
I'm saying, investors, America don't go and beg investors.
America caught him. What do you mean they don't go and beg?
They don't beg. Where do you have you heard that?
What do you think? When every American president, as soon as he's sworn in, he goes to Saudi Arabia to go and touch the orb. What do you think that? What do you think that is?
He said the way to tell you to go and touch the orb.
Yes.
Let me
you know how to prod.
America is safest place for investment. If you invest your money where in America, you will get a very good return and very secured. Even by the law, your investment is secure.
This is what and I can bring you every other American president as well. The convention is that this is America begging for money. And anytime that American president is sworn in, they go to Saudi Arabia to go and touch the earth. We've seen it. Should I bring Barack Obama doing the same thing? This is what they do now.
Saudi Arabia is a strategic partner to America. You know that. You know what petrodollar means.
Yes, they are foreign investors now.
You know what petrodollar means. You know what petrodollar means. So that strategic partnership between them, every American president wants to strengthen it, and particularly not only between America and Saudi Arabia. America with all the region, all those countries in that region, the Gulf states in entirety, the Israel, even Iran, though they still have some, problem between each other, but they see Iran in some other way as a regional partner in that region that they still have to consult, they still have to talk with. So when America travel there, America travel to strengthen that relationship. Tell them, look, this petrodollar agreement, let's keep it going. That is it. So, and why is Saudi Arabia? Why is this Saudi Arabia own the largest refinery in America? Why did they bring it here? It's money. They know there's money here. The market is here.
That's the
Everything
purpose of
is
foreign
here.
investors. That's the purpose of. There's lots of foreign investors in Nigeria as well, all for the same reasons.
Any investors that fund is.
But my wider point is that America begs for foreign investors as do the United.
Don't beg.
Is Trump not begging in that picture that we're seeing?
That is not begging, one man.
That's not begging. All right. Is he when he's on his knees that he will be begging?
Look at, is it not Assisi? Is it not Assisi? Look, these are the region. Look at Assisi. Is it Assisi not there? That is Assisi there, next to the king, and the Trump wife, and then Trump. So you see partnership. You see regional and strategic partnership being solidified there. So that is what you see. To all those, I mean, investors from China, from all over the world, they are bringing their investment here because they know it's safe, secured, and the return is huge. And if your market, your product find its way to American market, you will turn to billionaires immediately. If not, I mean, you turn to millionaire immediately, if not billionaire. If your market you enter, your product can enter American market, boom. You are international market. America is international market. Your product finds its way into American market. You are all over.
It's because of the purchasing power of the citizens.
Yes.
That is why America is an attractive market. And what is the power of credit with which they empower their people. Buy and pay later.
It's really because the dollar is the global currency. So if you're able to earn it at a source,
that's part of it too. Because over 60% of the world trade, and even as we speak today, I think 66% or 67 is denominated in dollars. So it's like the whole world is working for them. So that is, so I think with dedication, with the right policies in place, and if we pursue it relentlessly without shifting ground or doing a U-turn, I think Nigeria too will get there because we will have the market. First, you have to have the market. America is almost 250 million people. So a market of Nigeria of 200 million people, I mean, it is something. All we need now is just to have that empowerment of having something in our pocket with which to make purchases. And these people will come. Everybody is for profit. Nobody puts its money without wanting a return. So if they can buy, I can manufacture, then let me take it there and do it. And then, of course, we need to up our skill because our people are not skillful. Be it tailoring, be it artisan, electrician, our people are not skillful. Because when they sign to learn work for 4 years, by 2 years, they don't jackpot, begin steal or gas customers and stuff like that. He thinks he has arrived. So we have all this, we need reorientation too in terms of this. Because when you watch a trained mechanic in some other countries and you see a Nigerian mechanic, even the way they handle the spanner will tell you mechanic law. There are mechanics and there are mechanics and there are mechanics. So we need to retrain our people. Even in the West, they do retraining every time. because the machine you are using today will be obsolete with technology now. Within 9 months, it's gone. In medical field, in every field now, the technology within 9 months, new ones. So if you don't retrain yourself, you become obsolete as a machine too. So there is a lot of work to be done for our people. Maybe we have to do a new education curriculum, because while people are not reading the right thing.
The education thing in Nigeria should be completely they're still
overhauled.
going with yes, they're still going with the carryovers of those colonial structured educational. There's no purpose in education if it doesn't yield you an earning at the end of it.
Yeah, I think we should combine a lot of history. Should be combined with civic as a standing alone. Geography we should combine with any other things. But the polytechnics should be really where it should be the engine room
in secondary schools, they should be teaching farming, carpentry, masonry.
We did all this. I did all this in primary school.
And then as early as 10, they should be teaching them coding and whatnot.
Yeah, it is the Awolowo school that didn't have that before. In the federal school we had in primary.
This is the only thing that will get you employed, not whatever silliness they are teaching them.
It is, because we don't know how to use tool. I mean,
comprehensive school back in the days taught us all of this. You know,
we farm even in our classroom. Yes. Everybody has a little bed of a can of Ovaltine and things like that. They teach us how to farm. If your school don't have that space, if it's in the urban centers, they teach us. They teach us the use of manure. We get cow dung and everything. We are taught to use our hands. When we go to center, we have centers in those days all over the place. When you go to centers, you go and learn sculpting, carpentry, even bricklaying. There are schools like Mayflower. You go as a secondary school. So many things just died away because of easy money.
All right, but let's bring Prince Daddy into the conversation. I'm not sure if Isaac Black is ready for us yet. Isaac, we've been waiting for you.
It's a midnight owl, actually, Isaac Black with Mike.
Yes, I think he's waiting for Mike, who arrives now. But Mike arrives at the last minute. I'm not sure how much more is left of the session, Mike. But Prince, acknowledge your presence, Prince.
Hello, one man. Yeah, what's up?
Yeah, good.
Logged in. Yeah,
you just logged in. Good to have you. Always a delight. The ladies have been waiting to hear from your dulcet tones. But as you log in, let me log out. You got Mike here, acknowledging the super tatas. Bosso kicked it off this time around. A new person in that space now. Baba, can you read that name?
Okay. In Dagboru. The blessed one.
Dagboru,
the blessed one.
Dagboru. So is that a Yoruba name? So Dagboru. So I see you. So well done, Dagboru. Of course, you're still the daddy of that space, and that's how you're doing, as we know him traditionally. That's not once but twice. Lato Rich knocked on the door. That is Kulata poking at Ajan Lekoko, as it often does every so often. It continues to poke with the second super chart. Ayo again asserting his dominion over that space, and Michael Babs comes in as well. So thank you to those. Keep the super chats coming. Mike takes over. Yes. So thank everyone. See you tomorrow. Mike, you have Baba to keep you company. Adan Lekoko here as well. Pansat here in Body Not Spirit, the elegant Prince Daddy, and Isaac Black when it's ready.
What have you guys been talking about, man?
We've just been talking nonsense, to be honest with you. We were talking about they were saying, and you may want to have a thought on this as well. A former DSS director was saying that the Nigerian state should now move aggressively to extradite Simon Ekpa from Finland. That enough is enough with all of his wildings. So I suspect you may well agree with that. And there it is, Mike.
I mean, why some Ekpa a problem to Nigeria?
Sorry, you're cracking up. You're breaking up.
Yeah, one minute before you go, let me say that guy on the street talking, I heard him. See, that's why I'm always open to listen to people. It doesn't matter your background, PhD or whatever. I don't even know that guy.
You mean that clip that I played?
Yeah, that clip that you played.
Oh yeah, no, that makes perfect sense. Yeah.
It said something profound. It said, is it agriculture or food is the least of our problems? Could you imagine that? And I concur, and I agree with it. And I said it before, and I gave you the classical definition of fascism, which is the strict regimentation of state resources for war. If we're serious about food or food or agriculture, it's the least of our problem that we can embark on to solve our problem, quite frankly. And I think Baba was kind of alluded to that earlier.
Hear me now? See, can you hear me better now?
Baba, yeah, I can hear you, Mike.
Can you guys hear me? One man left already. One man left already.
No,
go continue.
I'm still here. Much
you're still here?
Yeah, much better.
I was trying to make sure you guys can hear me better, but it's okay. Continue, Prince Ali.
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly now. And when Prince started, I want conversations around that, Simon Ekpa, because you were saying something that somewhat surprised me, but Prince, carry on with your thoughts.
Yeah, so just like Baba was saying, I think they call it greenhouse here or conservatory, just like you said, one man. I mean, there's so many ways we can. I'm not a master in agriculture or planting or farming, but there are certain kind of crops like corn and I don't know about cassava that can be easily planted that many people can do in their backyard, or even the government can encourage people with land, to turn it into farm land for the meantime. There's so many things we can do to bring produce to the market, and the government can be the intermediary, to store those produce for the consumers. And there's so many things we can do in that country to bring down the price of food, and we're not doing it. So that guy on the street, I mean, imagine that the guy on the street saying that that's the least of our problem. That's a strong message to the government and all those people in power.
Yes, I have to say I agree. There's a phrase that Shore often, at least I heard it from him first, analysis paralysis. Sometimes we over-intellectualize a lot of these things, and all you need are just a base-level common sense approach, and then things will just be, often instances, common sense gets things right rather than all these fangled words that we like to. I think we just speak just to show how clever we are sometimes, Prince. All right. So Mike, you were saying somewhat that you don't feel that the government should extradite Simon Ekpa.
No, for one. So one might want me to be honest with you. Samuel Ekpa is not the one behind the problem in the Southeast. The people behind the issue in the Southeast are the leadership there. They are the one behind it. It's not Samuel Ekpa, trust me. Samuel Ekpa is not the one orchestrating anything there. It's the they are all connected. Those people in charge of that area, they are the one behind it. Now, the reason why, if you notice, the people that are voicing the more about Samuel Ekpa being going for government to go after Samuel Ekpa. If you notice, there are people, the leadership from that area. If you notice that, right? Now, let me tell you something about Southeasterners. Trust me, I know Southeasterners very well. The only time an Igbo man we have problem with another Igbo man is usually because of money. That's the only time. It's never because of anything else. Now, what the problem those people are having with Samuel Ekpa is that he's the one profiting the most out of this. He's making the most money out of Mike. this.
Mike.
Oh,
Mike.
who's that, man? Let me land
Mike.
now. Oh, don't cut me off yet.
Just on the point you just made. Hold on. Is money fungible? Do you know what the meaning?
Bro, hold on. Let me land, man. Dude, chill out. Let me answer one man. He's the one making the most profit out of this whole thing, because this thing, major part of it is also about money. So they feel like he's overthrew Nnamdi Kanu and hijack his financial domain. You understand? Now they feel like he's robbing Nnamdi Kanu, and that's it. He's pissing a lot of them off, and it's not allowing them to come in to make money with him. A lot of them want to get money with him, but it's not allowing. So the beef with Samuel Ekpa, between him and many of those people from the Southeast that are always talking shit about him, is usually because of that money. They feel like this guy is just making money. Basically, another thing is they feel like he's
sorry,
making
Mike.
money off Nnamdi Kanu's sweat.
Yes, I will agree with that. In contrast with Nnamdi Kanu, that Nnamdi Kanu's beef with Simon Ekpa is essentially stealing his money. But I don't think anybody else is in that space.
But the people, wait, hold on. Wait, dude, hold on, man. Dude,
make a point.
Dude, I will tell you in the fucking back now.
Go ahead, you stupid idiot. Go ahead.
You shut the fuck up, man. You fucking moron.
Idiot.
You're
running away from the
man, shut your dumb mouth, man. You freaking iPod monkey.
All right. Hold on, Pansata.
He's doing this in front of you now.
Hold on, Pansata. It's been going well. I think Mike wants to land this point, then coming after him. I think you want to interrogate what he's saying, but let him land it, then you interrogate
you heard
it.
What he said, though. You should
I think he wants to nail it down. Let him nail it down, and then you.
Exactly. So, like you said, one man, like, okay, the beef between him and Nnamdi Kanu, the people of those leaders today, they are more loyal to Nnamdi Kanu, so they will pick a side. You understand? You just can't. So, Ekpa and Nnamdi Kanu cannot have a issue without people taking side. You understand? So, those leadership will feel like we have to take Nnamdi Kanu's side, because, for one, they feel like Nnamdi Kanu are putting the most work and he has done the most sacrifice. They don't think Ekpa has done any sacrifice, and in fact, Ekpa is not even doing what they want him to do. Like, what they enjoy Kanu doing is when Kanu start doing those ethnic bashing, those attacking Yorubas, Fulanese, all those things. But Ekpa is not doing that. You understand? So Ekpa is just doing Biafra, and that's it. Biafra is coming.
Hold on, Mike. Right? How does it serve the Southeast echelon's interest for Simon Ekpa or Nnamdi Kanu to be bashing the Yorubas? It doesn't serve them in any way. You said one
man. The only reason everybody loved Nnamdi Kanu in that Southeast, especially those leadership, is not because it's bringing Biafra. Any educated Igbo person or even those leadership, they know Biafra is not coming. The only thing they enjoy about Kanu is the fact that he's saying things that they all have in their hearts, which is their hatred for the Fulanese, Yoruba, some ethnic group, and for Nigeria. You understand? So when Nnamdi Kanu was doing his ranting, he was saying things that's making them feel joyful, where they love him. They love that voice, which is ethnic bigotry, calling Fulanese this and Yorubas this. But Ekpa is not doing that. You understand? So they're like, okay, if this guy is not doing what we actually, the main purpose why we are supporting this thing, and what the hell is he making money for? You understand? So it's not really serving their purpose.
Okay, now one man.
So they're like, this guy here is not doing what we want.
Now.
He's just doing Biafra and he's collecting money and he's making money. So that's why they want him taken down.
Going on and on, right?
Okay, go ahead.
When somebody's speaking prose, they're full of conjunctions, right? So you can never stop. It's not like he's going to be poetic at some point. Use some poetry, then he's going to run out. He's speaking in prose and he's just full of conjunction, one after the other. The major point that he made that I want to address is that he says the Igbos, the only time Igbos fight one another.
Conjecture.
Pardon? What did you say? What? I didn't hear you. What did you say? He says the only time the Igbos fight one another.
Carry on. I was just being pedantic. Carry on. Yeah.
Only time Igbos fight one another is when they're dealing with money. So I'm asking him, Mike, answer yes or no. Is money fungible? Yes or no?
What the fuck, man? We just know all you guys care about is money. So just go ahead and make your
well, as I say, he
point,
doesn't know the meaning of fungible.
The only time you go
no
man, we get mad about another Igbo man.
Let me tell you.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
One
Dude,
man,
the only time you go man, we really spend energy fighting another Igbo man. It's about money. There's got to be money involved.
Hold on, Mike. What's the fungibility of money got to do with the likeness for it? Because what that's what Mike is saying is that it says what's most paramount to the South is that, and I think that's somewhat of a stereotype that that a lot of people hold on to, that money paramount over everything else. But what's the fungibility of money got to do with
before I make that point, let me just say that I've often wondered. You come in, you run away, and you have Mike managing your program. What are you? Is it that you don't hear what he's doing? So now you're here. So I want to see.
It's a different flavor now. There's
no flavor.
If you don't like what I'm saying, just get lost, man.
Let me tell you something. And this came to me as a surprise, actually. You know who loves Mike the most? Is the ladies. I had a lot of female feedbacks about Mike's session. That caught me off guard. Because I thought it was only there.
They haven't seen what it looks like. Mike is an ugly 4-foot guy with big mouth, right? So, but what I'm saying, this is still your channel, right? This is still the channel we all come here.
4 foot. Oh, dear. Have you ever met me? How do you know my height? Have you ever met me, you monkey?
We saw you yesterday. Maybe you didn't know your camera was on, and I've seen you at
okay, so you saw me standing.
Hold on,
I'm 4 foot, dumbass.
You're not even. I don't even think. Anyway, look. Angelica is here. Black is here. Prince Dad is here. We had a session. When you leave, you hand over your station to this guy right here, right?
Do you have a point?
I said maybe because you're doing Uber job, one man, you just hop into your car, you go to pick up somebody. You don't know what he's doing, but you're here now. You see how he's insulting me.
Bro, why don't you go to Radio Biafra and go and tell them how to run their channel?
Please,
go to Rudolph channel and go and tell him how to. No, don't be talking rubbish here. You're trying to tell us how to run show here.
Let me
No, go to your Biafran channel and go and tell them how to do stuff, okay?
This is a Biafran channel.
No, shut your mouth, man. Just shut the hell up, man.
All right, Mike.
Come on, leave me and listen to you. Let me cook his ass all night.
No, I even want to understand what he's saying, asking if
he's not going to make any sense.
Let me say that, so maybe you go after that. Here's my point.
Yes.
If money is fungible, so no matter what it is that make you take, you could convert money into it, right? Let's say Yorubas, they like I guess Agbado. I don't know what is it that make them take if it's not money. If you have money, then you buy Agbado now or Begiri. What is it that you like in Yoruba that like money?
The only reason Igbo man will tell a Yoruba man to go and arrest another Igbo man.
You cannot say somebody likes money. Whereas, what else would you like? If you like girls, money will buy you girls. I mean, what is it that make you take different from the Igbos? You stupid son of a bitch. I wish. You know why I stopped giving you money on this platform is because of this.
You've never given money on this platform, but you give your presence, which is enough.
You have to.
No, hold on. What does fungible mean to you? I'm not sure that you have a full comprehension of it.
What do you mean? You don't know that money is fungible?
No. What does fungible mean to you? What's your understanding of the word fungible?
Interchangeable. Like
well, there you are. So what's the parallel between Amala?
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Now he's knocking the Igbos that Igbos like money. That you quarrel for money, right? So anything is because money.
Nobody said
that. He won't let me land. He let him
because you are dumb.
So because money is something that's interchangeable with anything else. So pick out
it's not. That's not what. Anyway, carry on.
But are you trying to? Do you think something that's replaceable by another identical item?
Yes,
tangible. That's what it is.
Hold on. For the purposes of. You see my avatar right there. That's a non-fungible token.
Right.
So that frog thing that you're looking at is called an NFT, a non-fungible token. It's actually an asset. You know what makes it?
I have a lot of those.
Digital assets?
NFTs, yes.
NFTs.
I'm Bitcoin. I'm a Bitcoin man. So we go ahead.
Yeah, I have Bitcoins too, but don't worry, I bought it at the right time.
Not the kind of Bitcoins I have. I bought my Bitcoins when it was $206. 206.
I bought mine when it was £700, but
and I made a mistake of selling
and I
at
bought
one point some.
Ethereum at about £7. So
If I
don't
didn't
worry
sell
about it.
some, I'll be a billionaire by now.
We all made that mistake. I made mistakes too by selling, but you know, if something is like a dollar bill, for instance, if you take $1 bill and you replace it with another dollar bill, it's exactly the same item. So that's fungibility.
Exactly.
You know, but if you cannot replace identically, then that's non-fungibility. So I don't think you have a real comprehension
than that,
of,
because
I don't think you have a real comprehension
No,
of.
listen to me. You got it partially right, and that's.
I got it wholly right. But
No, because commodities, right? Common shares, options, dollar bills. Those are examples of fungible goods. But you're missing commodities, common shares, options, right? So you cannot go cramming something. See, that's what mistake people do.
Cramming what?
The other day I
it's
said bandwagoning. Remember when I said bandwagoning?
Yes.
And you guys said bandwagon. Now you crammed it, but then in the tense of what I'm speaking, which is present participle, right?
Okay.
When I'm using present participle, I'm not gonna say bandwagon. I can say bandwagoning, right? Not only that, I have 140 IQ, right? And
well done,
you know how you respect Einstein.
A round of applause for that. A round of applause for that. If you need to be measuring your IQ, then that tells me you're not clever enough.
I'm your Socrates. I'm your Einstein. That's what you're looking at here.
Yes.
Mike probably don't have a 70. Mike, what does IQ mean? He doesn't know. So you can't have somebody like that on this platform insulting your guests, and you laugh it off. Everything's not a joke.
Who told you you're a guest? You're just a mascot. You're a useless mascot of the show. That's what you are, man.
But you're right. You do have your flavor of the show, but you do have to then make it make sense, though, because you're giving a platform for younger people to be rowdy. You still have to display responsibility. That's the only mistake you're making.
Well, if you don't like what I'm saying,
it's not everything goes. Everything you still have to do with class.
No one cares how you feel, man.
And I can exit when one man exits like I normally do, but I'm telling you, Mike. If you want to go, man. No one cares. You're given an opportunity here. If you do a good job, maybe a bigger platform, let's say NTA, might call you and say, Mike, come and host a show. That's why you always have to be at your best in whatever you do. You don't know it's an opportunity. You could never have a platform that's gonna have people come into it. So this is an opportunity for you. Respect yourself, respect the platform, respect people, and then it should be okay. Aside from that, because you don't do it all the time. Like yesterday, you were okay, right? So today, maybe you heard me sucking into Baba, so you come, you say, look, I am the vanguard of the Yoruba people. I can insult anybody who insults Yoruba. I know how to talk to Igbos. They're not gonna beat me up over this internet or something like that.
Pansat, pronounce this word G-U-A-R-D. G-U-A-R-D.
God?
All right, carry on.
What is it? God, yeah. So, like I'm saying, he's the vanguard for the Yoruba people. He says that all the time. He says, you know what? My fellow Yorubas, I'm ashamed of you. That's why they call you cowards. But you have to stand up to these people, right? The Igbos, that's what he's talking about. When the Southeasterners, you really have to, if you're nice to them.
Answer, you make me call Ganu on you tonight, man. Ganu, if you are watching, come on, man. Log on. Come on, you deal with Pansa tonight, man. Pansa
I think you have discovered another rascal called Yakubu. Is it Yakubu?
I beat him up yesterday.
No, Ganu is one I can deal with.
Mike, I beat up this guy you're talking about. But anyway, here's what I want to say. Something important happened yesterday.
One man should have let Ganu deal with Pansa that day, man.
Mike was here, right?
But you dealt with him. You know, there was a time
when Gani is here, Pastor will keep quiet, man.
You know, Mike. There was a time you dealt with him, and then they took the clip to that Edo workspace, and then they played it for 1 hour, and they were just laughing. They deleted it. They thought I was going to copyright strike them, but I was just laughing.
You know,
I didn't know.
They hit me so much. But anyway, here's what I'm saying. Well, Mike, this is serious. Something happened yesterday on your platform. Mike was moderating, even though he fell asleep. But So you know the guy that has an H as his avatar. I forgot his name. He's from Edo State. H.
Akim.
Akim, yeah. So you know how he always tries to pit the Yorubas against the Igbos, right? So I dealt with him. But the most important thing is can do, right? So when can do try to admonish him and say, hey, look, guy, don't let somebody live rent free on your head, in your head, inside your brain, right? So he says to can do, no, I will not do such a thing. So can do was stunned because I keep telling these people that there's a dichotomy. There are people who are not part of us, right? So this thing was demonstrated. I want you to go and watch this thing. It was fantastic stuff. It was interesting. So Kandu then asked him, so because he was talking about what he's going to teach his son. He says, I'm not going to teach my son to turn the other cheek, right? If somebody insult me, he says, okay, wait. So what are you going to teach your son? And he says it right in front of everybody, in front of the world. In a nutshell, he says he's going to teach his son to be a terrorist. That's going to get even, right? And that he's never going to turn the other cheek. So that's what I'm talking about in our country. It's the intersection of these two traditions. We Christians in the South would teach our people to turn the other cheek.
There's nothing wrong in teaching your son to hold his ground.
Yeah, but
what's the alternative?
It was dramatic.
Yeah.
It was so dramatic. It was so interesting that in that very short minute, this man displayed what he said he's going to teach his son to be a terrorist, to get even, an eye for an eye for more than an eye. And Kandu was shocked. And then that's when I remembered at John Lekoko. I said, you know what? One of the problems we have is that our people don't want to look into these things. That is a very important lesson. So I want you to cut that out in a little thing so we could talk about it here. This Hakim, not only did I, of course, expose him that he's from Edo State, and Edo is a microcosm of Nigeria, where you have in the north, Akoko Edo and all that, they're like Muslims, Northerners. They have nothing to do with other parts of Edo who are, you have some Yoruba, you have Yoruba Edos, you have Igbo Edos.
I thought the people in Auchi were the Muslims in Edo
That
State.
one too, yeah, Auchi too. But the point I'm trying to make is that when you come on a platform, you have the Edos constantly trying to make war between the Wazobia. Now that's the word he had a fight with that. He didn't like it. Now Mike was there. I don't know if it was a week at that point, but it happened earlier on. It was a big fight, but it's the rationale behind it, the lesson that we have to. He was the one that's different, not the Southeasterners that he was hopping on. The Southeasterners believe in turning the other cheek, right? He believes in an eye for an eye, and he's a Muslim. And he was different. So I was telling him, if you're coming on these platforms to highlight our differences,
where does that phrase come from? An eye for an eye.
Who knows? Right?
It's from the Bible, isn't it?
Okay, then.
So why are you vesting it upon the Muslims when it comes from your religion?
No, but it's talking about it in the negative sense, right? So it's not saying do it. You see, if you look in the Bible, there's a place where the devil says something. You cannot go taking it, but it's the Muslims who behold that principle and that doctrine. They believe that's the difference between Muslims and Christians, by the way. Now, I'm not trying to knock the Muslims, that's their religion. It's up to them. But the difference between a Christian and a Muslim is just that. The Christian believes in turning the other cheek, and the Muslims believe in an eye for an eye. That's why a coup happened in 1960, 65, 66, that kind of thing. And
name a Christian as talking to that chick.
There's no Christian that you're going to apologize to. They're going to forgive you right there. You know, me too. Of course, I'm a Christian. And
no, turning the other cheek is what we are talking about. Turning the other, not forgiving, turning the other cheek.
Of course. Did you
name a Christian as turning the other cheek?
No, but you heard one man said that there was a day I came here and you defeated me, right? And said he was wondering what happened.
That's not you turning the other cheek, and as you getting knocked the fuck out. That's what happened to you.
Wait a minute. You were there and you defeated me.
He didn't actually defeat you. He overran you because I
turned the other cheek. I turned the other cheek, and then you wondered what happened to them. Right. So, but the point I'm making is that Don't harbor.
Sorry, Pansat. Just for clarity, the eye for an eye, Exodus 21, verse 23 to 27. So I'm not quite sure that that goes against the Muslim. It goes against the Christians.
Yeah, but can you read it? It's in Exodus. You were showing it, right? What's the context? Let's see what it says.
It's only from Google, so I'll just give you the one from. It says an eye for an eye is a commandment found in the book of Exodus, verse 21, chapter 21, verse 23 to 27, expressing the principle of reciprocal justice, measure for measure.
Exactly. Then what happened? It ends up being that the Lord Jesus Christ came, right? And when he came here, that's why we're Christians. It then took all our sins away. He died on the cross for us. And he taught us to love our neighbors like ourselves. If somebody slaps you,
and that's why you don't like Fulanis, right? That's why you love Fulanis as yourself, right?
Yeah, we do. We do. As neighbors. Neighbors. It's talking about your neighbors. It's not talking about Fulanis. A neighbor is somebody.
Fulani is not your neighbor.
No, it's not my neighbor, no. So you're supposed to love your neighbor like yourself, not an invader who came from hell to take over your lands. No, that's not what it is. It's only for your neighbors, right? So
what about Yorubas? You love Yorubas as you love yourself?
I'm working on it, right?
I'm working on it.
Dupsy is my baby on this platform, so it's a Yoruba, right? I love Dupsy like myself. But listen, Mike, all I'm begging you now on your platform, two things. Number one,
no, I don't need advice from you, man.
Okay,
I don't need a freaking advice from you. I do what the fuck I want to do.
Any day I see you face to face, I'm gonna be just
face to face. I'll make you shit on yourself, man.
I'm gonna be like Hakim.
Face to face, I'll make you shit on. I'll make you shit on yourself. You're a coward, man. I know you.
You know that Mike is probably
a bloody coward, man.
You shouldn't be making. You have a drink habit as well, so I'm not quite sure if you're in the fullness of health.
Number one, I don't have a drink habit. Number two,
you don't.
I'm 6'4". I'm strapped, right?
Yeah, a big
I don't play. If Mike, see, I go to Nigeria, right? People like
forget all that shit, man.
I used to tell people like Mike, get on the floor, and they would do it because
you're a tough or nothing
even a soldier, even soldiers. So I'm not your mate, Mike. I have two sons that are 6'8", right?
6'8".
Okay. Yeah. So when I'm talking to you,
I would deal with you and your sons, man, together.
You know what I do? I take in source only I want to leave with a message. So the message I'm giving you is don't let a dose divide Wazobia, right? All these minorities, they belong to either Wa, Zo, or Bia, but they don't want to do that. They want to be pitting us against one another. Like that Hakim, he has yesterday you shocked him and you didn't help him out one time. I don't know if you fell asleep or whatever, you got drunk or something like that, but you didn't say a word.
He was kicking your ass now. He was kicking your ass.
His ass really, really good.
No, he was kicking your ass, man.
Isaac was there. Isaac Black. Okay, pass it over to Isaac Black.
Isaac. We've been trying to get his attention. I think he may well have fallen asleep. Isaac.
Go to Ajao Prince Daddy. Prince.
I'm not quite sure. Everybody seems to be on whatever it is.
End the thing then.
Yes, I think we may have to. So Prince, are you there?
Yeah, I'm listening 1 minute between Mike and Princess banter. So
I was when we were making the biblical reference, I was expecting you to chime in to come and defend.
Me too. I'd say he used to support me all the time. And here's the other guy. Who changed his name? Ayo or somebody like that, right? Is it Ayo?
Yeah, it's one Yoruba name like that. One Yoruba name like
Araba.
that.
Yeah, one man. Stay around tonight. So let's try to teach Mike how to moderate. It's a good investment. He thinks he's carte blanche to come here, pit people against one another, and just go to sleep. Instead of that, shut it down.
All right, let me build. Mike can shut it down if he feels that there's no traction in it. Thank you, everyone. See you tomorrow.
All right, bye-bye. Mike, you want me to stay or you want me to leave?
I think I give a shit what you do.
If
I don't give a shit about you. You can stay if you want. If you want to leave, leave. It's on you, man. Don't ask me for permission. I thought you were a grown man. Don't ask me
Okay,
for
let's go.
permission, man. I
Let's
don't care
go.
what you do, man. Well,
Let's go.
anyway, go where?
What I'm saying, start the show. Start your show.
Dude, get the hell out of here, man. Yo, Prince Daddy. Anyway,
What's going on?
what are you saying, man? Well, let's talk about the topic. Let's talk about what. Hey, which topic are we talking about? Say, Prince, you were saying something about Samuel Ekpa. Go ahead, finish up.
Well, I was saying about Samuel Ekpa, but I just, yes, Samuel Ekpa, that guy has nothing. But in today's world, I mean, just like it's always been, what he has, see, he has followers. My understanding, he has a lot of followers, people that listen to him. And for that reason by itself, I think Samuel Ekpa should be held responsible one way or another, quite frankly. I know he doesn't have any power, he's just talking. But his talks
Well,
are
responsible
doing
for
damage.
what?
Huh?
Head responsible for what? By who?
Well, if the Nigerian state thinks his utterances are causing destruction or agitating in the Nigerian space and is not healthy, then he should be held responsible.
Even the Southeastern space.
Yes, the Southeastern space. Obviously,
Okay.
that's the only place to make an impact.
Do you support? Do you align with the Southeastern leaders that are saying they want him arrested? Do you align with them?
The Southeastern leaders, they want him arrested.
Yeah, their leaders are all against him. Huh? No. The reason why I'm saying this is that those same people, right? When Nnamdi Kanu was doing the same thing that Ekpa is doing, even worse, they didn't have a problem with it. They didn't have a problem with it. When Kanu was doing the sit at home, when he was even calling, in fact, he even assassinated a politician during Kanu's regime, when Kanu was in charge of the whole Biafran thing. But they didn't have a problem with it. So now they have a problem with Samuel Ekpa. I mean, what's up with that? And the same people saying they should arrest Samuel Ekpa.
No,
Wait. The same, hold on. Let me even put it this way. The same Southeastern leaders saying they should arrest Samuel Ekpa, that they won't say they should release Nnamdi Kanu. You don't see anything. You don't see anything there.
Mike, see, Nnamdi Kanu, I think is kind of laid back a little bit, and this guy Samuel Ekpa is like still agitated. Is the one pushing for this stay at home, right? This stay at home thing. Is the one saying no. They must continue to stay at home.
Who started? Wait, but you don't get the whole point. But Nnamdi Kanu was also sit at home before.
It did. But at this point, you have to look at the timeline, Mike. You have to look at the timeline. At this point in time, even though the Southeastern leaders, they supported Nnamdi Kanu to the core, now they're trying to change direction. I think they're trying to change direction. And even Nnamdi Kanu himself, last time was in court. He said, if you release me, I will make sure that whatever happens. Even Nnamdi Kanu is having remorse to a certain degree, right?
He's not. You believe he has remorse? Are you out of your mind? Come on, man, Prince Daddy. You're supposed to be. I thought you'd be smarter than this now. Which remorse?
Well, I'm going by.
Did he tell you that, I'm no longer doing this? I'm no longer. All he's saying is release me. That's what he's saying. Which remorse? Are you kidding me?
Well,
when did he ever say he regrets telling people to go and burn down Lagos, or he regret? He doesn't even say he regret that people died or people are dying. He hasn't said that. He has no remorse, man. All that man wants is just to be released. That's it. All he cares about is himself.
I hear what you're saying, but if you look at
he only cares about himself. He can care less about people dying. The man only cares about himself. He just he wanted to release him, get out of the cell, so he can go by and continue doing his evil act. That's all. I mean, I know the game, man. I don't know why you Yoruba people, you guys just fall for all these things, man. I don't know why. I mean, I'm like, damn. You guys supposed to be smart, man.
It's not about.
You see what I said? Mike is the vanguard of the Yorubas. He just said it right now. He's gonna say many times today.
It's not about falling for it.
I'm really disappointed. Some Yoruba people just
Yorubas, man.
They fall for a stupid game. That's
But what I'm saying, you're the only Yoruba who could stand up to the Igbos, right? Is there anybody else?
Dumb, man. I didn't say that.
That's what you mean. You're implying that Yorubas don't know how to deal with Igbos. They have to run their mouths like you do.
I say some Yorubas. They just fall for you guys.
Give me one other Yoruba
you
person
guys
that know
bad
how to
way.
talk. No. Tell me one other Yoruba person that knows how to deal with Igbos.
You go and sleep, man. Who gives a shit about you?
You cannot tell me. If you're not gonna answer, don't make big answer. But don't you get tired of talking about Nnamdi Kanu and Simon Ekpa? Why do you talk about these people? Forget about these two people and deal with. You're a young man. Deal with your problems of your future as a youngster, right? What do you these two people, right? You've given them too much attention over these months, and every day you come here.
So why is that your business? How does that concern you?
You're my business, right? You're a young man growing up, a Nigerian, and I see you in a lot of
Don't worry about me, man. I'm doing better than
you know what, Prince Daddy? When Mike goes to other platforms to argue with the South Africans and Kenyans, right? He goes there to badmouth the Igbos. Why? Makes no sense. These people, those are xenophobic. They hate Nigerians, no matter if you're Igbo, Yoruba, or whatever. So you go over there and
Are you calling Mike anti-Igbo? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, but it's not from the heart, right? He's jealous of the Igbos. That's a difference. Hating somebody because they did something to you, right? And that's justifiable. But in his case, it's not rational. Even if you do hate somebody, why keep talking about them all the time? It doesn't really make any sense. Because the reasons you begin to give to logical people or anybody you see on this platform right now is smarter than you. I know Isaac Black is smarter than you. I talked to him yesterday. And definitely.
So you can talk about the Yorubas. You can call for war against Yorubas. You're not jealous when you're doing that. Wait, when you and your Supreme Master Nnamdi Kanu, when you're talking shit about Yorubas, you're not jealous of Yorubas, right? And then when I start talking shit about you back, now I'm jealous of you.
When Nnamdi Kanu first started,
you're a mental midget, man. You have a brain of a midget.
Here's what, maybe you don't know this. Perhaps it's going to help you.
You're a mental midget.
On any platform, anywhere, Nigeria or in diaspora, where two or more Igbos sit down talking about the Yorubas, you're never going to see one. If you see a clip, I'll give you $1,000. Igbos do not.
Don't know that.
Let me land. Igbos do not discuss the Yorubas that way. Not like you have two, like you guys do on this platform. You have like 6 Yorubas and you have one Igbo guy, maybe a Kenyan. You all descend on him like cowards. You know what I mean? You descend on one guy that wants to be with you. This guy, he lives in Lagos, therefore he wants to be around the Yorubas. He come here and you just insulting him. He's one of your friends. He's one of the ones that's coming around you, and you do that. You have no shame, all of you, at the same time.
No, I only dislike the
Igbo people do that.
I don't have problem with Igbos, man. I like Igbo people. I don't have problem with the.
I know you do, but what I'm saying,
Ipobian criminals, man. Let me tell you, the Igbo people I got problem with. Ohaneze,
Southeast and
those are the people I got problem with. I don't have problem with Igbo people. I like Igbo people. I got problem with the IPOB Igbos and the Ohaneze, the stupid leadership you guys have in our Southeast. Okay, those are foolish old men. Those foolish men are wearing red hats, looking like idiots. They don't have brain in their head at all. Like one young. How can someone like one young? How can I like someone like one young?
Okay, but Igbos a lot of Igbos don't like the Ohaneze Igbo either, right? So, but I'm asking you.
Yeah, that's what I'm telling you now. Those are the people I don't like. I don't
the counterpart of the Yoruba ones? What do you call them? What do you call the? What do you call your people?
Those ones are kissing. Those are forming alliance with Ohaneze. I don't respect those ones either.
What do you call your counterpart for the Ohaneze Igbo? What do you call it for the Yoruba land?
Afenifere.
Afenifere. Okay, Mike, do you like the Afenifere?
I don't like them either, man. I don't like that.
So that's what I'm saying is that they're the same. For those who don't like them, it's the same reason. So when you pick up every time Southeast, sometimes you should do.
Let me tell you what I don't like. I don't like Ipobians. I don't like Obidiots, and I don't like Ohanezes. Those are the useless people I don't like. You know. So I don't have problem with Igbo people. You know.
Okay, fine, but first of all, it doesn't matter. You are a little.
But 1 second. You have to know that Mike is an equal opportunity offender. He doesn't like the Afenifere neither. He doesn't like Yoruba liberals. It doesn't like a lot of people, so certain Yoruba constituents actually. So you can't say it's an anti-ego. It just doesn't like certain group of people. That's just
Yeah, but you
the way
see,
it
the
goes.
way to demonstrate that, if
Wait,
it's like a
did I,
matter,
Master, did I ever come here? Did I ever come here and say I don't like Samuel Ekpa?
I
I don't
don't
have
know
problem
who
with Samuel Ekpa.
I don't
I don't
know
have
who you
problem
are.
with Samuel Ekpa at
I know, but
all.
Mike.
I got problem with Nnamdi Kanu. I don't have problem with Samuel Ekpa.
Okay, good.
Because
Okay, here's what I'm saying.
Samuel Ekpa doesn't insult my ethnic group.
Okay, but let me tell
So
you
I don't have
something about
problem with
Nnamdi
him.
Kanu. Okay, listen to this. Nnamdi Kanu, when he started, was an equal opportunity abuser. He abused Obi. He abused the Igbo elderly, older people. Abused the Yorubas, especially the
He was
Yoruba
telling his
press.
boys, we're going to burn down Lagos. We're going to burn down my city.
Let me land now. Let me land.
Announcing on
Because
Radio Biafra, telling them to
he
burn down
should
my
have
city.
said that. He should have said that during the NSAS. Okay, Yorubas, they like to carry everything on their head. Protest should not take place in Yoruba land. You don't have anything over there, right? If you want to protest against the Nigerian government, it should be done in Rivers State, where that oil is. I've made that point over and over. I don't know why people get carried away with Lagos, right? It's a useless thing to protest in Lagos. Now, what NSAS did, the youth, they started off very well, but at one point, when it's time to really deal with the government, because that's the seat of financial capital of Nigeria, then some of them start talking nonsense about you destroying Yoruba land, right? The other day, the governor of Yoruba expelled people from, I don't know if it's Ogun State or whatever it was, threw them out of there, the rascals, right? And say, you don't belong here, get the hell out of here, right? So a lot of Lagosians do not. Just the other day, a couple of days ago, they're doing a show where Lagos is telling you, when we go to regional, that they're not part of the Western region. And that's the case. We made that even if they don't do that, that Yoruba, that Lagos is a collective. It was built with oil money from the south. It has nothing to do with Yorubas. Let me put it that way. Aside from Bodolon, the biggest house, Tinubu, another Igbo man owns a similar property adjacent from that. They have a lot of people that own Lagos. You don't have a property in Lagos yourself. Now, I'm not one of those people who talk about Lagos because I've never been there. I don't give a damn about that place. It's not my business. But don't go neglecting developing your Ogun State, your Ibadans and all that. Develop your place. Forget about Lagos. That belongs to the entire country. It's a financial capital now, but it used to be.
It belongs to who?
It wasn't
entire who?
Entire Nigeria.
No, it doesn't.
Okay.
No.
A lot of people they're waiting for you. The other day I was watching a show. If you want to show you the video right now, you play it. This person is from Calabar, and he was so upset. He said, "Okay, come touch him now. So he could teach you Pepe. Say make you go develop your states and your cities. Say on a daily, no one go develop on a city. After they come build that, you have your longer truth for Lagos. You hear me? And he's got a point. If you're not from Lagos, there are indigenes of Lagos who want to
No. If you are a Biafran or Biafra,
yeah.
No, you don't belong there.
So I don't care about Lagos.
You are no longer welcome in Lagos. You stupid Biafrans, all of you, whether you are Biafran Calabar or you are Biafran Igbo.
As a Biafran, you see me. Listen to me. As a Biafran,
you are from the, if you are not from the Southwest,
right? You cannot see me in
Lagos. I don't give a shit. Whichever Biafran you are, if you are not from the Southwest, you motherfuckers are no longer welcome in Lagos. And we start dealing with you guys very soon, man.
No. Now let's be orderly here. I admonish you about being silly on the platform. What I'm saying is that the kind of Biafran I am is the one that.
No, don't start telling me Lagos belongs to everybody. No, you are a fucking Biafran, so it doesn't belong. Lagos doesn't belong to you. Lagos is not Biafran land.
All right, like I said,
Lagos is Yoruba land.
Mike, where are you from? What part of Lagos are you from?
Are you from the Southwest?
No, I'm not.
Then why you ask me a stupid question, man? Dude, focus on your stupid Biafran, man. Leave Southwest alone. Focus. I don't care where you're from in Biafran land. Just
okay.
The fact of the matter is,
if you
Biafrans are no longer welcome in Lagos.
That's a new rule. Then
we'll never be nice to you guys again in Lagos.
Talk about Southeast. I want to talk about Southwest. Is that a deal?
In fact, I was so tell Sowolu to really start demolishing you guys, taking your buildings from you. And you guys cross the line. Now you guys are disrespecting Shoyinka.
I mean,
we've had enough of you guys, man. We gave your Nnamdi Kanu time to talk shit. for so long.
Soyinka is above region. It's not like a Yoruba guy.
Because the federal government chose a location in Nigeria that happens to be Lagos. Does that give the citizens of that place, that which is Lagos, should they be any less of a citizen, or should they be stripped of their identity as being Lagosians?
Say that again. Make a smaller question. What is it? What's the
Why
question?
Why should Lagosians be stripped of their identity as Lagosians, and people like you say it belongs to all Nigerians? Why? Because the government chose that spot. Should they suffer for it? That's my point.
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying.
No, you're saying that. You're saying that a lot. You say Lagos belongs to everybody. Just said it. They use all your money to develop it.
Yeah, there are indigenous. It's an island. Okay, the indigenous Lagosians. It does not belong to Southwesterners. Is what I'm saying.
It is part of the Southwest.
Let me land. In the sense that a Yoruba person can claim Lagos, a Calabar person can claim Lagos, a Port Harcourt
No, you can't. No,
yes,
you not.
Live with
No,
it. That's where it is. Now that may be settled by
that's your stupid opinion.
It's one of those things that we settle by war. Now, if you pay back,
there'll be what? Did you say what?
It'll be settled by war.
By war.
If you pay, listen, if you make it,
you just have a big mouth, man. You're a coward, man. You'll be settled by war. War, you are very long. You got your ass kicked already.
Why do we have to resort to war all the time?
You guys are Mumuna. That's how they always talk. War. And they are not ready for war.
President, you have to take things to the logical conclusion. You're making a claim. Somebody else is making a claim, right? How are you going to solve it? So what I'm saying to you is that the Lagos was developed with oil money from the south and the southeast, right?
First of all, which southeast? Which southeast? The southeast?
Now it's an island.
No, you can't continue, man. Did you say oil money from the southeast?
If you now a southwest.
No. You need to take that back, man. You need to take that back. Which oil money from the southeast?
Hold on now, be quiet, Mike.
No. Which oil money from the southeast? Are you out of your mind? What's in the southeast that you are using
this is the second or third time he's saying that. You just hearing it. It's a Lagos developed with oil money from the south, right, from the south.
Yeah.
South.
Okay. So he's mentioning southeast. Don't even bring up when it comes to giving anything to Nigeria. Don't even mention southeast. Nothing comes out of that place, man.
Let me tell you.
You don't have oil in that place.
Hold on.
You don't have anything in that. Nothing comes out of that southeast, man. That's the most blessed land in Nigeria.
Maybe you don't know. Southeast has more oil and gas than
it's a lie. You don't have more oil and gas. What you have is a tiny cup. It's less than. In fact, the southwest has more. If you look at it, go look at the production. The southeast has.
Show me your source. Show me
the percentage of. Hold on now.
Show me your source.
I put it up here before. The southeast, there's more. Most of the oil comes from the south, then followed by the southwest, and what comes out of the southeast is just tiny, less than 0.2% of the total oil that comes out of Nigeria.
Okay.
Majority of the oil comes from the south, followed by the ones that come from the southwest. Majority come from Ondo, and then the one from Lagos. But southeast, you only have tiny percent, which is very minute, and the amount of allocation that goes to the southeast is way more than the tiny percent of the shit that comes out of the southeast.
Okay. Now
so don't come and be talking about southeast is contributing anything to anybody.
Let me talk now, right?
You don't contribute anything but nuisance to everybody's spaces.
Nobody's gonna believe that.
And again, let me correct you also. The money that's developing Lagos was already built before even oil was discovered in Nigeria. And secondly, hold on. Lagos produced way more than the government put back into Lagos. And if the oil hold on. Let me finish before you respond, man. I'll let you know when it's time to respond.
Everything you say is untrue.
The amount of oil they drill out of Lagos alone, and the amount of internal wealth, the GDP of Lagos alone is way too more than way more than anything that the federal government is pulling to
Okay,
Lagos.
so if that
So
is
don't come
true,
here and
we're
open your mouth
happy.
and telling me that they are using somebody's anything to
It's
build
our
Lagos. You have
financial
your freaking
capital.
mind.
If you're happy, I'm happy about that. But listen to me. I promised the last time, I guess last year, so next time I go to Nigeria, right, I'm gonna bust that fraud. Any oil you have in Lagos, it means say they carry pipe, go underground, go to sap that oil from the south, right? So those people over there, Mumus, now they don't want to listen, right? Any oil you find in Southwest, it means that they dug a hole underground, come carry pipe, go underneath, go to suck oil from over there. I know that if I carry
So
camera, I go carry camera. I go carry camera. Listen, I go carry camera, go there. I go carry camera. I go carry detectors, right?
You mean any oil you are sucking in Abia, you are digging it.
Make a land now.
Make a land and start sucking it out of River State.
Yeah, make a land now. Just give me a minute. So what I'm saying to you is that Nigeria, when we founded Nigeria, remember it's the Igbos that founded Nigeria, not the Azikiwe. When we founded the country, the British, right? They played
It was
the
on a
game.
date with Flora Shaw, right?
Make a talk now. None of the Azikiwe determines say our Lagos is going to be the capital of Nigeria. Go and check it out. These people were not looking at things in that kind of region.
It was not Nnamdi Azikiwe. Stop lying, man.
It was
Answer, you're a liar. Nnamdi Azikiwe didn't determine that Lagos will be the capital.
Make a talk now. Which one you did?
Stop lying, man. You lie too much.
I will not lie, but listen to what I'm saying. But more than that,
lie too much.
Hold on. Hold on, Pastor. So, which make Nnamdi Azikiwe choose Lagos over Abia or Imo State back then?
I cannot tell you why. I cannot tell you why. But we were all over the place. We were in the north, Kaduna Zogo. We were in the southwest. We were in charge of the country from north to south, right? The rest of the tribes, I don't even know if any
Prince Daddy,
the rest of them, I don't know if any of them
you can't lie, you are a bloody liar.
Right? So what happened was that the Brits, they were leaving, but unfortunately for us, they can't discover oil. So they can't change their mind. You hear me? So that's what caused the war. We were fighting Britain and the Arabs. When we shot down planes, now remember I was in that war. When we shot down planes, they were mercenaries from Egypt as pilots or Britain. Nigerians had, northern Nigeria and southwestern Nigeria had no pilots. We were manufacturing our own stuff, including the ammunition.
You're manufacturing your own jets?
But you know...
you are pilot, Abi?
Make a lander. So the Sadwana of Sokoto thought that he was untouchable, right? Running his mouth, right? So he was touched. Now, these Nigerian soldiers that whacked him, of course, did the wrong thing. It has nothing to do with civilian Nigerians, including southeastern Nigerians or Yorubas or anybody. The civilians go about doing their business. As you can see...
So that Igboku.
Prince, I beg, tell him to calm down now. So me and
you have to make sense now.
Me and Ejiofor Koko were supposed to have this debate, not a debate, but a discussion. But what I'm trying to tell you is, say, they don't commit 6 coups since then themselves. That's what I'm talking about. An eye for an eye. Not be only one eye that they go for. They have committed coup over coup because they have no imagination. They just do exactly the same thing way some people do in 1966. So they want to continue to do it. They cannot come up with another idea. It'd be like, say, in the south, when those southerners say they could take the oil, make they clean the ground. After they take oil, make they clean the environment, right? So they form MEND. You know, say this, but that's why they go do their own Boko Haram. Just the same. You see, they think, say, Southerners, Christians were making money with MEND. That's how foolish they are with their imagination. They have no imagination. So that's why they have their own, just to get even. An eye for an eye makes the world go blind, makes Nigeria go blind. So when I was here last night and I was condemning, Mike, you were here, that boy, that Muslim guy, about getting even. It's not the way to go. Your hatred for the Igbos, you're a little ant, Mike. Nobody. I've never, even as I go to these platforms, nobody pay you.
Your hatred for the Yorubas.
Igbos don't say, oh, Mike is a Yoruba guy that hates Igbo. No, they look at you as a nuisance. You're probably one of the reasons people don't come here. because you don't have class.
So why you here, moron? Why you here, dumbass?
At least do with class. Every time I'm here, it's leftover.
So you dumb cowards are scared of me. That's why I don't come here.
Now we don't see you now, Mike. You're 4 foot tall, ugly like a Neanderthal man, right? Who's gonna be afraid of? Say I've watched at least 20-something fights between Igbo and Yoruba, right? And I've been in 3 myself. I've never seen a Yoruba person.
That's like a dumbass, man.
Ever since I was born. Every time it's hand-to-hand combat. Hold on now.
Hold on.
Every time
say that again, Pastor. Say that again. How many fights? Hold on. Say that again. Say that. I didn't hear what you said.
Every time I've watched a hand-to-hand combat, mano a mano, between a Yoruba and an Igbo person, and I've been in 3 myself. You can never see a Yoruba person beat an Igbo guy in a fight. You will never see it. If you see it, I give you $1,000. Yeah. And you know that now.
You know when Yakub said, Pansa and village man.
See this short Igbo guy.
Pansa, it's very obvious. It's very obvious.
The three you were involved in.
Pansa came to America straight from the village. Pansa, you came to America straight from the village.
I know say.
Hold on. The 3 fights where you were in, did you win those 3 against the Yoruba people?
Pansa, can you find Anthony Joshua?
My uncle was telling me.
Pansa, can you beat Anthony Joshua?
My uncle was telling me beat him. I beat him. That was my.
Pansa, can you beat Anthony Joshua?
Who be that? Of course, I could whoop that boy now.
Can you beat Anthony Joshua?
I'm an Igbo man. It takes nonsense to fight.
It's an Igbo man. Oh, dear.
I'm bigger than him, and I can also beat him. But we're proud of his achievement as a Nigerian boxer.
Okay, Pansa. Okay, hold on. Now tell us, I'll let you telling us that the 3 fights you were in with the Yorubas were in your village. Hold on. If maybe it was deep in your village somewhere in the east, but was it there or where? Where were the fights?
Listen to me. I was very young then.
Where?
The very first one was in a city because I come to the city to visit sometime. My uncle was telling me, beat him, and I was whooping his ass. Right? He said, "This
which city in Nigeria? City in Nigeria? Where?"
You say that now Nigeria now.
Master, you know the problem with you people.
As they big like that, saying I'm out where they get say make a beat. They tell me everything when tell me I do it. You say when say make I carry my career.
The problem with you people is that you guys when you guys hit that always make you.
Mike,
that uncle always make you guys feel so strong.
You know why I'm giving you this anecdote?
I think the problem Igbo people is that uncle, that nonsense uncle you guys always eat. That always make you think you are just.
If you go, even for Lagos, right? Even for Lagos, when they come there, they run their mouth, right? They go tell them, say, we don't want to hear Mbati here. Come out. You go come out. Because if you don't, they go knock you for head. I'm telling you, it's the truth. So the point I'm making is that we've gone away from that now. We've tried to unify the country, right? Prince, do you understand? It's no longer like that. A lot of these Lagos Igbos, not only Kenewa I like, we come from there sometime.
You get America from the village, man.
When can they come here? All these guys, you go see like 6 or 7 of them.
Yeah, Bushman, and only listen to Radio Biafra. So they brainwash you. They pump
you see your people, like 6 or 7 descend on one Igbo guy. Do you know why? Guess why they're doing it? Because if they didn't, they look at the Igbo guy, as let's say the Yorubas look at Igbos like say Congo, they look at Igbo man, that kind of thing. Because if he wasn't like that, when Kennedy here by himself, you have 6 Yorubas, right? One of them would say, no, this is not right? But none of them would say, oh, no, wait, this guy came here, he's one of us. He's coming to be with us. Why should all 6 of us be beating up on him? It's like what you're doing to me now.
Pastor, hold on, you're talking too much, man. Let me talk. So, since you are the Yorubas are so scared of Igbos, when during the Lagos State election, when they say when the Yorubas
why you meet
guy,
with 7 Yorubas, why you
if you don't allow me to talk, man, just hush. You're running your dirty mouth since, man. Shut the fuck up for a minute. So when the Yorubas say Mama Chukudi, don't come out. How come Chukudi also sat home? All of you, why are you guys scared to come out during that election? After making all this money?
That one is set up now. The propaganda set up. Make you be the bully.
You guys have big mouth, man.
They violate
Big
election
mouth.
law. You know, no.
But let's hear from New Voice, man.
You were
Someone just
set up.
came.
Make you do that.
Let's hear from New Voice, man. I think Igbo people are cowards, man. You guys just make mouths. That's all. But let's hear from the new guy.
Look, we hear the Yoruba guy now. Gidiba.
Hey,
yes.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Am I audible?
Yes. Yeah.
You know,
Arrogant Gidiba.
Arrogant Gidiba. Pansat, Saveg. You know, Pansat, you know, you're very funny man, you know that. I listen in all the time, you know. And it's like you get in front of yourself, you know. Sometimes you start to make logic and then you just get in front of yourself and just trip yourself up, you know.
They make me do it.
Nobody makes you do it, right? I mean, you should calm down. I don't know if you troll sometimes, but you know, even sometimes it's trying to make sense and then you just get in front of yourself. You know, I don't get time, man. Just Mike. I don't know why you agitate. Mike, don't get agitated by Pansat. Don't let Pansat agitate you.
Now, Mike, if they agitate,
no, Pansat can't agitate me.
They agitate everybody. He's agitating everybody. Where you dey? Arrow, where you dey? Dey Lagos?
No, not at all.
Where you dey?
I live in Ireland.
What island?
Ireland B2.
Oh, Ireland, the country itself.
Yeah.
How that place dey?
It's perfect, wonderful place. Wonderful place. It's just right beside one man over here now. Me and one man will be perpetual neighbors.
How many Nigerians do you think are in Ireland?
I don't know. I'd say about 200,000, maybe more, 250,000.
No way. And I'm talking about Nigerians. Yeah. Nigerians.
Yes.
Wow.
Really? That's a lot. Really? In Ireland? Wow.
Yeah, I'd say 200,000. Yeah, maybe. I'd estimate. Because you have to think about the people that have kids now.
You talk about 2,000.
200,000, not 200. 200,000. Ireland will be a small country now. The population is about 7-8 million at the moment. I'd estimate. Yeah, I mean, there's been a population growth. Like there's been a lot of people coming in.
So, on they get along, you not get a union like Igbos, Hausa, Yoruba.
They have Igbo. I know a few Igbo groups. Edo get. I know Edo people get their own. I know say Edo people get. They know Ekiti ones. Then plenty well. My own self, I did from Osun State. From our side, say then get. But I know they follow them too. And I don't even join them. But I don't say the Igbo ones they get because I don't attend one of them party before. One of the people do party, one of the other.
Just one time.
What's it concern me? Well, you know, say I don't see people. I know people that I get Igbo friends now. When they do something, they invite me. But if I don't get time, I feel don't go. But one time, one of them had the one they thought the one that they had Igbo or something. Right. So the son of my friend. So
there's somebody where they comment section where name be AB. He say Ireland no good. Say no be to survive. I don't know if you feel read within and talk. Why you saying?
I don't know. I don't live for Ireland for 22 years, so I don't know if he just came and his perspective is different. You know, I've lived in Ireland for 22 years. Obviously, I've lived in other European countries before then, but I've been there for 22 years, so my perspective of it is different now.
Okay, make I ask you, you see what we do to what we see the labor the how long you don't come out from Nigeria?
More than about 25 years.
Oh wow. Okay, so you see how Ireland beautiful, right? Ireland. It's a very beautiful place. The
well, I know Nigeria very well. Don't get it twisted though. I'm very familiar with Nigeria.
Okay, so as you see these labor people, they protest against the government, they demand they get paid some more money to move their money from 30,000.
They're stupid now. They want 600,000.
Okay, tell us.
That's
why you say that? What do you say? Why are they stupid?
because they already know that that's impossible. There's no point, trying to run up a hill, knowing that it's impossible to get up that hill. It's too steep. It's too steep. It's too much. The government, you know what?
How much, DB? How much?
They talk. Say I like Ekene, but
Right.
sometimes Ekene, though, he's very passionate.
Yes, he is. He's a good
But
guy.
sometimes he doesn't think very deeply. He doesn't think because he's in business. Ekene is in business. We all talk about Ekene is in business and he's doing well,
Yeah, it's a trader.
But you do wonder that someone that is in business that doesn't rationalize. I was going to ask. I was actually in the background, but I didn't come to the stage. I was just listening on YouTube. I was Ekene. So you are saying, okay, these people they should give them money. Well, Ekene, you have, you're an employer of labor, yes. How much do you pay your staff? How much are you capable of paying your staff? Minimum. I think the problem is all of us think about minimum wage and we let the civil servants, okay, dictate the conversation around minimum wage. And even when NLC and all these people, the labor, when you talk about labor is not just about people that work in the public service. Okay. NURTW, they are part of the labor unions. Okay. There's people that work in private, industries, tech, in the tech industry. I'm a member of a labor union in the tech. I've never worked in the public service. Okay, but I'm a member of because I work in tech. Okay, and I was working for a company at the time, and we had a union. Okay, tech workers union, something like that. I'm a member of that union. Okay, and I'm in private, and I never worked in public service. We let the civil servants dictate the labor, minimum wage conversation. Okay, I know when we talked about palliatives after Tinubu got in, and then they were saying they were going to deploy buses and everything. Everything is centered around civil servants. How many of them are in Nigeria? I beg. The whole of the labor, in terms of labor force in Nigeria, and when you remove the civil servants, they are like less than 2, 3, 4%. There's not that many of them. But they dictate the conversation around the minimum wage. That needs to be taken away from them. And Joe Ajero and the likes of them need to go back to looking at the labor force outside of the civil service. Okay, outside of the public servants. Okay, it's not just them. I think something that is reasonable. They can sit at the table. They know the maths. They can do the calculations. All of them know how much is coming into the coffers for each of the governors. There's governors. I can't remember who was saying this. 36 states. Of the 36 states, only 29 states are paying the minimum wage of 30,000. Of that, 5 states, including Anambra, are not paying. Only just started paying the 30,000 within the last few months, and there's 2 states that are not even paying up to 18,000 at the moment. That is reality as we are speaking. And this is something, and this came to my notice some days ago. So let's just say
Aro, make I interject you, then you continue. I believe we're enjoying your perspective, especially from Ireland. Me, I'm interested to hear. But I believe that you're having 2 conversations simultaneously. There are things that are first world problems, and then there are things that are a developing country or third world problem, right? I know, say, in this case, they're demanding an increase in their wages. You are not against unions, right?
Oh, not at all. I'm a union person. I've written papers about the role of unions.
Okay, then maybe you should just tell us what do you think the number should be. Then you continue, so I could view your perspective in light of how reasonable, if you're a reasonable person or not, right? We're listening. I've never heard you before. What do you think the number should be?
I think a good number. I think a good number is something not of 100,000, but I think less than 250.
So just give me the best guess. If you were to settle this in tonight, and it's on you now, Whatever you say goes. What would you say?
I think the thing about it is this. Like I said, it's beyond just civil servants. Because I have to look at Ekene. Because one of the big problems I have in Nigeria is this: we don't actually have labor laws that guide the deployment of labor, the employment of labor, and laws to protect the employee, laws to protect the employer. Ekene, by law, okay, with minimum wage, is obligated to pay his staff nothing less than what the minimum wage stipulates. And then there's also the argument of contracts, contract laws. Okay, is there a minimum wage, and is there a situation where if you are a sole trader or contractor, what's the minimum? What are the so we need to have all these conversations. Okay.
Yeah, but you don't pin that on labor. That is our government. They are not
on labor. No. Labor has to be active in this.
No. But what I'm saying,
these laws when they are being discussed, okay, at the National Assembly, where are the individuals from the labor unions, from these supposed NGOs? Because there can be NGOs that are focused on employment laws, on protecting employees.
No, what I'm saying is that here in the United States, we have
a minimum wage.
Labor.
And your minimum wage has nothing to do. Your minimum wage.
I'm not talking. What I'm saying is that there's a government agency that's independent, that is a relations kind of thing for labor.
Yes,
right?
Of course. Yes,
okay.
I understand.
So yeah, because you have to understand that the people, the citizens, we have nothing. We have nothing against the government. The government is in charge of everything. The government has the resources. They have the intelligence, they have the numbers, the data, right? So why I've been very hostile to anybody who is espousing the view you have. But the difference here is that you really come across like a reasonable person, but I want to use the number.
Why you been? There's no need to be hostile, okay? Because the conversation is a difficult conversation.
I know, but I'm saying that why don't you give us a number? I don't know why you're reluctant to do that. It's a
because
huge.
I don't see. The problem is this, all right? If I give you a number, I'll be giving you a number from the perspective of civil servants, and that's the problem I have. I don't want to give, because I'm looking at it from, like you said, there's third world realities and there's first world problems.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That
I'm
using those
educated man. You're an educated man.
Pansat, let me respond.
But I know you're a socialist.
Yeah. I've been you see, it looked like you don't know how the Nigerian workers what they represent in the economic activity of that country.
Baba, we are talking about Nigerian workers. Are we talking about Nigerian labor of the Nigerian workers?
Hold on, Nigerian workers.
The civil servants, Baba.
Hold on. The civil servants represent the driving force of economic activities in that country.
Baba, I won't agree with that one. No.
Now, let me
can you explain what you mean by that? How they drive, how they do it.
They are unproductive and useless.
Okay, hold on now.
Yeah, that's what I was trying to understand. I'm trying to see.
Yes. You see, there are many states in that country that without civil servants, the economic activity of that state will be dead.
In what sense?
Hold on now.
What do they do? What does civil servants do? Can you tell us?
Hold on. Let's look at it one after the other. Number one is that, why the civil servants, they don't, their figure is 1 point, they are about 5% and this and that. Why must we use civil servant demand to
you haven't explained to us how civil servants are the one driving the economy and what they do.
Listen. Number one, we have some states that are civil servant states. Ekiti State is
Civil,
a civil servant state.
so, I mean, what are they
Hold on
doing for the
now.
states?
Yes, sir. How
Osun State.
are those states doing? How
They're
are those
just
states
hiring
doing,
them
sir?
just to pay their salary. They don't produce anything. What are they producing?
Hold on.
Those are the worst performing states now. Those are some of the worst performing states.
Hold on. Ekiti State, Osun State, Ondo State. If the civil servants in that state are not paid, the economic activity of that state will be. So that's
Okay, all
to
right.
tell you.
Please, tell me how civil servants are helping. Tell me how civil servants are driving the economy of a state when most
That
people in
point
the
of
state,
argument is skewed, Ajale Coco.
citizens of the state, all they do is trade, right? Market
Ajale Coco,
payments. Tell
the
me how.
question, answer the question
Please,
about
Daddy, hold on
the
now. Please,
entire
Daddy, what
Nigeria.
are they
Hold
doing
on.
now? Please, Daddy, let me land
Okay,
this
go ahead.
point. Please, Papa, tell me how civil servants are helping market women and regular people of the state. How are they helping them to thrive? What civil servants are doing to help them thrive?
Okay. The revenue of the state that is the source of how do I say, that your budget that drive the implementation of the budget. Civil servants are the ones that collect that revenue.
Civil servants are what?
Civil servants collect revenue for the state and the local government. And
so they collect tax.
Hold on now.
So that's
hold on. Listen now. Don't when you are
okay, go ahead. We are listening now. We are
you
listening.
Don't let somebody talk and you keep
Okay. Sorry. Go ahead. Finish.
Yeah. So civil servants are the ones that collect your revenue, that make it possible for the implementation of the budget. So if the budget cannot be implemented, the state is dead. The nurses in that state are civil servants. The doctors in that state are civil servants. The teachers in that state are civil servants. So let me tell you, when you guys continue to chastise or talk down on civil servants or describe them as feet of no purpose, you don't know what civil servants.
So civil servants don't produce anything.
In your society.
Mike, can I please answer, Baba?
They don't produce anything.
Who told
the
you
state revenues from the state revenues is
hold on.
The state rely heavily on allocation. Civil servants are unproductive. They don't produce nothing. They just collect salary.
They just collect. Okay, the teachers.
And they want to collect big salary.
Hold on. The teachers that teaches in public school, they are civil servants. So if they don't come
they should work in private school now. How much are the students paying?
With your hospital functions, your revenue collector, the revenue collector, would your revenue would the state have revenue to operate to implement the budget?
The revenue is coming from federal allocation.
You guys just
most of these states, apart from Lagos, most of them are revenue from federal allocation.
Let me respond to you now.
Okay, say your own. Say whatever you want. So,
Mr. Mike, I beg. I know I've
mentioned to you, if the teachers are not important in the society, if nurses are not important, if medical workers are not important, if medical doctors are not important, and those that the revenue collectors, the garbage collectors, and all those things, if they are not important in your society, tell me.
Okay, Baba, let me respond to you, sir. And I appreciate that you are an elderly contributor on there, and we all respect you. And I really like Baba Ajale Coco, because it helps to moderate and it helps to bring sanity, especially when some of us are losing control. And he's a very fair person. So I like Baba, but I know Baba is a socialist. So that's no problem. Everybody is entitled to their positions. Baba, I think we need to separate the civil servants. And my position is this, that Nigerian civil service, at the federal level, at the state level, I'm not going to discuss the local government level because they are almost non-existent. Although they are meant to be existent, but they're almost non-existent. They are unproductive. Even the doctors and the nurses. The doctors are unproductive not because some of them don't want to be productive, but because they don't have the revenue, consistent revenue, and there's no planning, there's no structure. So I wouldn't hammer the doctors too much. Teachers, sir, gone are the days of teacher training college. So most of the teachers we have now working in the civil service are just padding, bring name. They just bring someone's name. We are going to employ so many teachers. Let's bring name. Because when we look at the days of Awolowo and Co, where you had somewhere, okay, look at somewhere like Ekiti. They had schools in the different communities. Okay, before these superhighways linked all of us together, when these places were bushes, they had these schools. Okay, and young people could come out of modern school and go and do teaching for 1 or 2 years. Okay, those days are gone. All right, most of the teachers don't want to be in those jobs. They're just padding. Okay, so let's just leave that there. So we are discussing the different civil servants, the different aspects of civil service now. So we can see that they are ineffective. Our kids are not getting taught very well, and the teaching profession, to be frank, globally it's gone down the drain. So it's not something that's peculiar to Nigeria. Okay, I can speak of this part of Europe that I'm in. At least I can speak of very well of the United Kingdom and Ireland. I can speak of America because I have family that are teachers in that line of work in America, and they've done it for several years, for decades, so they can see how things have gone down the road. All right. So teachers it's gone. The days of teacher training college, of quality teaching, of people that are proud to be teachers, that were able to teach the children appropriately, that were able to instruct the children and pass knowledge and pass instructions and pass life lessons to them, it's gone. Okay, so we cannot even qualify if we were to do a statistical analysis. Okay, and but grade the teaching. Okay, it's not effective. Okay, so which Osun State, the civil servants of Osun State, they're burden on Osun State. Not just the ones that are there now, the ones that were there before, the pensioners from the days of old Oyo State. Most of the civil servants, okay, in old Oyo State were actually from Osun State. And when they split that place, when they created Osun State, the burden of their pension fell on Osun State. I know this for a fact because I know family members that were involved, that were permanent secretaries, okay, in Osun State. In old Oyo State, and then their pensions and everything fell on Osun State. Until today, it's a burden on Osun State. And Osun State has not managed to relieve itself of that burden. So,
I'll give it back. To back your point, as at that time when Osun was created, majority, 70 to 80% of the civil servants of Oyo State then were from Osun. In fact, level 10, yes, now level 10 officer. Now they are not becoming permanent secretary in Oyo State. To show you, because most of the civil servants from Oyo and in Oyo State then were from Osun State. You can continue what you are. What Ajalewoko is not separating is this: paying civil servants and then they are using them as a conduit, whereby money is getting from the government to the people. It's even from whether they are productive or not.
Yes,
and that is what he has not been able to separate. You understand? He was talking about those people that
that's why I'm picking it one by one.
Picking the grant. If you go to Nigeria now, most of the states has concession those things out to private sectors.
Baba, I'm still going to get there. That's why I'm dissecting it one. But I know I'm speaking for quite some time, but I'm trying to dissect it, in sequence. And now I'm actually going to get to where you're going to, and I'm going to actually address this. Because the Nigerian problem is very simple, okay? I've left Nigeria for, like I said, quite some time. But I know there's other people that have left for longer. But I experienced Nigeria in a way, and by chance, because of my family, I'm able to. From when I was young, I've been politically conscious and socially conscious, and even when I left Nigeria, just because of the access to information, the internet, I actually have a desire for knowledge. So I listen in and I grab knowledge. The next thing is look at park rangers. Park rangers are civil servants as well. In the days of old, they were park rangers. But what has become of the park rangers? In fact, now we have actually gone and create a Moteco. Those people are meant to be civil servants as well. Properly trained, properly equipped.
You mean the forest guard?
Forest guard, yes. They are meant to be civil servants.
Let me shock you. Do you know that they were seen in the system, but they are not effective? They were.
Yes,
in fact, I know
someone
a family member of mine who is actually a civil servant and is a forest guard, but they do
They wear
nothing.
brown. They wear brown. They wear like the brown, kind of brown, like a tan.
Yes.
Yeah, tan uniform.
They were still under the employment, but they do nothing. They didn't do anything.
Because most of the civil servants are administrative.
Do you remember?
They want more pay. They want more money too. They are doing nothing.
I resume again. Do you remember those wole?
They are civil servants.
They are still there collecting salary, doing nothing. Sanitary inspectors, yes.
They don't.
There's so many civil servants.
That is where the civil service becomes productive. That is where there's value. Not administrative staff.
I think they should not put all of them in
the question Ajale Koko is going to ask you now. He's going to say whose responsibility is to make them work. Whose responsibility is to make them work?
Yes, I'll give you 2 examples. Let me give about 2 examples.
He's the president.
There's three. Yes, Baba. Let me put something to you.
1 second, but think that's a legitimate question. I mean, who's
let me answer that. Let me answer that question. There's been 3 politicians. Baba, let me answer that question.
1 minute, Arogli, please. Look, if your politician that you have to go after is not the civil
Let me answer that question. Yes, I know, but let me answer that question. Let me answer that question, Baba, and then I'll let you land. I want to answer that question before you land.
I will yield to you. Give me 1 minute. It's your politician that you have to blame. When you have politicians that don't have plan, don't come to office with a purpose of solving problem, then what do you have civil servants to do? They will be there. They're just waiting for directive. They want leadership that will direct them and commit them to work.
That is true.
When you have politicians that are lazy, that don't come to serve, that come to loot, then what do you expect civil servants to do? They call civil servants. The leadership, the political leadership must drive them. And we have seen some political leaders that use civil servants to achieve results in that country. Number 1 is that Minister of Internal Affairs. Is it not civil servant that he used to make that department a well-functioning department where you can apply for your visa? For your passport easily now? Do you think he went to hire people? Is the civil servant? We care that he's coming in Abuja. He went to hire some people. Do you think it's not the civil servant is using to achieve results? Look, let us face reality. Civil servants are there. They are the structure. They are the, how do I describe it? They are the institution. They are working for the institution.
I know I gotta go, but
okay. Let me
before you go on a lengthy explanation, I think we have to separate the efficiency of these civil servants and their pay. I think we're more concerned by their pay right now. We can talk all day about how ineffective they are.
They are saying they don't work. They don't do anything.
It is true in a lot of ways they don't work. It is true they don't work in a lot of ways.
If your teachers that teaches in the public school, if they are not there, your public school will not work. They are
the public school doesn't work.
Doctors.
Hold on before I continue. We agree on.
Let me land.
Go ahead.
If your doctors don't work, your hospital will not function. And all those institutions I've just mentioned, your irresponsible politician does not invest on those sectors. They don't invest on education. They don't invest on healthcare. They don't invest on any social services that will transform the life of the people. And that is why civil servants look like they don't work.
Okay, all right.
Okay,
So,
Baba,
okay.
can
Before you
respond?
continue, hold on. Yeah, before you respond, sorry.
Sorry,
Hold on, hold on. Let me
I
see.
disagree with
I think we can talk all day about how inefficient these people are, and they are inefficient in a lot of ways. Yeah, sure, the teachers they work, but many of these other sectors in the government, we know they don't do much. We know that. But I want to but just like hold on 1 second before I get, and I do agree with Ajele Koko, not like politician, but more like the leadership. Even in those different ministries or departments, they don't do their job. So we can blame the politicians all day, but those people responsible for managing these different department or ministries, they themselves they don't do the job. But I like you to concentrate more though. Hold on, I like to concentrate more.
I know you have
Hold on, guys. Hold on. I like to concentrate more.
Just
Hold
hold
on,
on.
Alex.
I'm
Guys,
only trying to
let
say
me land.
something.
Let me land, please.
I know you're gonna
I
continue
wrote to
now.
concentrate more.
No, you're
What?
gonna continue, but you know what
No,
I'm
hold on a
saying.
second, Pastor. Let me land.
No. But hold on.
Concentrate more on talking about the pay. Concentrate more about the pay.
He's gonna continue. All I'm saying is that why say something that's just gonna take us away from the debate, right? Saying that our civil
We
servants
debate. Is this one not more reasonable than what the useless thing that you were talking about before?
Okay, but hold
I beg
on.
you.
Simba, Prince Daddy, I'm not trying to disrespect you. I'm just saying to say that our civil servants are not working. First of all, that's not the debate we're having now.
Well, if you paying attention to me, also that's not the point I'm making. That we're not really talking about the efficiency of the civil service, but more so about the pay. So I like us to concentrate more on talking about the true value of these people, what they should be paid, rather than how efficient they are.
Okay, let me answer that.
They don't
Let me answer
work,
that.
you fire them, right?
Let me answer that. Let me answer that.
As far as you haven't fired them, they're working, right? If
Yes, let me answer that.
working, you're incoherent. Your statement doesn't even
Let me answer that.
Let me just give one recent example.
We gotta have one voice, man. What's this?
One very recent example. Okay, I sent for transcripts. I have to pay for the same thing twice just because even the first one, despite even having someone to keep following up for me, you understand, they still made mistake. I have to double pay. So that's the type of civil service we are talking about. Whereas the same transcript I wanted, I applied for transcript from other schools. You understand? The same day, everything was delivered. But someone that spent a whole week to prepare, more than a week, what am I even saying? 2 weeks to do something, they still made mistake. I still had to even repay again for the same thing to be done. And that's the kind of civil service we are talking about. It's not as if they are not working at all, but they are very, very inefficient. No,
That idea is that because they show up to work in the morning, that means they're working. That's the idea of fansets of civil servant working.
They are very ineffective.
No,
so if I say they are inefficient, I'm just praising them. They are ineffective.
Okay, can I answer this? I think for the wages. So let me put Pansat to rest. Okay, in terms of is the civil servants deserve to be paid a reasonable living wage, and I think at the moment anything shy of 150,000 would be unreasonable. I think the current reality in Nigeria says nothing shy of 150,000 is what we consider
inflation. That
inflation
is too extreme. No, it's not going to be. It's too much.
No.
Let him land.
Remy.
That's why I said reasonable. That's. I didn't use the word. I didn't use the word.
Okay, Aaron, let me
let
ask
him
you.
land. Let him land. Let Aaron land. I beg. How much did he say, though? Hold on. How much did he say?
Every time I say something,
there's gotta be one voice, man. Hold on.
God
One
damn
voice,
it, I was talking before he came in.
What he's saying.
You have hearing problems,
Mike, he addressed me to tell because
Yo,
we had it earlier.
Mansa, you're gonna have to wait for your turn, man. You can't keep forcing yourself in, man.
No, I want to ask him. He says 150.
But
hold on
for your question, man.
No,
are you out of your mind, man? Don't yell at me, dude. Get in the back, man. Dude, I'm not one man, man. You can't be yelling at me. God damn it, man. I will finish your point, man. And then
I think
Prince
was going to ask a quick question before I continue.
No, no. I thought you
Okay,
mentioned
yeah,
a
please.
number. I didn't hear the number, but go ahead.
Yeah,
I thought you
150.
said a number.
I think a reasonable number is, I think it's 150,000. Okay, that is what would be reasonable
No,
in
I
terms of what
want you
the
to
cost.
give us how you arrive at that reasonable, because don't just say it's reasonable. I want to understand the logic behind
Okay,
it.
the logic behind it is as a consequence of inflation and cost of living.
Those are just big words. We want something concrete. Big word. Okay, I give an example.
Okay,
When minimum
wait.
When minimum wage was 25,000, for example, a bag of rice was 7,500. That's a concrete example. So how did you arrive at 150? Then what's the
Even that
income for the
25,000 was
entire
unjust.
country?
That 25,000 was unjust. So don't let us use that figure. Okay.
How
That
was it
25,000 was
unjust? Did you get what I said? Did you get what I said? I said when minimum wage was 25,000, a bag of rice was 7,500. Simply means that you will buy at least 3 bags of rice, 50 kg, right?
Yes.
So
For
today
30
your
days,
minimum wage probably cannot buy a bag of rice.
for a calendar month of 30 days now. That 25,000 was not satisfactory. So don't let us use an unsatisfactory.
When you say, see, don't get it twisted. When you say minimum wage is 25,000,
it doesn't mean that's a minimum.
Wait.
He's asking you, how did you arrive at that 150? That is the question he's asking.
I just want to know. I'm trying to give an example, but we are now switching. How?
Okay, so I'm using a ballpark idea of cost of transport. Okay. I think if you're going to go to work for 20 days, okay, in a calendar month, you should probably use about 30,000 euro, about thereabouts, to go to work and come back. For family let's use, I think they said the average Nigerian family is 5 individuals. Father, more than
6.
Is it 6? Okay. So I think, even ideally, primary and secondary education should be free. Okay. So if that is free, then you have to look at just a budget another 50,000 for medical. I don't want to go, because really, if you left it to me, I'll probably say they should give more than that. And I know that's
what you will see now that you are even unable to establish why 150K.
Yes, he's stammering himself. He's stammering.
No. So, before we jump on Aro, even I heard today, you guys can correct me, when one man was reading out that Tinubu charged the minister of the finance minister to come up with a figure, an acceptable minimum wage. So that tells me that from the onset, these people had no real model for determining the minimum wage. So we can't put the pressure on Aro to do. They do. How come Tinubu told the minister to have to come up with a number today?
They have to negotiate with the labor. They have a figure they will also ban, because they are.
Prince Daddy, look at what this one is saying. He's trying to defend
No. We're not talking about true numbers.
We're not defend the government.
Hold on, Remy. Hold on.
Look at what he's
trying. Remy, we're not talking about negotiating numbers. Just like you guys are trying to pin down a road to break it down.
It's over 1 year they have been on this negotiation.
Prince Daddy,
and look at
when the president asked the minister to go and work it out, you understand? You have to look at it from 2 dimensions. One, affordability.
Yes.
Do you understand what I'm saying? You are not taking affordability into consideration.
And
and earlier on, when Arogidigba was talking, we only look at
Simba. My point is, my point here is that we're trying to get Aro to break it down to the reason, to the way he came up with the 150,000 naira. My point is that at this point in time, I thought the government would have a breakdown of this of how they came up with their own amount.
They do.
They do. Prince Daddy.
What exactly is Tinubu charging the Minister of Finance to do that?
Because it's beyond Tinubu. It's a
tripartite committee.
You have to look at the governors as well. There's no point asking them to pay an amount that we know they are struggling to pay 30,000. Like I said, of the 36 states, only 29 have been paying the minimum wage, like
You know, the NLC, the labor union, you know what? The only thing they do is that they face federal government. Once they achieve whatever they want to achieve at the federal level, they abandon every other person, state,
Don't
local
mind them.
government,
They
and private sector.
compromise at the state level.
They
One man
just abandon those ones.
That is not true. That is they don't abandon. That is
No,
why
they
they have
politicize it.
tripartite.
I think the
They
word is
have
they
tripartite
politicize
meetings.
it.
State government is there. Local government is there. Federal government is there. Private sector is there, and the labor. What do you mean by they negotiate with federal government and they abandon others?
After the negotiation, what happens? How
I
many
said they are
states are
all
even paying
involved in
30,000
the
at that now?
negotiation. They are all at that meeting when they negotiate the minimum level. Everybody
listen to me.
contribute.
They are there.
Everybody
They are
make their
there.
own input. What are
If
you
they make
saying?
their own
They
input, what of
don't abandon
implementation?
anybody.
After the implementation, what happened? What did they do? What did they do to the state? What did they do to the private sector?
It is true. The truth is what
We are talking about agreement now that they are all at the tribunal meeting to arrive at a conclusive minimum wage. Once everybody agreed on a particular minimum wage, everybody must follow. Once they agree, everybody must obey.
Is that what you have been
It's going to be
experiencing?
sent to Senate, and once Senate passes into law, the president assent to it, it becomes law for everybody to pay.
Why are those
So, but what Prince Daddy is telling you, listen to Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy is asking questions. Prince Daddy is asking questions that why until now government is now making effort to make a case for what they can pay and what they cannot pay. So all this why government has not even, organized themselves. They have not even come out with their own package against what the labor have presented.
Federal government has a model because you will know that they've already increased the federal government. They've increased the minimum wage.
They don't increase. That was just permanent, just a temporary this thing to cushion the effect of it. They have not increased. That is not increased. It's just temporary.
Okay, at least they
don't call it increase. I mean, I don't know that you man sort of buy it. My mama yin come to my
no, but we are not saying it's
1 second. Let me say one thing. 1 second. Let me say one thing, Remy, quickly. Trust me. If anyone has a model to calculate this minimum wage, they will not bring it out because, quite frankly, they'll be paying close to $500,000 naira a month. If you want to really do some real calculation.
That's why I'm very being careful with my number.
So you only have to present a number that's acceptable. You can't. Come on, you try. Arun was trying to calculate right now. Calculating healthcare. Hold on, healthcare, transportation. Hold on. Come on. Simba says the average Nigerian home is 6 persons. Oh, come on now. They have to pay up to $500,000 naira minimum at least, if that's going to be the case. And you know that's not realistic. Hold on, that's not realistic, and that's why they just have to come to a consensus on an agreeable number.
That's why I've used the word reasonable, and that's why that's why it seems like I've been
reasonable at 150,000 is not possible in Nigeria of today. First and foremost, everybody, you must understand that the minimum wage negotiation will have to start after April because that is the agreement. So because Buhari increased to 30,000 naira and only 26 states paid 30,000, the rest 10 states they didn't pay. Some are even paying 12,000. So I don't know what your labor is doing in both in their federal headquarters and in their state that they don't go to those states to enforce them to pay 30,000. That is one. And then 2, after April, they started the negotiation. The federal government already have a figure that they have, and the organized private sector said they cannot pay more than 70,000. So when you factor everything into consideration, and when you talk about free education. There is free education in public schools in Nigeria, especially primary school and secondary school. So, and when you look at it generally, when you break it down very well now, how many Nigerian students are even going to all those public schools, especially in big capital cities? Most people send their children to private schools.
That's not true. Most people will not send their children to private school. That's not true. Most people will not send in your private school.
I will tell
most people children still go to public school.
Yeah.
What are you saying? Most people send their children to private. Which most people?
I am.
That's not true.
You might not believe it.
It is not true. Go and count number of private school against number of public school. What are you talking about?
Why are private school coming up here and there?
You stop this. And what you said earlier, that is not even true.
Okay.
What you said earlier, that is not even true.
Luckily for us, let's take a quick sample here.
I have a question, Remy. Remy, Remy, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Between private school teachers and public school teachers, who is getting paid more?
Private school.
But some of the private schools they don't pay. Some of the private schools are very terrible. Some of them are
that is not true either. The public school, on the average, the public school teachers make more money than the private school. No. Most of those private schools, they exploit their teacher. They pay them peanuts.
I can agree about that.
It's not pensionable job too.
Yes,
the public is a pensionable job.
So the government are giving better benefit than the private sector, and you are still complaining.
So why are people sending their words to private school if they are not better?
You are right.
Why? Answer that question.
Because the public schools are ineffective.
So why are they sending their children to private school?
Because it's
ask people
even the teachers in public
school.
Hold on, a huge part of it is perception.
Private school, yes.
I don't know. This is
and
the truth.
When you talk about remuneration, qualification, the teachers in public school, they are more remunerated and more qualified than those who are working in private schools.
Yeah, because in public school they have to do the test
a larger percentage. Yeah, I agree with you, Simba. A larger percentage. That is true. And by the way, a lot of people, and of course, in our culture, because you're paying money for something, or trying to be like your neighbor, you think you're doing something good. It is true that these private schools, they have the perception as being better than the state or the government schools, and in some way, but not totally, not at all.
No,
many private schools are much better than the private schools.
You know what? You know what my parents call most of those private schools? They call them Jekilio swimming. That's what most of them are. Most of them are just
Lagos, Prince Daddy. See, why people think private schools are better is this: you go to public school, your teacher will come with a melon, your teacher will take you to the farm instead of teaching you. So, and
that's Ekiti experience right there. Ekiti experience.
Ekiti for you and the talk so.
Actually, in the primary school, some of the teachers do use some of their pupils for housework. And apart from that, they don't come to class. And apart from that, they don't follow the curriculum very well. And the infrastructure in most of the public schools are not good enough. They don't have enough qualified teachers.
Yeah.
So there's so many things that
location as well.
Hold on. All those things you mentioned are true. But this is the thing though. A lot of people think sending their children to private schools, counter all those malaise that you just enumerated.
It doesn't.
And that's not true. That's not always true.
No.
Let me tell you something. In my final year, I didn't have
if you want to send your word
tó bá jẹ́ pé ayé ìsìn ni Rẹ̀mí lọ sí school nìbàdàn ni wọ́n á ti mú lọ́dẹ kó lọ ro àmàlà fún tíṣà.
In my final year, I didn't have a good physics teacher. I didn't have a good chemistry teacher. I didn't have a good mathematics teacher. Most of those things were just the effort of students and co-students that we challenge ourselves. So even left to my English teacher only, I will tell you that F9 I will get. You understand? Because that man just the blow grammar. So I hired a private teacher that was teaching me how to even write essay, because I would just write essay, I'll be scoring 8, 9, and the guy would just be doing one big grammar in the school. But on getting another teacher, a qualified one, although there's a big difference. One got a bachelor degree, proper bachelor degree in English, and another one just got NC or thereabout. So this guy broke down how to undo WAEC essay, how to undo every. In fact, when I wrote essay, I scored 28. My classmates were saying, "It's deceiving you. How will you write this time? Be scoring 28." You know, when I look at my result, when I made C4 in English, oh my goodness, I lighted the entire stand up. In fact, I worked all. I just erased you. I say, and you they tell me. In fact, so the thing is, we struggle. We didn't get qualified. See, that all these public schools that they are best or the best, they are exaggerated. I'm telling you, exaggerated. I'm telling you of my own bitter experience. No physics teacher, no mathematics teacher, and no good chemistry teacher.
Ola, but can you, the kind of dedication, the kind of mentorship those days are no longer there. The kind of motivation that you have, you understand, as a kid to excel, to succeed
I
in
will
life.
not know. You know, my motivation plenty. I wanted to run away from farm work. You know,
There wasn't any distraction that time. There wasn't no
so
social media. There wasn't
that farm, I know
You
all
know,
those nonsense they have. No?
Ola, forget about you being a lazy boy that want to run away from your father. What I
Hold on.
want to
Are
tell
you
you,
sure about hold on, Ajalokoko, are you sure about there was no distraction? What about those Chioma sitting next to you and
Boyfriend and
eating?
girlfriend.
those are minor distractions now. Please, Daddy.
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
They are minor distractions.
Are you
You know,
sure?
let me
Are
tell
you
you,
sure?
Please, Daddy. Those
You have
Chioma,
girlfriend in the school. You cannot even bring it home.
don't mind, please,
And you
Daddy.
can't go to
Those
his home.
Chiomas that you are talking
Your
about,
home.
please, Daddy, let me tell you, it just, all those things, those days, it doesn't go beyond all those small fantasy that we used to have. You understand? Nothing deep. Believe
Love
me,
letter.
you're
You
like
write love
what you
letter.
experience these days. It just be see it, you laugh, you talk together, and all
Even for you
those
to
things.
toast her, na wahala.
Now, Allah.
To toast her, toast her.
You build confidence for 1 month to even toast.
I see your confidence over what you get. You are demonstrating.
Exactly.
Wait,
You
this
write love letter now.
Arogidi guy is not a Yoruba man, no. Because this is not
I mean,
Aro. This is Aro _ Gidigba. This is not Gidigba. It's supposed to be Aro, not Aro.
Kò fà mí lé lórí
This
ni
one is underscore
I'm a
Gidigba.
Yoruba man. And my father, my mother are Yoruba. My father is from Ile-Ife. My mother is from Abeokuta. I'm a Yoruba boy. Money
Daniel, I think direct back on me, but if you look clean.
I'm Ake. My mother is Ake. I know my mother's family, Ake. They are Abeokuta, and I know my
Ẹ̀mí
mother's
má
family.
dunnú Nẹ́gbà Ilé Ifẹ̀ ló ti wá. Mọ́mí ẹ̀ ló wá láti Ẹ̀gbá. So
ó fẹ́ gbọ́mọ ọba fọ́tún ni, ẹ má dá lóhùn, ó fẹ́ máa gbọ́mọ ọba fọ́tún.
Ó wẹ́ni kúnra. Ó wẹ́ni kúnra.
Ilé-Ifẹ̀ ibi ojúmọ́ ti mọ́. Oh no, come on.
Bàbá tí kọ́ mo dé bàbá jálè kòkò yìí kò yé mi.
Israeli claiming Egba, Israeli is gradually become rational mind now.
Over my dead body.
No sir.
Maybe
we are not even close.
His name Rosa. That's not my name.
orúkọ tá a fún nìyẹn, orúkọ tá a fún ní lórí platform yẹn.
Yẹlé Ṣòwòrẹ́ wọ́n gbé ọmọ ìlú kan náà ni wọ́n ní Ìlàjẹ national man. Ó lè jẹ́ Warri side, ìgbàgbé the Warri side of Ìlàjẹ. Ó bàgbé wọn làwọn Warri ń bẹ̀rẹ̀ náà.
No, it's from Ondo Ilaje. But I have a feeling one of his parents, probably the mother, maybe from East. That's my personal opinion. But the father is Ilaje side.
No, I think
Elijah Seldo.
I think rational mind now
For the
pure
fact that if we are even
Yoruba,
debating is, for the fact that we are even debating where it comes from is a problem. For the fact that we are even
I know
debating.
for any chance that's money.
You cannot. That guy, you see. In first thing you see for rational mind is a very rational man. He's not, yeah, I don't know
He
why.
likes throwing. You know what? He likes throwing banters to others, but he does not like you to throw banters to him. So you throw banters.
That man is not Yoruba man. He's very hostile against the Yoruba people.
Especially.
I think his father is possibly from Ilaje, but no, it's possible he might never have known his father, and he's hostile against his father's people.
I think rational mind is Yoruba. It just want to stand his way that way. That's the way I see. You know,
in 2024, anybody that still believes rational mind is a Yoruba man, I'm sorry. You have to go and examine.
He's a Yoruba man. I think he's a Yoruba man, but I think he's just hostile against the Yoruba people. I think he's...
No,
Yoruba, but he might not.
No. There are some Yoruba like that. Okay, there was a time here when I was analyzing Buhari here in Calgary. In fact, a guy that wanted to beat me up that time, I was even thinking whether it's from the north, not even know that it's from Osun State. You're tribalist. The guy just took it over his head. In fact, he nearly fought me on this. I would just say, are we not analyzing? So one day I was just trying to describe the guy that, okay, what about that Mala guy? One people were looking at me, say, who is Mala? I said, that guy that was that guy is just from Osun. You know, some people, they have reasons why they support. One thing I've noticed about some of my friends is especially those people that are from Islamic background, wants to talk against any leader that
online you are sounding like Pastak now.
I'm just telling you my experience. So I may be sounding like Pastak. I don't know. Anytime you talk, because there is a guy here now. There was a guy that I once lived with. The guy wants to mention Obasanjo. He will scatter everywhere. Obasanjo is a thief, this thing. But once you say the same thing against Buhari, he will fight you to finish.
I think it's the same thing to you now.
I now see the pattern. I now see the pattern over time that the only thing is this. Once it is anything, once you are, your name is Rasak, your name is Abraham, or those stuff, you cannot do anything.
So, what you are just insinuating now, the same people cannot say the same thing of you. When you talk about Buhari, you don't want to hear Buhari, and you like to defend Obasanjo. So this is not about religion. This is about passion. Or this is about, I like this person. I believe in this politician.
Am I not saying you should not defend your Buhari? I come with you with fact. I'm telling you that
I'm trying to tell you that you cannot base it on that religion. It's about people. For example, look at Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy sounds like an evangelist, but when he talks about Trump, you can see the passion, you can see the power, you can see everything. It's like this is a fire Prince Daddy. No more.
But Trump will tell you that he's a Christian. So what are you talking about?
No. But if you are talking about Christianity, that is not the kind of Christian that Prince Daddy will call. This is the actual Christian. It doesn't emit all those subunit of a Christian. All those well-behaved, don't talk anyhow or something like that. Prince Daddy will not say Trump is a real core Christian. No, you won't say that. What I'm trying to tell you is that when you see Prince Daddy talk about religion, you will think he is a pastor or very close to a pastor. But when you talk about Trump, the way he handled it, the passion that he gave, and so many other stuff, you'll be surprised. Is it not the same Prince Daddy? So what I'm trying to tell you is that when people believe in someone, they can go to any length to defend and protect that person. It's not about religion.
If you have your facts, I don't have a problem with you. You will defeat me if you have your facts. But if you don't have your facts, if you are using some kind of fabrications to promote, you understand?
So that is where the problem lies. Because when you talk about people, it becomes opinion. And if you might think your opinion is better than the one that is defending the other guy. The other guy will also think his opinion is better than you. So it's now become opinionated. So at the end of the day, that is why the argument now arises. So when you
no, Remy, there are something that are facts, right?
Yeah, of course.
Wait. There are something that are facts. Okay, look at it this way. It's a fact before Absalam Abubakar got to power, teachers, lecturers, they could not afford to buy cars. Many, some could still manage because they were doing other things. But immediately they raised minimum wage to starting from, I think it was first of all 3,500. Yeah. Then later, 5,500. Then later, they started increasing it that way. This guy, they could buy a car. So if I want to base Obasanjo, say, oh, economy was okay during the Obasanjo period, I will look at the time I was suffering, you know, jumping from one pickup to the other, just working for NEPA, all those stuff. And when I switched to the IT, when things now move better. So I could see the progression. I could see the way the economy was growing, telecommunication, fintech, all those stuff within my industry. And I have my fact and figure. Now, someone that is not having that was just anywhere.
But Ola, can I ask you a question? You have already narrowed it to your industry. The IT industry was growing. But what about other sectors? Not everybody.
That's the problem. That's the problem. Wait. Because I mentioned my sector, now you believe I.
No, let me finish.
Let someone land before you even know what.
Let me finish.
What are you finishing? What are you responding to exactly? You are saying I narrow it to.
Then let me finish. Calm down. You mentioned your sector that was growing. I agree with you. But what about other sectors? You are saying that during Obasanjo regime, economy was growing. True, there are some the IT or telecommunication industry was growing, especially when they brought in all this GSM. But what about other sectors of the economy? They are not growing. They are still
give an example of other sector of the economy that is not growing.
I think when you look at the agricultural sector, it was not growing as expected. And when you look at I don't know of Ed now, but what I just want to say is that not all sectors
you see the statement you just made now. You just find an excuse for statement.
Ola, you are in IT. You are in IT. And why are you giving that credit for Obasanjo in the first place?
I don't know.
Because that GSM, something, it was not only in Nigeria, it was a global thing around that period. So why are you giving that credit?
You know, this is what I don't really appreciate. You are okay. Look at it this way. Electricity is a global thing. Why is Nigeria still struggling with electricity? That's what I'm saying, that there are some statements that is so cheap to make.
I can't compare.
It's not true. It's not true.
Can't compare that
because electricity is still greatly handled by the public.
And it's spending a lot of money on it, and it's not improving. So what are
we this same civil servants that are handling it? That's why it's not. It was a private enterprise.
Wait, Arogiriba. So when people say things like this, that's just a very crude way of discrediting people. We know that policy is what runs any country's economy. We had NITEL to the extent that someone was telling us that telephones are not meant for the poor people. We had all those things before many of us were born, and we could not afford. As a matter of fact, my parents could not afford telephone. You understand? We could not. So it came now. If there was no policy, if we were still depending on NITEL, we'd just be talking of how they have maybe 1 million lines in Ghana and we are unable to have 200. That's exactly what is happening to our electricity. Electricity is a global thing. Everybody everywhere in the world, they know that electricity matters. And in Nigeria today, we still don't have it. Every serious country in the world where they have oil and gas, they have
because the government is at the middle of it, at the core of it. That's the problem.
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying.
Anytime you bypass the government, okay, like the IT sector, for example, the reason why it's booming in telecommunication because they privatize it and it's in the hands of the public business people. Exactly. That's right. So the electricity will not be. You can't say IT. It is true that back in the 90s, right? The what you call the internet was booming IT. Okay, everywhere around the world. So maybe Nigeria also tapped into it. But electricity has always been our problem for a long time. So that would not be a good parallel comparison.
Don't even mind Ola. Don't mind Ola. Before GSM, what did they do about our NITEL? You understand?
Siba, you are still not getting it.
I cannot get it.
Nitel was the only national operator, right? Nitel was the only national operator. Now,
and it's operated by, it's owned by government. So what did he do about that one? Hey, remember that time, sir, they have MTEL.
Yes, so mobile
They did not
that we are kind of around.
Okay, you are still not getting it. Okay, today.
That was 09 or something like that.
Yes.
Today.
So you cannot come here.
Wait,
the IT was
when
going.
you have your NTA, that NTA and state radio are the only one giving us our information. Just imagine many people that you see today, that or many artists that were coming before YouTube and social media boom, they will go and be begging DJs. They'll be bribing them just to play their music. They will not. The DJs were the all and all that they, in fact, they were the alpha and omega of anything music industry.
In terms of infrastructure. Remi náà jẹ́ kí wọ́n náà sọ̀rọ̀ because ìwọ náà ti máa láì kékeré ọ̀gbà opinion ti ẹnìkan o lè fẹ́ gbọ́ opinion ẹlẹ́.
Oh, ní jẹ́ kéèyàn land now, but you will call the person as if you know where I'm landing. At the end of the day, everything will be confused.
Lèmi ọtí lágídí jù jọ, ọtí lágídí jù, jẹ́ kí Ọlá sọ̀rọ̀ bọ̀.
Òun náà máa ń gbẹ̀yàn kó lórí line, akọ̀kọ́.
Ọlá má dá lóúnjẹ. Má sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ lọ.
Wàá sọ̀rọ̀ mi, wàá fẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀, wàá ìfẹ́ sọ̀rọ̀, wàá máa lọ kí náà dẹ̀ ti kọ́ tẹ̀ láàrin.
Okay, má bínú àgbàlá, ìyá máa sọ lọ.
So what I'm saying is this. I said policy is what drives economy. If you don't have the right policy, because that's the point that I'm giving credit to Obasanjo for. Even Obasanjo is not even the only person without credit, because I keep saying it, because I won't deny IBB his own part of it, because IBB was actually the person that deregulated that telecommunication sector with decree and that area of broadcasting. What Obasanjo did was to properly pass it into law. And Obasanjo was the person that really drove that thing for us. So when we were saying it's only IT that developed that time, it's too narrow if you talk it that way, because when a sector is developed, it has macro impact. The development is not within those areas alone. I said something here over and over. I said, most innovation you see in some of our universities today, banks were the one that pushed those innovations there. I give an example. Before, it was Bossa and your accountant that would just collect school fees. That time, it was very easy to print fake receipts. And what would they do with that? You collected 1 million for you collected 1 million from the people from the students, and maybe you are remitting 500. Between the principal or maybe VC of any school or rector of any polytechnic, they've known how to share the remaining. But these people, they push web collection and some kind of electronic fund transfer payment that you can use to track whatever you are doing. They extended the same thing to the government house. So what I'm saying, if you don't have the backbone of telecommunication in that country, where your internet will run, there's no way that thing will be. So that GSM is a global thing. GSM is just one component of telecommunication. Or GSM
so without Obasanjo, telecommunication would have came to every country in Africa except Nigeria, right?
We won't be where we are in terms of our telecom.
But the whole Africa is where we are now. The whole Africa is in the same. I mean, are you saying if it wasn't Obasanjo, there was another president, all the other African countries would have been here, we would still be behind? Come on, man, it's not Obasanjo, man. It's just something that happens to everybody.
That's why. Okay, then Mike, give me the mystery behind power. Why don't we have power? I keep asking you.
The same reason other African countries don't have power now. Why does Obasanjo just give us power then?
The reason we don't have power is simple. Number one, it was a public matter for too long. And by the time they decided to privatize it, the sharks came in. I mean, look at the people managing the.
Look at everything I'm talking about now. You are still talking to what I'm talking about. So why are you against my statement then?
I'm not against your statement, so not altogether.
Okay. Thank you.
But the discounts are just sharks. Okay, they are interested in two things. They were interested primarily in stripping assets. I think that's really why a lot of them came into But that's why they took advantage of the Jonathan, would I even call it like a freebie? Because that privatization Jonathan did was just a freebie. A lot of them are just interested in stripping assets, okay, like they did for Nitel. I think some of them then got involved and then they got locked in, and that is why they had to get bailed out twice. Remember, Buhari has had to bail out these discos twice. And now they're already shouting that Tinubu needs to bail them out. And they also shouted that Tinubu regime has to increase tariff. So now they're asking for the third bailout since 2000. And 1 year did
Meanwhile,
Jonathan
they have not
privatize.
invested one kobo. They have not invested one kobo.
That's why I said most of them came into this as to do asset stripping.
Jonathan and Obasanjo, they are the same. The two of them are the same. It's their ambition, second term ambition of Jonathan that made him to do what he has done. The same thing this same Obasanjo that Ola is praising. Ola and Ajele Kuku, that is praise singer for Obasanjo. Why can't you replicate the same thing that he did? You are claiming that he did in 90 in electricity. He knew how much he wasted on electricity in Nigeria. Why can't he replicate it if it is that easy? And you said that it's not a global thing. What investment did he even put in that IT that you are giving him the credit? What investment did he have there?
I think Obasanjo he tried. Don't let us dismiss him. He tried because I think he built a few power plants. Let's put that way.
They were not functioning. Okay, how many megawatt did he add to our electricity? Just tell me before he came and when he left.
You are still not getting my point.
I can never get your point. I know you hate Buhari and you love Obasanjo, and that's what you have been doing.
It's not even it's your opinion. I'm not hiding the fact that I don't bad Buhari, so I'm not hiding it. So let's forget it. If that is what you want to use to face the real analysis, then good luck. What I'm telling you is this, and I keep saying this thing: policy is what drives economy. Even the globalization we are talking about, those people that want Trump today, I know why some of them want Trump. I know why I don't want Trump.
Because they want the tax cut. That's why they want Trump.
No, Trump. No, look at what Trump is doing. You have your citizen. That thing is affecting us in Canada here. And I will tell you, Canada here, you will produce so many graduates, computer science, electrical engineers, information technologists. Now, they won't be able to get a job. Whereas they'll be publishing some kind of figure. Oh, Canada have shortage of IT personnel, all those stuff. And meanwhile, you have hundreds of institutions that are producing people here. Get it right. But because some Indians, some foreigners, they've taken some critical position in the economy. And they are looking at the loopholes in the immigration. They will now say, okay, instead of calling
you don't like Trump because you want Trump. You want a government that will absorb your workers in Canada here, right?
No, right? I do not hear.
No. You don't like. You said it before. You don't like Trump because of this immigration policy.
It looks like
why don't you deal with the hold on? Hold on. Why don't you go ahead and why don't you worry about the Indians taking your jobs rather than worried about America and Trump?
No. Listen, let him land now.
He's actually trying to come to your point. He's coming to your.
It looked like he's trying to support Trump policy.
He's trying to support Trump policy.
Yes. Yes. Prince Daddy Ole Buckingham sorry against Trump láyé yìí. Ó máa fa àdáyọ ni.
Prince Daddy, you know Trump has been found guilty.
Prince Daddy, very that just has got now. Yes,
now look at it this way now. And these people now, they will now say, okay, there are so many IT guys on the streets that graduated even from Canadian institutional, good grade, everything, well trained. But the Indian people will say, okay, we are short of IT manager, this thing. And they will go to their country. They will package it. They will say, okay, IT manager is what they are publishing, IT manager, project manager, they put everything. Just once you have 1 year experience there, the second year they will bring you to the economy. Meanwhile, when they call you IT manager, you are supposed to be a strategic person, be doing some kind of design, be doing some kind of high-level application. No. Do you know what you'll be doing? You will just be putting IP addresses in PC, setting PC up that I can train someone just for 1 hour to do that job. That is what these people will bring people. They bring you as an IT manager, but you will be doing the job of a desktop support. See the loopholes within the economy, and they will do everything perfectly. They are giving the same job that there are more qualified people within than the Indian people. They are bringing them inside here. Now, that is the kind of thing that Trump just use policy cancel. You have this thing. See, if I were the Prime Minister of Canada today, you know what I would do? Oh, you don't have all those skills.
That is American force policy. American force policy.
Exactly. Train. Okay, you don't have it. Okay, no problem. How long will you train? Will it take you to train? Okay, see, 6 months. Okay, don't worry. I will pay them.
Allah.
Don't wait for that 6 months. Yeah,
Allah.
train them.
Allah.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Justin Trudeau is the worst prime minister Canada ever had. Justin Trudeau is the son of a bitch.
Okay. Oh. It depends on where you are coming from.
Yeah, that guy fuck Canada.
It depends on what. I'm a people boy and jolly. I'm a boy jolly, but then it depends on your.
Are you in Canada doing the tenor of Stephen Harper?
Of course, yes. Stephen Harper policy helped me get into Canada. Yeah.
Do you know at least
I was in Canada? Yeah.
You know where Canada was when Stephen Harper. This guy came and spoiled everything. You know, and spoil everything.
Steve Harper too is not a saint, I will tell you. Now look at it this way. There's something that will be criticized about that this immigration policy in Canada. They said Trump was deporting people who hate immigrants. The way Canada do their own. Oh my goodness. When you are talking of the hypocrite, the highest level of hypocrisy is in Canada here. What you think everybody are doing that are evil. And because they are not speaking about it in Canada, you will find it that you find the worst replica of what is happening in America. You find it here in Canada.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Trudeau is, now, you know.
Now, Trump will still tell you, say, okay, ọkùnrin ò lè fẹ́ ọkùnrin. You understand? Oshima, he will just come out and say that publicly. He doesn't care. But here you be.
Hey, Ola, let's ask Prince Daddy. Prince Daddy, what do you think about the guilty verdict? Like now you're.
Don't start it now, Mike. I beg.
No, it's bad.
Prince Daddy, now that you are so passionate about a convicted felon. I mean, come on now, what's going on?
Mike, don't be like Mr. Prestige, man of Prestige. Hey, don't go there.
I'm a Trump guy, but hey, once you become a felon, I gotta distance myself.
No,
Look, Trump is great for Americans. Let's face the fact. For American and for the Americans, it's great for them. But it's not, his policy is not in the long term favorable to China, even to some extent, including Canada, that used to be their brothers or whatever, their sibling. You understand? Which it's normal. As a father of the house, you favor your family first. It is from your essence that you can dash out, because my children cannot be suffering now and they say, I want to take care of the problem of someone outside. It doesn't work that way. The Chinese were already taking over your economy.
Sorry to tell you, Canada, it doesn't matter which government is in power, be it Democrat or Republican. The Canadians or Canada has always benefited from America. The Canadians are freeloaders. In a lot of ways, you guys get a lot of benefit from America, and you don't do much.
Yeah, freeloader. Just hold it there. Don't let us start. I will defer that argument the other day. We participate based on our economy. How you call us? We still import crude oil from America. If you don't know, we produce oil in Canada, and we still import oil from Canada, from America. So you know.
Who is the #1 trading partner?
Where?
Hola, without United States, Canada would look like Mexico, man. Forget what you're saying.
You won't have nothing. Who's your number one trading partner? Everything that you have is thanks to America.
The question is why is Mexico not like Canada? Have you asked yourself why is Mexico not like Canada?
Because the Mexicans are not.
See, okay, I like the question you should be asking yourself. Compare Mexico to Haiti. No matter what you think about Mexico, by the way, it's a beautiful country and they have a lot of things. And you know, one of the richest persons in the world is a Mexican. Please, okay? So they have a lot of things.
You just not liking Mexicans.
I've told you something. I've said something that America and Canada, they are just siblings. Forget about the political. If not because of that Canada and UK, they managed to escape that war between them that time. America and Canada today, they will have been the same country. They will have been exactly the same country. Even as you speak today, Abata, they are trying everything just because they are protesting against the central government that they want to join. They want to join America. If you see the kind of situation I hear every time, you know that the one that is having Nigeria is just a joke.
I think in time of Abraham Lincoln, America almost invaded Canada. Actually, we almost invaded Canada.
You invaded Canada is so that Canada defeated America in the war that time. So it's not as if we were almost invaded. You invaded, but America
really.
Yes, now.
Okay.
So you don't know that Canada defeated.
No, we didn't. I don't think we invaded. We attempted to invade, or we were planning rather to invade. And if we had invaded, Canada had no chance. Or are they going to win? What do they have to win the war?
There was a war between America and United States of America. Now, America, after you guys chased away the British people.
Did you say war between America and the United States of America? What do you mean? I don't get it.
Yeah, maybe it's not that south.
Between Canada, not America.
Okay.
Oh, Canada.
Okay. So basically, you say British and Canadians they fought. They team up together to fight America, just for America not to annex Canada. Like that's why I say otherwise, Canada and America they will have been the same country. They will have been the same country. See, when you look at America and Canada, apart from Ogun Ibote and Bekakiri, the America and Canadian are basically the same. They are the same people. If you want to talk of indigenous people, they made them, they are the same. If you want to talk of Oyibo people that came here to take over, they are the same. So no difference between the two countries. It's just political boundary and some kind of grammar. You understand?
No. See, when you say America and Canada are the same, you don't look at the color of the skin of the people. That's irrelevant because there are a lot of people in Europe that look like Americans, right? The point here is that look at Canada. What do they have there? What is the texture of Canada? If you go there, they have McDonald's, they have Costco, they have everything Americana. Okay, so in other words, Canada is a reflection. By the way, a reflection of America. So without America as a country next to Canada, Canada would be almost non-existent. It may be a third world country at best.
Daddy, don't start argument you cannot finish because I don't have enough time, I can enter into that argument and I will tell you some other distinctive difference between
quickly name one or two things. Quickly name one or two things.
Name of two things. So who was Bombardier? Who was Bombardier?
What does Bombardier do?
Bombardier aircraft. Who was Bombardier aircraft?
Okay, I'm not talking about hold on. I'm not talking. Listen, the only thing. Hold on. The only thing the two things that came out of Canada that we recognize is basketball and BlackBerry. And BlackBerry is dead. Okay, we know that. And basketball is the only thing existing. So don't talk about your little industry there because Bombardier.
Daddy, you don't know anything.
Most Americans don't know what Bombardier is.
Exactly. So is it like Boeing or like Airbus or what is it?
Wait.
You talk about your little industry in Canada. You talk about your little industry in Canada.
Everybody knows the capacity of America.
Hola, we are talking about known industries, McDonald's, Walmart, all those employers of labor, all those companies, they're all Americans.
I hear you. Everybody knows the strength of America. But for you to say Canada is nothing, that is a challenge now.
No. We're not saying that. We're not saying that.
No,
what is it?
that's what you just said.
You won't be anything without America.
I just gave you an example of Bombardier. Okay, look at it this way.
Name all the name 5 franchises in Canada.
I'm not even naming 5. I just mentioned Bombardier, for example.
I guarantee you, if you name 5, they're all Americans.
Look, I just mentioned Bombardier, and I want to clarify that one. You know,
most people don't even know what Bombardier is.
You know Bombardier. No, now you know America. You know America. How many American airlines bought Bombardier aircraft before Trump came to with his policy? Really? You understand?
So that America that hold Boeing. America that hold Boeing. I mean, are you kidding me? You're talking as if America need that. Need Bombardier.
No,
come on now.
See, look at it this way.
No one needs them. Now they have it for their own pockets. But we are talking about
Dude, I like to say, if you go to the airport, if you see
Mike,
hold on.
America owns GM Motors, right?
But tell me what America rely on Canada for. Tell me.
Wait now.
Tell me anything you have. America.
Go back to your topic. They are just showing off. Okay, forget them.
That's
please.
true, man.
Go back to your topic.
Let me take us to Finland, Jerry. Take us to Finland. Take us somewhere.
Let's talk about Samuel Ekpa. Samuel Ekpa in Finland. It's acting up.
Let me want to take about Samuel Ekpa.
No. You see, people like Simba are the problem of Nigeria, because people like Simba, they are the elites, and they think that all Nigerians have their own high functioning capacity. A person like Simba now, I will liken a person like Simba to Abiola, but the only difference between Abiola and a Simba is Abiola still understand what it used to be poor. But Simba,
let's talk about Finland. Samuel Ekpa in Finland. Remy, have you run into Samuel Ekpa in Finland at all? Have you even seen it? I mean, that place is a small country now. You guys should be running into each other now as Nigerians.
It's not
it may be Remy's neighbor, you never know.
No. Or even if let me tell you something. Here in Finland, the Yoruba have the highest population. After the Yoruba, we have the Edo. And after the Edo, then probably the tribe. Okay. So the place they said he lives, I know the place. Okay. But Finland is a peaceful country. It's not so small like that. Only the population is small. It's one of the largest countries in terms of land mass.
I'm not telling that Finland, say, Nigeria, you guys are everywhere.
No. The majority of Nigerians that comes here is either for education. That is number one priority. But I can guarantee you, most Yoruba that are here, 75% of them came here through education. The rest, maybe if they came here, they not bring their family member. That's understandable. Because once you are here with education, you have opportunity to bring your wife and your children under the age of 18 years old. The rest, there are those people that may be seeking asylum, maybe from Italy or Europe, and Europe now distribute them to the rest of the world, to the rest of Europe. So that's how it works. So you cannot just come here with a tourist visa and say you want to stay. It's not going to work. So nobody care about Samuel Ekpa. Who knows Samuel Ekpa? I don't even care about him at all. But if you want to talk about Finland, is not about education and technology and shipbuilding, and also nature. They have a lot of wood where they export their trees. So if you want to live a gentleman's life, like a rich man, like in GRA, very quiet, then this is the place for you. If you want a good education for your children, this is the place for you. So if you like low crime rates, you can work any time of the night, 12 a.m., nobody's going to harass you. This is a country for you. But I don't know, it depends on the individual what you are looking for. So it's one of the best countries in the world, if I can say that. So in terms of benefit and the rest. Only that we have a stain now because this guy is residing here. And according to them, they uphold human rights law. So they cannot just extradite him like that unless they have an agreement with Nigerian government. Even at that, I don't think they will send him over very quickly like that. It's going to take time.
What do you think about the Southeast leaders standing up for saying they want him to be extradited? They're telling the Nigerian government to extradite the guy.
I think it's too late now because
It's too late nowadays.
when all their children are committing all those atrocities, they kept mute. They just let it
No,
slide.
Remy, where I'm confused is the same people telling the government to arrest Samuel Ekpa are the same people telling the government to release Nnamdi Kanu. So I'm like,
So they are speaking with both of their mouths. So nobody
exactly. So I'm like, okay,
no,
what's the problem here?
one thing I don't really like to comment about it because I'm already tired about commenting about what is transpiring in their region. I think we are living the century we are living. Everybody is looking for growth and development. I don't see any reason why, even if you want to agitate, you can agitate peacefully. But the moment you are killing your own people because you are agitating, I don't understand. That means even if you get what you are looking for, then you are still going to marginalize and maltreat some people from the same region. So that means maybe an Anambra will marginalize people from Mboni or lesser Igbo people, or wherever they call themselves. So I don't see any reason why you should continue to make life miserable for the people you want them to go away peacefully. You don't want them to trade, where majority of people like to go to their job.
So are you saying Samuel Ekpa is not the one behind the so-called?
I'm not saying that because I'm not saying that I don't know anything about that and I don't want to comment about that. What I just know is that this, for me, I think they are the luckiest Nigerians in Nigeria. And I will tell you the reason. For every region to open their gate for you to prosper and dwell in their community, and you are able to be successful, I don't see any reason why the rest of Nigerians have really shown a good handshake to them by welcoming them in their home community. They settle down quickly and they become successful. And some of them that are not successful yet, they have opportunity to be successful. If you look at Lagos State alone, there are so many of them going to the public school in Lagos State and private school. Nobody is stopping them. But if you look at their region, do they allow other member or other region to dwell and successful in their region like that? The answer is capital no. So when they talk that they are being marginalized, blah blah blah, they don't want to become president. President, you are the first president of Nigeria, even if it's a ceremonial president.
Remy, they allowed enigmatic.
Enigmatic just school there. I don't think it works there. So I think it only school there and something like that. I even did my NYC in Enugu State. I know some of their town. Actually, if you look at the local people sometimes, because I have a very good time with their Igwe, because that Igwe is American trained and he has an open mind. And some of his children come from abroad. Whenever they came from, he will invite us. We have good time together. So, and the town itself, very clean, but at the same time, there are some people who don't like you, and you can see it from their face because they are hostile towards you. So you can say. So what I'm just trying to say is that if every region accepts you to come and dwell and live in their community without no fear, I think they should also look at it that Nigeria have done a lot of things to them. They have had all the position in Nigeria: the Senate president, the House of Rep, several ministers. They have held a lot of important positions. And when you sit down, they start talking that they are being marginalized. You have every section within their marginalized, but you had all the positions before. So we all know what transpired when Jonathan was ruling. You had paramount, even more than the South people. And when this guy Obasanjo was there, your people were there too. So the other region did not cry, did not say, well, let's burn down the country. Every opportunity will come to everybody if you play your politics right. Now we are talking about in the next few years, the region that play their politics right, they will get the presidency or get the vice presidency. That is just the way I say it. But I know that if you have an average Igbo man that is successful in Lagos or in Kano or wherever, say that they should be away from Nigeria, I think most of them will turn it down. Because are they going to take whatever they have invested in Kano or in Kaduna or in Lagos, are they going to take it to the Southeast? Who is going to patronize the market? Because when they talk about, oh, we are the one that is making Lagos tick, who is buying the product from you? Are they your people from your hometown? Are they not the local citizen buying all your product? If they boycott your product or whatever service you are rendering, then you are useless. So whenever there's a crowd, there's a lot of opportunity for you to make there. So sometimes, if you look at it deeply, there is nothing to fight for in this thing. It doesn't pay them, especially for them, to go out of Nigeria. I'm sorry, because it's a landlocked area. If it's South that want to go out from Nigeria,
but they still right to
say
they want to leave shy. It's
can
I say something? Can I say something?
If they want to leave, they can also let them leave. No problem now. I think I don't have anything against it. If they want to leave, I wish them best of luck.
Remy, if they leave, your economy will crumble.
No.
Can I say something?
No.
Can I say something? I've developed a model around the rationale now people from our brothers from the East region. I think culturally they have a belief of exceptionalism. And I think that's why some of us from the Southwest, the Yoruba people, don't understand them. And we don't understand why they think the way they think. And they have an exceptionalist mindset.
Is it exceptionalist or supremacy or superior?
Yes. That's part of what I'm trying to get at. And when you look at the history of Nigeria, like Mr. Already said, when you look at the civil service, you look at the army. I don't know if anyone has actually looked and read much about the coup, the 1966 January coup. What really motivated that? And it was I know people try to walk away from it. It was an Igbo coup. It wasn't done on behalf of it wasn't done orchestrated by the entire Igbo people, but was done on behalf of the Igbo people by some majors that had their own ideas. And it was motivated, and there's a man, Ben Bullier, he wrote a book. Kaduna Izebu grew up in the north. Tafawa Balewa took him like a son. Apparently, Tafawa Balewa was in London and he was speaking to these individuals, a few of them. They all spoke Hausa. So this man was addressing them in Hausa. Kaduna Izebu took offense to that. And then they started looking at it like, we are intelligent, we are more intelligent than these people. And because we are more intelligent, because we suppose that we are the most intelligent, we should automatically have power. We should be at the top. And the reason why they are complaining about marginalized, they are not marginalized, but they want to have absolute control and absolute power. And because they can't get it democratically, that is the premise of the complaint. And it's really just a supremacist mindset. It has to be us or nothing else. And that's really what's driving even some of this. I don't know. Personally, I used to listen to Radio Biafra London in 2012, 2013, 2014. That's when I started really having some consciousness about Nigeria, because I'd lived outside Nigeria for so many years. And I used to listen to them passionately at 2 p.m. every day. And I regret I used to save some of the recordings. Because I used to it was ridiculous, I used to say just for prosperity, in the future, and I lost one of my phones. I'm still trying to find some recordings, and that was when Landopano was very active. 2014, and maybe before Buhari came in, and then when Buhari came in 2015, was and some of the violent stuff. They used to call us sabos. That's what they used to call the Yorubas, sabos, saboteurs. That was. And at 2 p.m., there's a lady and a man, they will do their show. And they used to play music. It was run like a regular radio station. They will play music. It was almost 24/7. They'll play music, they'll do all this. And around 2 p.m. every day, they used to call him, they have a name for it. They used to call him, the director or something. he will come on and then he will make statements, outlandish statements about how Abacha did everything and Babangida did everything to sabotage the Igbos. And he used to call the Yorubas the Sabos. He used to say that all the Yorubas should be killed, should be fight. He used to say that any Igbo person cooperating with the Yorubas people, they should be fight, that they are this and they are that. And really, and that's why when I look at the DSS case against Amdekano, they don't need to be doing all this telecommunication, all this. It's just a simple matter of, the things that I used to say there. It is impossible as an American to open a radio station and be making those statements. You will be charged for inciting violence and inciting. I mean, it's just ridiculous stuff we used to say. And it's just really a supremacist mindset. That's what I believe. I've looked at them. I have a lot of Igbo friends, and they are not necessarily supremacist individually, but as a collective, I don't want to use the tribe, but as a collective nation, as a collective, they have a supremacist mindset. They believe they are the best, and we tell them all the time that they're the best business people in Nigeria. I think that's inappropriate. There's no reason, by fact. When you look at the Odutolas, you look at there's not a single part of Nigeria where you don't have individuals, great giants of the industry, great, people that have done very well in business, excelled in business, and I can't think of any part of Nigeria, and they've done it better than anybody else from anywhere else. So this idea that the Igbos are the best in business, it's illogical, because if you look at the fact of it, it's not true. Dangote is not from the southeast. Okay. And even if people claim that is what is a consequence of government patronage, the fact of the matter is he had to do the hard work as well. Odutola is not from southeast, and this other great, Okoya, Razak Okoya is not from the southeast. Okay, so and we promote these things, in subconscious Nigerians, we don't do ourselves any justice. The Igbos have to be treated fairly. But at the same time,
their culture is kind of ingrained in I guess you call it business or trading, and they tend to be more traders than it appears that they are more traders than any other ethnic group, and they're everywhere. And for that reason,
trading is not enterprise. Trading is not the end on. It's not the start and end of enterprise.
That's what we call business. So that's the thing. It's synonymous with business in our culture, or at least in our space. So, and they dominate in that area, and for that reason.
What they have is shops. They open shops.
Yeah.
And they load.
Exactly. That's what they call business.
Product
that's not business. That's not industry. That's not business. That's not industry.
Just open shop, and they open container, and you put your stuff inside the shop, and you wait for buyers to come and buy.
I understand business. What we have done is we've allowed them to destroy our country. They've destroyed the real business and real industry in our country. And they didn't do it intentionally. They've done it as a consequence of the sufferings that they saw in the war. Okay, and part of yes, they've done it.
Let me a little bit balanced. Back in the days, I understand there used to be a lot of manufacturing, at least to a certain magnitude in the East, when they used to make some shoes and whatnot. Now, if that had continued, whereby they developed the manufacturing or expand the manufacturing and employ a lot of people, labor, then that would be great for the Southeast and for the country. But when you have cheap importers like Peter B and many others, all they do right now is just container business, that they bring a bunch of junk into the country, and that does not help our manufacturing base at all, which is weak in the first place, and it doesn't allow ingenuity in the country for creativity overall.
But it's not peculiar to Nigeria, and it's not even peculiar to third countries. It's very difficult for most people to compete with the Chinese. Really. And Nigerian governments don't want to practice protectionism. Well, they should. You can't. It's not the fault of the Igbos. They want to make money. It's easy to make money.
Yeah, I think what your line. Sorry, I think what your line breaking up a little bit. I didn't hear some of the things you said, but you said that's
Oh,
not
sorry.
unique to our country. But
Yeah,
that is
it's
just
fine.
not unique to Nigeria. But the Chinese are protectionists. Okay,
Yes,
they
they
make
are.
a lot of stuff. They make a lot of stuff. They export, but they don't bring a lot of junk into their country. They are protectionists in a lot of
Oh,
ways.
they don't need to bring the junk into their country. You
But they
know,
don't even allow it. No, no. Oh, trust me. There are many nations that can sell to China. There are plenty. Don't think Chinese manufacture a lot, but trust me, there are a lot of countries in the world that manufacture in their own capacity also, and they wouldn't mind pumping into China. It's a huge market.
I think I think what the Chinese have done perfectly, and I will share it with you. Whenever you go to China and you bring your sample to produce enlarged in big quantity for you, they always have like 6 prices put in front of you, and they will tell you the differences. So most product being taken to third world developing country like Nigeria, I'm sorry to say, they are inferior quality. But America and the Western world, they are smart because they shift their production base to that country. But now they are ship out. They are now in Cambodia, Indonesia, and Vietnam now. So they control the Chinese market and they go for the best quality. They don't accept Chinese producing fake product for them. They, especially in Europe, they monitor them very well. But an average Nigerian businessman that go to China, we ask them for the inferior one because the price is low. And when you look at it, you cannot blame him. Because if he buy the quality one, most Nigerians cannot afford it. So he has to buy the low one, and people can afford it at home.
Yeah,
That is
right. I
the
mean, there's a lot of factors at play here. They say American business people also they wouldn't mind, bringing low quality product, which some of them do anyway. But the
But
point here is that the dollar is
that's the
strong.
job regulator.
Hold on.
The regulator.
Yeah, exactly. That's part of the problem. But also that the currency is strong and there's a lot of competition in America. If you bring a fake product and you don't have the consumer base of people who boycott your product or go for another competitor or your
I
competitor.
think it's President. I think it's just the purchasing power because you Americans you have the money to buy even at because the currency is strong. But when you compare to the Naira developing country, come on, we are just talking about minimum wage here. We talk about so many other things. And what about the growth of the economy for the last 20 years? Production factories have been turned to churches and mosques. Look at that Ikeja area. Before, they used to have a lot of private company there. If you go there now, there are a bunch of buying and selling. You weep for that country.
Remy,
So
America suffered or suffering the same thing right now. You'd be surprised. Manufacturing base in America has declined drastically. Drastically, I'm telling you. Okay, what you described right there, what you described right there in Ikeja, it's very much alive in many not rural areas, in many cities across America. Google it, you find it. It's common. It's right there. And
but they're struggling.
again,
They're struggling.
Who's struggling?
Those manufacturing bases are struggling. The cost of labor is prohibitive.
Well, they are struggling. See, this is the danger when the politicians or we allow business people or the business I guess industry to influence policy to the detriment of the consumers or the people. That's exactly what happens. So when Trump comes by and champions American first, people don't understand what is going on. The business people, let me tell you, American business people, they just like any other business people. The reason why they do right, quote unquote, is because of the regulation and policy in place. Left to them also, every business wants to maximize their profit. So why would I want to pay more for a product if I can get into the market much cheaper and make more profit? Americans would do that also. But over years, over time, the reason why our manufacturing base went down the drain was because again, these business people were able to co-opt or corrupt these politicians, and they allow this massive import and offshoring of American businesses overseas, and for them to even what do you call it relocate their manufacturing base to places like China was a big problem in America. We lost a lot of jobs. See, let me tell you, you don't know the history of America. If you see, manufacturing was strategically located across the country. It's not usually in the big cities. It's in more like smaller cities, and those cities thrive over years. They grew. Like, for example, GE, for example, before they went across the world, GE was big in America. Big. They manufacture a lot of stuff. All the appliances that Americans needed, GE manufactured and was done locally. But eventually, when they had to, relocate their manufacturing or externalize a lot of things, what happened was that many of these manufacturing bases in America collapsed. They collapsed, and what happened to those communities? They went down the drain. That's when drugs and alcohol abuse, all these things came to these places. It is real. America suffered a lot in a lot of ways. But again, a lot of things go down the carpet, go under the carpet because why? The dollar is strong, the stock market is strong, and America can carry its weight. A lot of things go wrong in this country, and you guys don't know because a lot of things also are perfectly done.
Prince Daddy, don't you say that America is you want to eat your cake and have it at the same time?
Exactly.
Because when you ship all this manufacturing to Asia, where they have cheap labor over there, and that means a win-win situation for most of the manufacturing industries in America. They are producing at a relatively cheap price, and they are selling at a very, they are making a very high profit when they ship it back to America. And then you say you don't want, and that makes your country less polluted because you are shifting a lot of things to the third world. So you cannot
exactly. No, you took it out of my mouth.
So
I was gonna attack Prince Daddy on that particular subject because he's born a Donald now. Donald is a capitalist. Okay, so Prince Daddy is talking about you're driving up a socialist agenda almost. But the fact of the matter is when
don't like him, Mr. Jenokoko. I don't like him, Mr. Jenokoko. Not at all. Not at all.
But when Donald comes in, what is he gonna do? Okay, he's gonna strengthen his bodies. Okay, the big business, the stakeholders, the shareholders in these companies that are exporting the jobs. Okay, the main reason those jobs went to China is because of the cost of labor. I work in manufacturing. That's just the main reason. The cost of labor and the fact that those companies don't have to worry about labor. They don't have to.
I disagree. Hold on, I disagree. It's greed. Say it's not just the cost of labor. Say it's okay. Say it's okay. Naturally, if I were in manufacturing also, I'm going to take my manufacturing to a cheaper labor environment so I can maximize my profit. You all know that
not just
payroll,
that, but also the cost of labor and also the fact that they don't have to deal with labor disputes. That's just the fact. They don't have to worry about labor disputes, and they don't have to worry about and the manufacturing cost is low, and they maximize profits. It's win-win-win, and these are the things that the people sponsoring
you are not trying get to understand what Prince Daddy is saying. Okay, you move your product from your country to offshore, you move it offshore just because of cost of labor. You are taking jobs away from people, so you are creating unemployment. So how do you tackle that? So you want to bring those goods back to those people without job to buy again. So you have to strike balance somewhere. So that's the point. Like an example I was even given to you the other time, it was not only they are even outsourcing the job offshore, those people too, they find a way to even bring their people to come and occupy important position that even the locals should even occupy too. So it's beyond that. It's more complex. I understand from where Prince Daddy is talking from, to be honest. I have the same grudges in this economy that I am too. You understand? I have the same grudges. So
it's quickly. If you allow labor and the cost of manufacturing and all other factor of production to grow at the same rate, that disparity that you're talking about would not really exist. So it is greed to the core to go all the way because of labor alone, because labor alone is just one of the factors of production. So I don't buy that argument. Yes, we get cheaper goods, but just like all I said, the quality or the standard of life of the people are going down the drain. They can't afford it. A lot of people are going to poverty, and a lot of people are dependent on welfare. And if you want to look statistically, actually, that's when you're going to see the growth in the welfare in America due to the private industry externalizing costs overseas. There's a correlation right there. You have to look at the whole picture, not just one side. Oh, labor's cheap. So no, that's not fair at all to the people. Anyways, can you hear me? A lot there?
Hello, who's Daddy?
Yeah, I can hear you. I don't know what happened to the other guy.
Yeah, I don't know why they just. Are they still there? Mike, Ola.
Yeah, yeah, I'm hearing you guys, man. I don't know what
Okay.
happened to it.
But are you guys talking about why they moved job to China or what?
Yeah. We're talking here about the cheap labor in China, and I think Aro was saying that we can have American can have its cake and eat it. So we get cheap goods in America because there should be jobs out of America to all these other places like China. And I'm saying, well, it's not about just cheap labor. If you take jobs out of people's, food out of people's mouth, and you drain their economy or their community of jobs. I mean, what do you think is going to happen to them? So it's not all about cheap labor.
Yeah, they just they're just greedy. Business people, businessmen are greedy, and the politicians are greedy as well. And do you know that they are giving some kind of a kind of grant to um, and some tax relief as well to those companies that are taking job to China? Do you even know that? Yes, they do. They
That's
do.
true.
That's
Yeah.
how. That's
That's
how
true.
the politicians are. So that's how the greed that's killing. There are so many towns, small
Hmm.
cities around America that the economic activity there has crumbled because of the job loss to China. All these jobs that were plant industries that were taken to China. So a lot of small towns, small cities in those rural area that have some industries bubbling, small town, they people have deserted, some many of
Yeah.
those towns. It's
But,
when
but
you see all of us that are living in the cities, in these big cities where we live in, we don't know what is you when you see the Trump supporters, or particularly in the rural area across America, angry at this country and looking at Trump as alternative that can bring that economic prosperity back to them, like what they used to enjoy in the past, industries in their place and job protection. You know, people don't understand, except if you travel. If you travel, I have traveled to many rural area in this country in the course of, kind of my business. There are some places that when you get there, you will see industries everywhere that have been deserted, are dilapidated, crumbling. And when you ask what
exactly.
happened,
Yeah.
and they will
Uh-huh.
tell you this place used to be a bubbling
Oh yeah.
city. I said, what happened? Why all this industry? Why this? I say, the job. They cannot compete with products that are coming from China. Some of them
Exactly.
move to China. Some their products cannot compete with Chinese cheap product. And it's not that the American products are not good, they are quality, but because, you know, something that is quality, that carry quality, carry high price as well. So
No, but hold on a second. See, this is the point I'm trying to make. See, there's a way that it costs of production. It is true that the manufacturing in America will be more expensive than China. No doubt about that. But business people will find a way to reduce their cost per unit as much as possible, because if they have to sell to the local buyers here in America, they need to sell the product. They want to make sure they want to be able to sell the product to the consumers, the same people that they're manufacturing for, to be able to buy it. So naturally, wages also are likely to rise, in order to be able to purchase this product. You follow what I'm saying, Ajalokoko?
Yeah, I'm listening.
Yeah, the wage has to rise also, so this Americans can be able to afford to buy the electronics or whatever. Okay, but if you go to China and manufacture and bring them in here, and just like you said, a lot of people don't know what you're talking about, because you seem to have a first-hand knowledge, and that's exactly what is happening. All these little towns around the country, they dilapidated, just like you said. They've lost their industries. They've lost their jobs. Most of the people there, many of them depend on welfare. Many of them are on drugs. They have no bright future. Their standard of living has gone down. And this, I mean, so looking at just one side of the equation, cheaper goods, but look at the lives of the people in the community are being destroyed. So, but if manufacturing had been here, because America has always manufactured anyways, and people have been able to afford it. So the business people would have found ways, okay, to manufacture product that would have been more conducive and affordable in the American market. We didn't have to go all the way to China and destroy our economy.
Yeah, but because the cheap labor and readily available workers that they have in China, and it's I mean, American business people are, the greed. They want to make, their return in thousand fold of what they invested. They just too greedy. That is the problem. It's not that they are not making profit, but they want to make profit in, abnormal profit, excessive profit rather. That is what they are after. That is the problem. America is a big market. There is no product that you make in America that you can't get buyers for it, as long as it's a quality product. But one thing about American product, it carries quality, and they are durable, and they are, they last longer than any other product from any other part of the world. So, but the greed of these people is just the problem, and they have destroyed the economy of so many, what do you call it, so many small towns, and I mean, some rural areas, cities, and I mean those, rural economy. They really destroy them. So, and it's so shameful. It's what this outsourcing policy is having a blowback on America now, because the way the China have, how do I describe it? China have economically, they are challenging America now, on economic front, So that is the biggest threat to economy now. I mean, to America now. China, the economy, the speed at which they're trying to catch up with America is threatening.
Yeah,
It's a big threat.
China would have caught up. they would have caught up with America right now. They
Look,
would
in
have
the
if they
next
did.
20 years, if America is not careful with the way the China is growing, the way it's expanding across the world, no competitive from any other country against them. They are beating every other country wherever they go.
2025 was supposed to be the year that China surpasses America. I think it was 2025 or 2025. Yeah, or
2025 is
2030.
next year, isn't it?
Yes, but what happened was that when Trump was in power, his policy did not favor China a lot. If China had been in the trajectory that it was during Obama time, America by now. But Trump's policy did put a damp on China's growth. But the Chinese are, let me tell you, the Chinese are, they are smart. We all know that. They themselves don't really want to surpass America. And the way they're trying to manage that is by their currency. They keep devaluing their currency or peg their currency somewhat. If they left their currency to be strong, and we want to go GDP to GDP or whatever measure they want to use, I think China by now would, 4 times the population or more than America, about 4 times America's population. Yeah. So China is a huge country, a big market, and yeah, they're just around the corner. I mean, they everywhere around the world. I mean, they have countries like Australia in their job. It's surrendering to China and many European nations. So China is strong. Those guys, they know what they're doing, and they're ruthless. And I think, and they have a better inroad into Africa than America does or would ever have.
America and the Western country, it look like Africa is slipping off their hand, and when it comes to economic relationship and economic activities in Africa, China is dominating. Is the dominant foreign power in Africa now, in the areas of economy. So where we see the Western nation is when it comes to oil and gas sector, but other economic sector like building of road, dam, solid minerals, and the rest. China is the one that it look is dominating that space. So, and when wherever in Africa that China is in charge of exploring their resources like gold, like uranium, that's automatically a how do I describe it? It's to me, I see it as additional economy to Chinese economy, because you will see they will bring their workers there, they bring all their company there, their machinery, and most of those resources they are helping Africa to say, okay, we are exploring these resources. They'll be stealing a lot of it to their country too, or maybe they will be the major marketer or investor in that solid mineral something, and they make a lot of money out of it. It's an added economy to their economy. Imagine many Africa where they have such operation going on. For example, like in Nigeria now, the Zamfara State, the lithium that they are refining there is the Chinese company. It's the Chinese company. So, and the Chinese investor that's putting money down there to do this. So, I consider it as an added economy to China economy. And we know what lithium battery, what it represents in the, in the production of like phone, like some other um, uh, um, technological equipment that uses lithium, to function. China is expanding, as the way I see it, and it looked like the West, particularly the United States, it looked like they're just giving up to China to, dominate that place. And
Well, the West never had interest in developing Africa. Not like China does itself, but if you look at all the activities of the West, it's all about trying to siphon all the resources in the raw form and take it over to their place for value added activities. Um, and that's just the way it goes. China has a kind of a slightly different model, right? I guess they pretend or they try to help develop, build roads or infrastructures. The West never really did that because if they did, how would our politicians and the wealthy people um, not come over to their country and spend all their money there and buy properties? They have to make sure their own space is more conducive and attractive to Africans and not the other way around. So that's always been their model. Is the Chinese that think, okay, we're going to do it slightly differently. Say, hey, we want to partner with you. We want to be business partners. Okay. But at the end of the day, it's up to the African leaders, the people to know what is good for them. Because my understanding right now, the Chinese, they know how corrupt the African leaders are. Just like the Chinese also, they're very corrupt, equally as corrupt as the African leaders. But we are not the ones seizing their infrastructures like their ports and other industries. They are the ones giving us loans, like in Tanzania and other places. And if the government cannot pay back, they pretty much seize or repo the infrastructure for their own benefit. So either way, the Chinese are winning. It's us that we're losing because of our greediness and inability to, to plan for our own people. Our leaders, they don't mind taking all the money that they have overseas. They don't really they can care less about the people. They can truly care less. So at the end of the day, personally, I don't blame the West and I don't blame the Chinese. I blame us. I blame our leaders.
no, we have a set of leaders that are not prepared to be in the position of leadership, because to be a leader, you must, in the first place, be a person that is ready to do the job. You must be a well-learned person, a person that is, you know, a person that have that historical knowledge and how things work around the world. And you must be, your worldview must, you must really have that plan on how the direction you want to take the country and the policy that you want to implement that can transform your country, with a team of people that have the same ideology and, a team that can really work for the development of a country, and you must come out clearly with a plan that can transition your country to um, one of the greatest country in the world. You must have the short plan, the medium, and the long-term plan. But when you have people that don't even have the plan, they don't. It's one thing to say things per mouth. It's another thing to draw out your plan, and it's another thing to implement it. So most of our leaders, they are just talk people. They don't really have a genuine plan that can really move that country out of being a manipulated country by foreign power to a truly independent, a sovereign state that can, maneuver its way and uh, 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 function for the interests of the people of that country. It's just a big problem in Africa, that all the leaders just for themselves and not for their country, because patriotism to the country, require a leader and the team of leadership, to see their country first. Their country first. And when you say the country first, the people are involved as well, the interests of the people before their own. But it's the other way around in our own case. Themselves first before even the country.
But Akila Koko, what is the difference in corruption in China, which there is a lot of corruption in China, and the corruption in Nigeria, for example?
That of China, once you are caught being a corrupt, they will fire you by it's a death sentence by firing squad. That does not exist in Nigeria. As a matter of fact, in Nigeria, they even show that corruption openly, like nothing can happen to them. But in China, when you are caught, I'm not saying there's no corruption there. There's corruption, because once you are caught, you are gone. You are gone. And the people, with the way they work, with the way they stand for their country, you can see that sense of patriotism in them. But our own were too cowed to the West, as if not only to the West, to every other part of the world, every other race. Not to their fellow black countries, because all of them are the same category, but every other race, to Chinese, to India. We surrender, looking up to them to come and help us on everything. You can't grow. You can't develop when you're looking up to other countries to come and help you do this. Nigeria have the capacity to be one of the greatest country in the world. I'm not talking about greatest country by mouth, by economic power and even the military power. If we have people that are ready to work for that country and commit with people. Look, population of 200 million people is not a joke. That's a huge population with youth population constituting like 2/3 of the population. That is the power. Those youth should have been committed to work to develop the country. It's money. When you give people money, well paid, put them to work, they will develop that country within short period of time. People are ready to work for their country once they can see that once they can while putting in their effort, they are seeing the result. They can see, a positive result, a positive, you know, improvement in their country. That will keep them going. That will be the motivational, element that will continue to drive them to to keep sacrificing and working for the development of their nation. But when people are not well paid, when the leaders have no plan, when it just look deceitful, that everything they are doing is just deceitful. They're not, in practical sense, it cannot achieve any result. People will just lay back and, you know, that's Nigeria have the potential, Sha. If they can, if we can have good leadership that are ready to, you know, work for the development of the country. Africa is a big problem all over. It's not just Nigeria. And it's all this black African country. You know, the North Africa is a different ballgame. If you go to North Africa, you think that you're in Europe. You go to Morocco, you go to Algeria, you go to all those countries. You think maybe you're in Europe. The way their society is well organized, you know, compared to ours, that is just unfortunate, man. Just unfortunate.
Well, South Africa also is doing good because they have. I mean, I guess they used to have white people in charge.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's mainly the I guess the sub-Saharan African countries that having this leadership problem. And it never used to be the case, though. It never used to be the case.
It never
I
used to
think,
be the case. Yeah,
yeah, in the
it used to
time
be the
of
case.
Awolowo or even Kwame Nkrumah, for example, I mean, it was a
Yes.
good example for Black Africa. It
Oh,
was a
yeah.
good example in its time with Ghana little resources. In time of Kwame Nkrumah, actually, it was good to know that it's not always about your natural resources that really matters. It's your ability to organize a society and have value and have rules, regulation, policies that favor your country. And I think that's what Kwame had. He was a true leader that understood his country and
Mm-hmm.
how his country relates to the rest of the world.
Mm-hmm.
And Ghana was quite developed, back then. And
Oh, yeah.
even though they like a couple of years, they got an independence a couple of years before Nigeria did. It was because of their leadership. They understood a lot of things. And when Nigeria came about, also, it looked like from the onset we had a really good foundation because our leaders they were they were in a different thinking mode. If I can say that, they were not too concerned about the wealth of the nation being theirs. They're more concerned about leadership and policy and how to move the country forward. I think that's what it was initially. It wasn't about resource control or trying to get the most. Corruption was not really at the core of Nigeria from the onset. I mean, I could be wrong. Like, I didn't see that from how the picture was painted. But over the years, human greed always come to play. Some people thought, well, they deserve a larger share of the economy, or they're better off than the other ethnic groups. And that kind of a thinking in any society, it doesn't matter. Once you start thinking of yourself as better than other people, you will naturally try to marginalize those people. That's just normal, because you think that they're less than you are. Therefore, you should have more than they do. You deserve the best of things than they do, and in so doing, in thinking that way, you would do things that you're not supposed to do, that go against the law. And that's been the case of Nigeria, and that's what has cascaded to the way we are right now. Let's not. Sometimes we're trying to dodge the real issue here. There was a certain ethnic group that thought they were better. They attacked another ethnic group, and the other ethnic group retaliated. Said, "No, no, no! Don't think you're better. We too can do exactly what you did to us." And that. I mean, that really uh, began this, back and forth, and people start to align, or take sides, and up to today, that's where we find ourselves. I'm not sure how conscious Nigerians were back in the days at Yellow, if we were so ethnically conscious. Of course, everybody knew that they're Yoruba, Hausa, Igbo, and ethnic Benin or whatever. I think people knew that. But I think there was probably a more sense or spirit of one Nigeria back in the 60s or 50s. I think there was. And people, and a lot of things was based mostly on merit. Hey, you deserve this. I guess that's why one of the former governor of Lagos was an Igbo person, right? At least, right? So, and you can say that was based on merit, and and a lot of things function like that in Nigeria. But where we are right now, it's a different ball game. It's a different ball game, and I'm not sure.
We are so divided against each other, so divided along tribal line, the ethnic line, religious line, and all this.
So, but at this point in time, can Nigeria be united, or we should just, find a way, not break away, but just find a way to govern ourselves separately as a country?
Yes, that is the only way out. If we can separate, govern separate the way we used to in the First Republic, where we have the region and we have this federal government, where federal government does not, control. I mean, where the resource control is, where the region control are in charge of the resource control, and they uses it, for the development of their region, and they only pay taxes to the federal government on those, resource. So, the way it used to be back then, if the community where that the resources is taken out, they get like 50%, while the region we get like 30%, and they pay 20% to the federal. So what you are going to see in that respect is that the community that resources is being discovered, they benefit the most for from that resources, and you won't see, there won't be any reason for violence, for protest, for that look very fair to them. I mean, that arrangement is very fair. It, I mean, it give them sense of belonging, that that brotherliness, that okay, it's ours, but we are the same people. We are all Yoruba. We discover oil in Ondo State. Oh yes, they're a part of Yoruba land. Let them get some share of the proceeds from revenue. And but we in this community, we enjoy it the most. I mean, our children can go to good school. We have good hospital. We have this. We have that. You know, they don't. There won't be agitation because that's look fear and you know there won't be agitation. But when you see a situation where the community where resources have been taken are neglected, they're living in poverty, the what do you call it? Um, they are how do I say this thing? We have their environment degraded, their farmland destroyed by oil spillage, their rivers they can't farm again, destroyed, and on top of it, they don't get a fair share of these resources being taken from their land. There's going to be push. They're going to be pushed back. There's going to be agitation. There's going to be fight. There's going to be resistance. So, and that is what Nigeria has brought to herself. It's bad leadership that believe that, look, common people does not matter. It's just like thieves that come in the night, come and take your resources, come on, and they're coming back every time. They're doing it. At a point, they're just walking into your house, they're just telling you, okay, just give me everything. One day you will say, I must put an end to this thing, or I will not let this man, you know, have a peace in his life again, too. So I mean, have to, you know, go, I mean, what the ambush, ambush him, or there's some kind of ambush against him somewhere. See how I can, you know, buy some of his group members that have been coming to, you know, terrorize us. You know, so if we can be separate, yeah, we can still be in the same country, but we must agree on the terms of our togetherness. What terms are we going to remain as one country? We should be able to agree on the terms for us to remain as one country, and you know, it was because we are different ethnic group. It's the British that, you know, merged us together, and the British did that for their own selfish economic reason, not for our own good, but for their own economic benefits and efforts to loot our resources. You know, it's I don't see us being together peacefully. There will be always fight and problem, and you know,